The young miss of the manor, at the tender age of 16, found herself at a grim precipice. Her delicate hands reached for a coarse rope, a stark symbol of her despair. She had made her decision, death, but as the noose tightened, a peculiar cat-like being, Dream, appeared, chattering about the quality of her life and previous saves. It seemed even starting over wouldn't change this dreadful story. Annoyed by the interruption, she grabbed the creature, whose frantic cries insisted they weren't completely bankrupt yet. There was still hope, a way out. She loosened her grip, demanding to know this supposed way. Dream, catching its breath, proposed a solution. She should marry the young master. Dream, perched on her shoulder, sarcastically wondered if this marriage was some unavoidable plot point. But the miss, with a knowing look, advised against rushing, hinting at alternative paths. Dream then revealed this was her second act mission, a new phase of her ordeal. The mission was a level: solve the academy's mystery before graduation and find the missing students. The reward: the Emperor's recognition and a player-defined storyline. Act 2 would unfold at the grandest noble school in the Southern Kingdom. School it was. She mused that surely it couldn't be harder than the trials of Act 1's town. Oh, sweet summer child. She recalled a time when her biggest concern was delegating homework to focus on playing the game. The butler even handled her holiday assignments back then. Dream seemed to be sarcastically asking if she'd finished her current, more serious tasks. Dream then presented her with a reward for surviving Act 1, instructing her to hold out her hand. In her palm materialized a scroll and a key, a direct clue to a treasure. She was rather surprised he'd just hand them over like that. She found it strange, wondering if only the miss can find the treasure was meant this literally. Regardless, with this, she hoped to avoid being killed by the butler. Now she could truly focus on navigating the script laid out before her. She turned to Dream, stating she knew he'd feign ignorance if asked directly about Han's location, but firmly insisted he reveal it. Her voice filled with a desperate hope. She questioned if completing all these stories would finally allow her to reunite with Han and return to her real reality. Dream affirmed her hope, adding a cryptic condition: by then, the miss would also be prepared to face a certain truth. With a newfound resolve, she began ordering Dream around, instructing him to place items by her bed. She decided she deserved a bit of fun before school started tomorrow. Despite the narrative declaring it the miss's time of greatest distress, she decided it was the perfect moment to uplift the spirits of the manor. Dream could only sigh at her unpredictable nature. She joyfully announced her departure for the morrow, declaring they shouldn't be downcast, but should celebrate with a party, calling for servants. But her call echoed in an empty hall. She wondered where everyone had gone. She mused aloud about the usual morning bustle of maids, confused by their absence. Dream reminded her she'd slept through the previous day, explaining that since the manor's decline, servants had either fled or were simply slacking, awaiting dismissal. Indeed, it seemed no one took their duties seriously anymore, with servants openly quitting. Only the butler remained, a lone figure of diligence. The miss was taken aback. Dream clarified that even the last remaining servant had attempted to loot the family's possessions before absconding, but the butler had fortunately discovered the plot. The butler gently explained that her master had been busy and away for a long time, suggesting her subsequent worry had led to a serious fever the previous day. The miss finally understood why she couldn't wake up. As the butler spoke, the miss felt a wave of gloom, and he observed with concern that it seemed her fever might be returning. She sighed, lamenting that even a particular maid who had supported her was gone. The butler, steadying her, confirmed the maid had departed the day before. The butler expressed his disappointment that the last to remain were opportunistic looters. He then blamed himself for the departure of the supportive maid, suggesting her good rapport with the miss might have made her a target or uncomfortable. The miss quickly reassured him, insisting he shouldn't blame himself, as he was always burdened with the villa's affairs. Instead, she faulted herself for not taking better care of her own health. Her smile was perhaps a mask. The narrative noted her life had been smooth sailing, and she'd never faced such desolation before. Yet until the very end, only he, the butler, had remained by her side. She believed she understood why he stayed. Straightening his tie, she began, her voice tinged with the gravity of their situation, acknowledging the villa's sorry state. She stated bluntly that they likely couldn't even afford his basic salary anymore and told him he no longer needed to serve the villa. The butler looked at her, questioning. His eyes seemed to gleam with an unnatural light as he declared he knew the location of the treasure and would give it to her. Meanwhile, the miss silently reaffirmed her intention. She was offering him his freedom. Dream, the cat, was in a panic, reminding her that her mission to win over the butler wasn't complete and fretting that dismissing him might make him go mad. The miss, however, was unconcerned, coolly thinking they were merely at the start of Act Two. A devious smile played on her lips. She mused internally that if they failed, they could simply restart from a previous save. Absolutely no fear. The butler looked on, no doubt perplexed by her sudden confidence. The butler leaned in, invading her personal space. She silently probed, wondering if the treasure was truly the most important thing to him. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Internally, she challenged him, determined to see if his current gentle demeanor was genuine or merely an act. He suddenly looked quite wronged, almost pitiful in his chibi form. She, however, was already plotting her next move to win him over. A jolt of realization, or perhaps fear, shot through her. Was she dealing with someone far more dangerous than she initially thought, a terrifying viper? The butler gently took her hand, asking if she harbored resentment towards him for dismissing the remaining servants the previous day. She coughed, clearly still feverish. He admitted that he alone couldn't care for her as well as a full staff, and wondered if perhaps a persuasive talk could convince the others to return. Then with a subtle, almost challenging smile, he questioned if she was perhaps afraid that he, too, would betray her and plunder the family wealth. She looked away, a thoughtful expression on her face, silently wondering if his words implied a wish for her to leave. Reaching out, she gently touched his cheek, her unspoken question hanging in the air. Did he wish for her asterisk to leave as well? He looked adorably startled. The miss was internally reeling, a tiny devilish version of herself cheering. Could he really have become so obedient? Was she caught in a custom script of her own making? The actual butler, meanwhile, looked concerned, repeatedly asking what was wrong as she seemed lost in her thoughts, a chibi version of him even promising to obey any order. She tentatively touched his hair, a wild thought striking her. Could it be that, as an online writer, even with amnesia, she had somehow managed to tame a madman into a loyal hound simply through persistent nagging? He gently but firmly took her hand, pulling it away from his head, remarking with a wry smile that her current method wasn't quite how one petted a dog. Utterly flustered, she threw her hands up, internally sputtering that he must think she had some sort of strange fetish. He simply looked on, amused, having apparently seen right through her awkwardness. Composing herself, she tried to regain control of the conversation. The butler reminded her he was speaking about the secret treasure of the North. She found his calm demeanor unsettling. He looked at her with unwavering devotion, declaring that the treasure didn't matter anymore. To him, nothing was more important than the miss. Gently tilting her chin up, he continued his earnest declaration, stating that regardless of how she perceived him, his sole desire now, the miss let out a small sound of surprise, was to remain by her side forever, dedicated to looking after her. He then asked, his voice soft but intense, if she would keep him. She hesitated, unsure how to respond. A sharp pain, perhaps from biting her lip, and a tiny angelic version of herself appeared in her mind, screaming warnings. This angel insisted he was a skilled liar and urged her to wake up and not believe his words. Watching him from the window, she conceded that while she didn't know much about him, one thing was clear: he wouldn't easily give up on something he desired. A carriage approached outside. She resolved then that she needed to find the treasure secretly, to confirm its existence before he became aware of her plans. In a moment of chibified panic, she exclaimed that the manor was out of money. The butler, ever stoic, simply stated he didn't require a salary. She then fretted that bankruptcy would lead to substantial debt. The butler, brandishing a knife with surprising casualness, assured her he would take on more jobs to help her pay it off. One shudders to think what kind of jobs. She was genuinely touched by his unwavering loyalty, starting to address him but trailing off. Internally, she admitted that if this continued, she might actually be swayed by his devotion. Just then, a voice called from outside. A coachman announced he was from the academy and asked if anyone was home. The miss questioned who it could be. The butler calmly informed her it was the school's shuttle service, presumably for her. A shuttle service. She was surprised, then realization dawned. Her father must have already paid for all her tuition and living expenses. A wave of relief washed over her. Her quality of life at school was secure. There was no need to worry about finances, at least for now. Suddenly grabbing his hands, she declared she couldn't let him work for free. She pointed out the school was large and full of people, suggesting that even if he no longer worked for her, they could still be schoolmates. She continued, telling him he no longer needed to accompany her for her studies, and they could meet again at school. Internally, she schemed. This way, she could discreetly investigate both the treasure and him. Waving cheerfully from the departing carriage, she reminded him to bring her luggage, adding that she was waiting for him. She also mentally noted her quick teleportation and change of clothes. The butler, watching from the window, seemed to have a thought about the specific carriage. His hand slipped into his pocket, as he mused to himself about the Miss's tendency to be forgetful. Lighting a cigarette, he recalled reminding her just that morning that school actually started tomorrow not today. Her memory was truly something else. He pondered for a moment, then a dark thought crossed his mind. He might as well deal with the animals in the basement. A menacing smile spread across his face. This time, he noted with satisfaction, she had left of her own accord. Stepping onto the academy grounds, the Miss couldn't help but be impressed by the imposing and quite grand school buildings. She found herself before what was apparently her dorm, a standalone building, no less. Her surprise was evident. Pushing open the grand doors, a happy smile lit up her face. It seemed her life at the academy was going to be quite comfortable. However, her good mood was slightly dampened when she found herself unexpectedly standing before a door simply marked office. She wondered why on earth the coachman had dropped her off at the office. Was she about to be summoned for a talk before school even began? Just then, a voice from inside apologized, claiming to have taken a wrong turn. A young man with thoughtful eyes, the teacher, recognized her. Wasn't this the young miss from the manor, the one who had solved that peculiar case? He wondered why she was at school today and decided he should investigate. Adjusting his tie, he reminded himself that after all, she was his student. Wandering through the vast, empty halls, the miss found it peculiar. Even for such a large school, surely there should be at least one student around. She had hoped to find someone to ask for directions to the dorms. Her eyes then caught sight of something intriguing. It was a dark, heavily chained door. Her gamer instincts tingled. Such a conspicuously locked room surely held a plot point. Curiosity piqued. She wondered what lay hidden inside, peering through a crack. It was incredibly dark within. An inexplicable wave of unease washed over her, tears welled in her eyes, and her heart began to race for no apparent reason. Despite her efforts, she couldn't see anything in the oppressive darkness. As her hands reached for the chains, a system-like voice declared it couldn't be opened. Suddenly, thumping sounds echoed from within, startling her. Who could it be? A figure emerged from the shadows behind her, the teacher. He questioned sternly if she had already forgotten the school's rules. She let out a terrified shriek, hands flying to cover her eyes. Oh my God, he scared the daylights out of her. The teacher winced, looking rather apologetic, admitting he thought he might have scared her. He asked if she was all right, adding with a touch of dry humor that she shouldn't pass out on him, as he wasn't sure he could carry her. She glared, internally grumbling that she'd scared herself enough without him suddenly materializing like that. Then, her amnesia kicking in, she wondered just who this person was. Ah, she exclaimed, a system prompt likely identifying him as her homeroom teacher. She quickly fabricated a story about hitting her head skiing and losing some memory. When he asked who she was talking to, she smoothly transitioned, saying she was looking for her dorm and found it odd not to see any students. The teacher, looking rather sleepy, explained matter-of-factly that of course there were no students. School didn't start until tomorrow. The miss was baffled, pointing out her personal coachman had brought her to school early that morning. Personal coachman? He looked perplexed, clarifying that the school's private carriages were exclusively for transporting teachers. It must have been a mistake, he reasoned. The miss was internally confused. The manor was only a few kilometers away. Such an error shouldn't occur. She sighed, waving the carriage confusion away, and asked him to direct her to her dorm. He agreed, but then informed her that if she intended to move in today, she'd first need to settle the tuition and accommodation fees. The miss looked hopeful, questioning if she hadn't already paid fees for several years during the first term. The teacher's smile was a little too knowing as he began to ask how that could be. Her eyes widened in shock as he explained their policy. Fees were charged after the beginning of each term, so much for prepayment. Shoulders slumping in dejection, the miss felt the weight of her predicament. The teacher remarked that he'd heard about her family's bankruptcy and hadn't expected her to attend, let alone be so eager to learn. A spark of determination returned to her eyes. The teacher offered a lifeline. If she could achieve A's in at least 3 subjects on the entrance exam in 10 days, she could apply for a scholarship and be admitted. He elaborated that while their school primarily catered to the aristocracy, they also accepted commoner students. Scholarship students received a half-fee reduction, with options to work at school to cover the remaining costs. Her confidence surged. She declared it would be easy, boasting about her incredible luck in guessing exam answers correctly. "Okay, I want to apply." The teacher said he would first take her to the basic dormitory for commoners. The basic dormitory was an experience. The teacher described 10-person rooms, shared outdoor bathrooms, and proximity to a forest teeming with wild beasts and bugs. He cheerfully advised her to handle it with her roommates. The miss was utterly speechless. With a perfectly sweet smile, she announced she thought it best to drop out and bid the teacher goodbye. He yelped, urging her not to go. Suddenly, a new voice interjected. A girl, Tu Luo, explained she was in a double room and didn't have a roommate yet, hesitatingly beginning an offer. "Come live with me," Tu Luo blurted out. The miss looked at her, a flicker of recognition in her eyes. It was Tu Luo, another player whose consciousness was trapped. Tu Luo quickly corrected herself, deciding to call the miss her junior at school. A brief flashback showed their past interactions, a reminder that Tu Luo's consciousness remained locked within the script. Back in the present, Tu Luo, holding the miss's hand, started to ask about her and the young master, but a sudden cough interrupted her. She vehemently denied being in touch with him, then emotionally confessed she had stayed at the school as a special admission student, solely because she wanted to see the miss again. The miss recalled Tu Luo's past reliance on the young master's connections, noted her change, and inquired if she now had experience with special admissions and campus work. Tu Luo chirped affirmatively, explaining she'd even cut her hair for convenience. Plus, at school, she wouldn't have eggs thrown at her by townsfolk. The miss silently surmised Tu Luo stayed because she couldn't endure the outside world. Tu Luo turned to the teacher, confidently asking about a double room due to her supposedly good grades. Meanwhile, the miss was reminded of her own family's financial ruin. The teacher smiled, telling Tu Luo that if she also wanted to apply for a dorm, he would check the arrangements. Tu Luo internally cheered at the prospect of staying with the miss. However, the teacher then delivered bad news. According to her final grades, Tu Luo was ranked among the lowest. Therefore, a bed in the dreaded 10-person dorm was hers. Adding insult to injury, the teacher then casually reminded Tu Luo to pay her tuition, as her campus funds were no longer sufficient. Tu Luo was, once again, struck silent. The miss sighed deeply. Desperate times called for desperate measures. She wondered aloud if there was a place nearby to enter a lottery. Her luck held. Tu Luo marveled as the miss won a grand prize plushie, which they exchanged for cash. The miss brushed it off, but shared some winnings, giving Tu Luo enough to temporarily move to a 4-person dorm. The miss then gestured towards an arriving carriage. "Travel funds?" Tu Luo questioned, then noticed with alarm that the miss was heading towards the school exit. The miss explained she was returning to the villa for the butler, claiming her arrival at school was accidental. Tu Luo was puzzled, remembering the butler had graduated long ago. Tu Luo pressed the point, asking wasn't he older than them. They were about to graduate. The miss looked utterly bewildered. The miss was horrified, an image of the butler waving goodbye flashing in her mind. Tu Luo explained her isolation. The miss was internally screaming, why hadn't Dream told her this critical information? Clutching her head, the miss wondered if the butler wasn't even part of this second act. As dangerous as he was, being without him was also perilous. As snow began to fall, Tu Luo looked on with concern. Her attention snapped to the rapidly approaching carriage, the same coachman. She wondered if he wasn't planning to stop, as he was riding incredibly fast. Tu Luo stared at the coachman, her eyes widening in terror. "Wait a second," she stammered. "That person." She let out a blood-curdling scream, yanking the miss's arm and yelling for her to run. The miss, bewildered, demanded to know what Tu Luo had seen. Glancing back, the miss's eyes widened in shock as Tu Luo's terrified cry echoed. There had been a murder. The miss sprinted, leaving the teacher still patiently, and rather obliviously, waiting for her to bring the tuition money. Spotting the teacher, the miss grabbed him, demanding to know what he was running for. Tu Luo gasped out that there had been a murder outside. The teacher listened, as Tu Luo breathlessly described a school coachman on his carriage, a horrifyingly large wound visible on his neck. The teacher, however, looked skeptical, suggesting that she must have seen it wrong. He opened the door, gesturing outside where snow was now falling steadily. See, he said calmly, there's nobody here. The carriage and coachman were gone. Both girls could only utter a confused "A." Patting Tu Luo's head, the teacher reminded them of a school rule. Hallucinations were common when it snowed. Tu Luo nervously stammered that she understood. The miss wondered if there were even more rules. The teacher then informed her it was time for her physical examination. As he started leading Tu Luo away, he noticed the miss following and clarified, "Miss, you don't require a physical. That's a privilege for commoner students." He paused, then mused, but now that your family is bankrupt, you might not be exempt after all." He knocked on a nearby door. Opening the door, he suggested she ask the doctor, and who should be inside but her very own butler. The teacher offered to introduce them. This, he announced, was the new fencing instructor, and, coincidentally, once her senior. His eyes, now a striking blue, met hers. The teacher cheerfully assumed they all must recognize him. The miss stared, asking if he was indeed the butler, but then immediately questioned the startling change in his eye color. "Of course, miss," he replied smoothly. He explained he'd received an official invitation from the school and had wanted it to be a surprise. A red-haired woman stood in the background. The red-haired woman, the doctor, questioned the butler's presence in the infirmary and chided him for neglecting old injuries. He simply replied he came for medicine. She continued, pointing out the villa couldn't afford medical bills, yet here he was, still playing bodyguard for that villa's miss. Her words were sharp. He should abandon his butler identity and ditch that miss soon. The miss, overhearing this, looked downcast. The butler turned his attention to the miss, smoothly inquiring why she had come to the infirmary. The doctor huffed. Stepping closer, her voice laced with concern, the miss asked him directly if he was injured. As he reached for her, she subtly stopped his hand. He then tried to steer the conversation to her physical exam. With a massively forced grin, she declared, "I am. Okay." A chibi version of the butler looked pained by her over-the-top cheerfulness. She then walked stiffly away, in completely the wrong direction. The butler calmly pointed out her error. In a moment of comical frustration, she delivered a surprisingly powerful punch to his shoulder, making him yelp, "Ouch." He smiled, unperturbed, inviting her to throw more punches, even offering to teach her. She vehemently declined. The miss pouted. The butler, with a knowing smile, connected the dots about the carriage and her early arrival, mentioning the school arranged another one. He explained his original plan to pay her fees before collecting her, apologizing for her accommodation dilemma. The miss worried his salary wouldn't cover her expenses. The butler offered his dorm, casually adding he didn't need sleep. The miss, holding a red gem, interjected she'd won prize money. Hearing her news, he smiled, telling her not to worry. He would also try to apply for a special scholarship or work. A look of genuine pride settled on the miss's face, as the butler observed that she had really grown up. His internal thoughts, however, were darker. The miss's good luck wasn't always beneficial. He'd even considered throwing uncooperative servants into the basement. He had been waiting for her to arrive at school, anticipating she'd find herself helpless, thus ensuring she would continue to need a butler. But now, seeing she had money, he realized she could temporarily return to her original dormitory. If she secured the scholarship, his plans for her dependents might crumble. His 2-year plan had finally come to fruition. Now, a chilling thought, whose demise should he orchestrate next? He considered acting immediately. The miss called out to him, "Hey." She looked at him skeptically, questioning if he was truly suited to be a fencing instructor. Her expression turned serious as she declared, "You are not a bodyguard. You are my killer who protects me." His gaze was intense, absorbing her profound definition of him. She held out her purse, offering him the money she had won, acknowledging it might not be enough for now. But, she stated with unwavering conviction, her eyes blazing, "I am the miss." Her voice resonated with authority. "I am the one who provides for you. That was true in the past, and it will be true in the future." She extended her hands towards him, a radiant smile on her face, formally announcing, "Here, I re-employ you. To be my butler." He met her gaze, his expression serious and unwavering. He took her offered hand, a simple "I see" sealing their renewed contract. Lifting her hand, he pledged, "From now on, I will serve solely as the Mrs. Butler, accompanying you by your side. Until death." He knelt, pressing a kiss to her hand, a vow of absolute loyalty. She flushed, taken aback by the intensity and formality of his pledge, stammering that it was all so formal. He smiled, holding the purse, and thanked her, calling it the best gift he'd received all year. The Mrs. face burned. "In that case," the butler said, I also have something to give to Miss. He presented her with a small wax apple. He explained it was the only thing he took from his family home in the north when he was young, clarifying it wasn't a monetary treasure. The wax apple seemed to glow. Her imagination ran wild, a relic from a fallen nation, even though she conceded it was probably just a candle. She began to wrap it carefully. The butler gently admonished her to take good care of his gift. Checking his watch, he noted it was late and suggested the miss settle into his campus apartment. She hesitated, asking if it was okay. Of course, he replied with a reassuring smile. You are my master after all. He then presented her with an alarmingly long scroll detailing his expenses, entrusting his upkeep to her. Her eyes bulged. So much. Then, miss, please follow me, he instructed. She trailed behind, using the massive list to hide her stunned expression. He added her luggage was in the room. Still poring over the list, she suddenly remembered. Oh yeah, she began, asking what had happened to his eyes. Oh, he replied, his yellow eye glinting. The drug's effect had worn off. He questioned if she didn't remember him temporarily changing his eye color with drugs at school. He elaborated that people at school were more knowledgeable about his northern heritage, so disguise was prudent. She pondered this. In the first act, a substance made animals mad. This world must be full of drugs with special properties. So why choose blue? She inquired. His chibi self explained blue was mainstream, and he didn't wish to cause her trouble. I see, she murmured. Then practically she suggested he cut his hair short too, it would save money. He simply replied, oh, okay. They arrived at his lodgings in the noble school district, a rather opulent bedroom. These were service quarters, rentable to students upon application. This is my room, the butler announced. The miss, exploring, uttered, nice. The place was practically shining. Then, he began, it's getting late, miss should rest well. He then casually declared he would spend the night in the tree outside her window. He added she could knock on the window if she needed him. She mentally questioned if he was part snake and firmly decided to close the door. Alone, she conceded the room wasn't bad. She could continue playing, even if she was now significantly more in debt. Suddenly, a system notification. New stronghold acquired, butler's room. The system was updating. Script system, she murmured. A system update. Oh, she observed, even the interface looks better. She examined her academic scores, sighing she was far from 3 A's. And what on earth was spirit communication? Task guidance appeared. Objectives: find missing students, win over the butler, find treasure, get scholarship, gather northern info. Her eyes lingered on one task: understand and win over the butler. Sitting on the bed, she mused he seemed quite happy today. He had even given her a gift. Alas, she thought, he was still wearing that same inscrutable smile. Whether relaxed or hypothetically committing murder, the smile remained. It was impossible to discern his true thoughts. It reminded her of Muhan's impassive coldness. She recalled her efforts just to see Muhan's gentle smile. Lying on the bed, she wondered, did that mean when the butler was sad? Or embarrassed? She recalled his fleeting vulnerability when he accepted her purse, the moment the viper had accepted her. She laughed. How could that be? Less likely than her winning the lottery, which she had already done. The next morning dawned bright and clear. The butler tended to a sleepy miss, who grumbled about the early opening ceremony. He encouraged her to hang in there. He explained that once the student council's briefing concluded, she would be free. She looked at him, odd and suspicious. Wasn't he scared sleeping outside all night with things out there? He smiled brightly, stating he wasn't scared. He enjoyed others' fear. Besides, he added, there were no ghosts. His polished shoes stepped back as he announced her makeup was complete. She regarded her reflection, the butler behind her. He wished her a pleasant term. She let out a small ow. He advised her to get along with classmates. Classmates, huh? She mused. The main quest, find missing students, inquire with butler. Right, she asked, has anyone gone missing? The butler confirmed missing students happen all the time. The miss was shocked. What? He elaborated, the school on the border often snowed in. During these times, students went missing. Usually commoners, he said, who ran out of food and money. No one bothered looking for them. A tear welled. More than one missing. Surely she wouldn't have to find all asterisk of them. System notification. Clue obtained. Disappearances occur during heavy snow. The butler added cryptically, that of course was only the asterisk official asterisk excuse. An enigmatic smile touched his lips. This school, maybe it really asterisk does asterisk have ghosts. She jumped. Ghost. he chuckled, claiming he was joking and urged her along. At the opening ceremony, the student council president welcomed everyone and began reading the school rules. He stressed remembering and abiding by the rules without fail. Rule 1: Don't believe what you see during snowfall. 2: Don't go out in heavy snow. 3: Seek a teacher for difficulties. Final rule: Trust no one but teachers. Luo tried to cheer up a sleepy miss. A young man in a hooded cloak noticed her, wondering if that wasn't the miss from the manor. He smirked, questioning her presence. Could the bankruptcy rumors be false? The miss asked Luo who he was. Luo identified him as a relative of the young master, from a family of astrologers. The astrologer reminded Miss they used to play together. Oh, she thought, I kind of remember. SHH, he said, holding up tarot-like cards. Let me calculate. He peered at the cards, bankrupt, aiming for special status. How pitiful, the miss bluntly asked what he wanted. Of course I've seen it, he said, flashing a card. You're looking for missing students, right? Leaning in, he delivered an ominous prediction. Soon you'll be missing too. Seeing her reaction, he casually invited her to the astrology club, handing her a recruitment card. The miss wanted answers. Luo urged her to listen to the rules first. As the president continued, Luo offered to take notes for the distracted miss. Nearby, two girls swooned over the handsome new president. And there he was, the young master himself, looking every bit the noble. Yet he was dejected. She hadn't even glanced his way. All that effort to become president. Darn it. A few hours passed. The two girls discussed student council duties and how normal it was to get lost for hours in the big school. And there was the miss, squatting by a fountain, lost. One girl remarked on her bad sense of direction, then her companion pointed. It was the butler. The girls immediately identified him as the handsome new fencing instructor. The exhausted miss asked to be taken to the astrology club, then remembered it was closed. The butler, carrying her, suggested they rest. System reminder: C-list task qualify for scholarship, only 7 days left. The next morning, in the butler's plush dormitory, the butler asked if Miss was sure about going to the library alone, offering to take her. She gently pushed him away, insisting she'd be fine and he should go to his meeting. Pausing at the door, he added if she wished to practice swordsmanship, she should come to the practice field. He'd be training new students. Miss imagined special treatment, pleased. Having a butler was convenient. Patting her head, he left, reminding her not to open the door for strangers. She agreed. She brought up her stats. I'm not too worried about becoming a special admission student. Looking closer, her art and spirit summoning scores weren't bad. With practice, she felt confident she could pass. Leela considered her next move, a thoughtful smile playing on her lips. She decided practicing swordsmanship with the butler was a good plan. His impressive skills surely meant he'd be a great instructor. But a deeper worry gnawed at her, far more unsettling than her special admission status. The current situation felt bizarre, almost terrifying. The narrative rewinds to the previous evening. A sharp knock echoed through the room just as the butler had stepped out to prepare dinner. Leela, with a hint of anticipation, moved towards the door, calling out to whoever was there, wondering if they were back already. Silence. No one answered from beyond the door. Just as her hand reached for the knob, she hesitated. Her eyes widened slightly. The door wasn't even locked. The knocking persisted, sharp and insistent. Leela stood frozen, wondering if it was a mistake, or perhaps a kind soul reminding her the door was ajar. A sudden urge told her it was time to leave. The relentless knocking continued, filling the room with a dreadful rhythm. With no peephole, fear paralyzed her. She lacked the courage to open the door and confront the unknown. After what felt like an eternity, the knocking finally ceased, leaving an eerie silence in the darkened room. Leela remained hidden, hands clasped over her mouth, heart pounding. It was only after a long, tense wait that the butler finally returned. He appeared unusually anxious, questioning why she hadn't responded to his calls from outside, and asking what had transpired. Leela rushed into his arms, her self-defense items scattering across the floor in her haste and relief. However, a chilling thought remained. The butler had left through the window. So who had opened the door and when? The astrologer's ominous words about a missing student, echoed in her mind, creating a deep sense of unease. She resolved to find the astrologer and demand clarity. This school, she felt, was undeniably strange. The imposing edifice of the noble school district loomed, a place of secrets and shadows. Her destination, the astrology club, marked by its intricate armillary sphere. Clutching the map drawn by her butler, Leela tentatively approached the astrology society, asking if she was in the right place. A red-haired girl appeared, annoyed at the unannounced intrusion, telling Leela to leave as she was busy. The young astrologer, however, seemed to recognize Leela. The astrologer, a boy with glasses, pushed past the annoyed girl with a welcoming smile, stating he'd been waiting for Leela for some time. He noticed her troubled expression, asking if she'd encountered any abnormal events, and urged her to tell him. The red-haired girl, clearly impatient, bumped Leela aside, telling her to move. The astrologer pressed Leela for details, asking if she had any new wounds or marks, insisting she speak up about what happened. Fed up, Leela stomped on his foot with a sharp bang, making him yelp in pain, a classic don't touch me maneuver. After Leela recounted the previous night's events, the astrologer sat across from her, surmising she encountered a ghost knocking. Leela, confused, asked what he meant by disappear and ghost. The astrologer chuckled, prompting Leela to question what he found so amusing. He explained he was just reminiscing about the sheltered young miss she used to be, always under the young master's care, and mused that even she had such trying days. Getting to the heart of the matter, he began to tell a story from many years ago. One snowy night, the school was invaded by robbers. Mysteriously, they seemed to do nothing and vanished by daylight. The truly strange part, when the school checked, they found one student missing, yet no one knew who had disappeared. Initially, the school dismissed it as a counting error, but then, students began vanishing one by one every time heavy snow fell. Some whispered of seeing a legless creature dragging a struggling person into the snowy night. The astrologer theorized it was a ghost, perhaps the student taken by robbers, transformed into an evil spirit returning to abduct people during heavy snow. He revealed that the school had commissioned his family, the Southern Kingdom's astrological experts, to divine the whereabouts of the missing students. And, quite coincidentally, his calculations pointed to Leela as the next to disappear. Leela, trying to dismiss the fear, asked if those who disappeared were eventually found, hoping there was nothing to worry about, and that the evil spirit could just be. The astrologer, with a chilling smile, confirmed they had found them. His smile vanished as he delivered the grim news. They were all dead. Leela's eyes reflected a dawning horror. Meanwhile, at the training ground, the swordsmanship instructor was giving directions to a student, telling him to raise his hand a bit higher. The student complied. The instructor, a handsome man with a monocle, announced that the first group could take a break, while the second group continued practicing. Two female students gushed over the handsome new instructor, recalling how their previous one was a scary old man who bullied students. Apparently, a senior student got seriously injured, leading to the new instructor's arrival. One girl whispered to the other that it was a pity he had no money or connections, but it turned out perfectly for recruiting him as a butler. The other girl, with a sly smile, agreed, noting her previous butler had just resigned and she'd been worried about who would care for her. The first girl, now addressing the instructor, complained she couldn't leave any marks on the dummy and boldly asked if he could teach her a little more, while her friend looked on, surprised by her audacity. The instructor coolly informed her that her current sword wasn't right for her and advised her to try a shorter one next time. He demonstrated, showing her how a different grip could allow her to exert more force. The student watched, intrigued. The student was captivated by the beautiful sword he presented, noticing the hilt even had a little dog carved on it. She wondered if he'd customized it himself. She reached out, admiring the sword, calling it cute. With a hopeful smile, she asked if he would just give her the sword, mentioning her family's business in the imperial city and her current need for a servant. A not-so-subtle job offer. The instructor politely declined, explaining that the sword was intended for someone else. He added with a charming smile that he was already taken, dashing her hopes. Back in the astrology society, Leela was reeling from the astrologer's revelation, thinking with horror that she was going to die. She realized she was the player in this script. Could Muhan have arranged the plot this way? Was there some special purpose? Suddenly, Dream, the cat-like system assistant, appeared, stating firmly that there were no other purposes. Leela, startled, questioned Dream's appearance, asking how it was interrupting the plot and if that wasn't against the rules. Dream, looking flustered, exclaimed they couldn't worry about that now. This wasn't the plot Muhan wrote. Dream urgently told Leela that she better run. Leela, now a cute chibai, demanded an explanation from Dream, reminding it that it tricked her into joining the script, working day and night. Dream, looking stressed, explained it was an emergency. The The script had been invaded, and though the invader's power was initially weak, it had somehow grown stronger, and the plot had been rewrit. The invader, Dream warned, wanted her to die there. The reason, because she had seen the invader's face. Leela clutched her head, a painful memory surfacing. The haunting memory replayed. Mu-Han, bloody, a collar around his neck. The invader, this man, with a knife. Leela, distressed, said she only vaguely remembered Mu-Han being stabbed. Dream confirmed it was right after their own program, Dream, was completed. Someone wanted to take control, taking advantage of the empty lab to attack Mu-Han. Leela anxiously asked about Mu-Han's current condition. Dream relayed the good news. He woke up in the hospital not long after she finished Act 1, but he was temporarily refusing visitors. Leela felt a wave of relief that he wasn't hurt. Dream continued, explaining that because Leela witnessed the event, the trauma might have been too great, leading to hysteria. So Mu-Han brought her into Dream to gradually accustom her to the truth. The hospital said she was recovering better than expected, so Dream risked letting her go back earlier. Dream hoped that once back in reality, her hysteria would be cured, and even her confused memories could be restored. Dream announced it had modified a temporary logout entrance. It instructed Leela to knock on the door 3 times to open it and log out, urging her to hurry. Leela recalled the previous night, thankful she hadn't opened the door. She remembered the butler's anxiety, a first for her, and mused that having a butler was truly the best, especially when he trained her. A sudden thought struck Leela. If she logged out, would they not need the butler anymore? Dream told her not to worry about him. He was just a character designed to help Mu-Han, the player, immerse himself, but he was corrupted into a lunatic by an intruder and had become the biggest threat. Leela then questioned if the reason she needed to deal with him was Dream's fear that the butler might collude with the intruder. Dream confirmed her suspicion, stating that once she left, there would be no need for the butler. It vowed to find a way to dispose of him before he could cooperate with the invader. At the training ground, the swordsmanship class was ending. The instructor announced, "Time's up, dismiss." As students bid him goodbye, the instructor waved, reminding them to return their rented weapons. Back with Dream, Leela stood firm, her expression resolute. She declared she was going nowhere. Dream, exasperated, asked if she hadn't understood. She could die. It urged her to hurry up and leave. Leela reasoned that an invader trying to kill her wouldn't need to go to such lengths. They could just turn into a random passerby and stab her. She recalled Dream saying that dying in the script only meant respawning. Theoretically, the invader couldn't truly harm her. She concluded they must have another purpose and resolved to clear this script and find the invader. Dream argued that even if they deleted the butler, the invader could still find other ways to grab her, and facing it alone was even more dangerous. Leela, remembering Dream's earlier words, told it to mind its own business. She'd find a way to deal with the invader. Leela questioned if Dream represented the hard work of everyone in the lab. Would Mu-Han also agree to self-destruct? Dream looked away, a tear forming. Dream stammered that it had nothing to do with him. It was its own decision. Leela gently took Dream's paw, calling its name softly, a comforting gesture. Dream's eye widened slightly. Leela, smiling with determination, stated she couldn't let their most important efforts be in vain. Dream, surprised, asked if she didn't want to see Mu-Han, recalling how she'd seemed eager when she heard he was awake, expecting her to be teary-eyed and rush to him. Leela, laughing, denied being that dramatic. She explained that finding someone who had been missing for a long time, just knowing he was safe, made her very happy. She smiled, confident they would meet again in reality eventually. Dream relented, telling her to stay while it continued to keep an eye out. Leela agreed cheerfully. Dream promised to contact her if anything happened, and Leela waved goodbye with another bright, "Okay." After Dream left, Leela's smile faded. Something felt off. She mused that Dream had its contradictions. Why was it in such a hurry for her to leave? Suddenly, the astrologer, still sitting on the couch, started choking, managing to gasp out that she would die before succumbing to a coughing fit. Leela wondered why he suddenly choked. Leela thanked the astrologer for the information and stated she had to go. He called after her, incredulous at her calmness, asking if she wasn't curious to know more. He anxiously tried to get her to at least sign the application to join the astrology club first, but she was already gone. Moments later, in the script shop of Dream, the system interface. Dream reported to its unseen master, apologizing and admitting it had failed. Dream internally confessed it still felt bad about deceiving her. A notification sound chimed. The master's voice, unseen, asked if Dream wanted it to use admin privileges to forcibly remove her, warning that it would damage her nerves and be very dangerous. Dream looked horrified. Dream suggested that perhaps it could enter the script and persuade her itself, believing she would surely trust what it said. Dream confirmed it would do so as soon as possible, a determined look on its face. Back to the swordsmanship training field. Leela arrived, panting, apologizing to the butler, who was also the instructor, for being late. She smiled brightly, extending her hand, and asked if he would be willing to continue practicing with her. The butler, with a gentle smile, readily agreed. Leela felt a strange sense of familiarity. Leela enthusiastically wondered what they were practicing, suggesting she go directly for the great sword. She felt awesome, before seeing through Dream's concealment, before talk of leaving this place. The butler, with a knowing smile, suggested they train endurance first, telling her to run for a few days. Leela's first instinct was to think of him, but why? He playfully told her not to stop until he said so, and they began to run, Leela looking slightly bewildered. In the middle of the night, at the butler's quarters, Leela, in her nightgown, held up a rather abstract painting, declaring it to be by a famous artist. She guessed the master, her father, didn't realize its value and believed it would be worth a lot of money in the future. She then held up a piece of folded fabric, identifying it as the clothes she had left. She mused that the fabric and workmanship would fetch a high price. She presented these items to the butler, telling him to take them, that they were all his. The butler, holding the items, asked why she sounded as if she were giving him her last will and testament. Leela, turning away slightly, vaguely replied that there would come a day when she wasn't around. The butler took her hand, assuring her she was going to live a long life and that he wouldn't let her die before him. Leela quickly retracted her hand, flustered, saying that wasn't what she meant. She then whispered that besides, he was good at killing, not saving, so how could he live to 100? The butler, overhearing, cheekily pointed out that he was also the family doctor at the manor, wasn't he? Leela was shocked, questioning if he was juggling the role of a doctor too. Leela clutched her head, exclaiming her absentee father was probably the scariest character in the script, a real slave master. The butler explained that the master had initially picked him to be her personal physician because he heard she was frail and often ill as a child, and his family was famous for making medicine. Leela was stunned, frail and often ill, and his family, she questioned why she had never heard about this. The butler simply stated she never asked. Leela felt a surge of indignation. How dare he? She coughed, trying to regain composure. On the surface, it seemed fine, but in reality, she realized it meant he considered it a taboo he couldn't breach before. Was she allowed to breach it now? She asked him to tell her a bit more. The scene shifts to a flashback, over 10 years ago at the manor. Her father, looking aghast at a young, blood-splattered butler in a white cloak, exclaimed, "Oh, my ancestors!" He demanded to know who the butler had killed this time, what animal it was. The young butler, holding a limp, small, furry creature, stated gravely that someone wanted to kill the miss. The butler thought that instead of asking him to be a physician for the miss who could eat 6 meals a day and was perfectly healthy and lively, it was better to look after her in other ways. Leela's father silently offered a handkerchief. Her father explained he was just worried in case she got sick later on. He noted that the butler's family, though clearly aristocratic from the southern kingdom, had quite the research on alchemy and medicine. He added that the butler especially, his father even said he was a genius. People from the northern kingdom make a secret treasure medicine. The young butler, eyes glowing yellow, asked with a chilling smile if his father was saying he wanted a daughter with green eyes. Leela's father explained the medicine made the body's constitution very special, good at fighting, but the success rate was extremely low. Successful cases would turn out like this child, gesturing to the butler, but there were side effects, such as the eyes turning green. Failed cases, he continued grimly, would go mad and fall into a frenzy. The butler stood with a dagger, his yellow eyes intense. Her father quickly backtracked, saying they should just go with what the butler preferred, but to make sure he took good care of his daughter and didn't get too close to her. In fact, it was best not to get close at all. He then mentioned that his dear daughter was going to school, a place where she could often see snow. He told the young butler he was also of age to go to school now, but might have to wait a few more years, apologizing for it. The butler stoically replied it didn't matter. He wasn't interested. The flashback ends. Leela reflected that, curiously, this memory from many years ago, the day her eyes were nearly stabbed, had scared her so much that for the next few days, she was too afraid to even open her eyes in her dreams. This coincided exactly with a story an old man was telling a cat in the forest outside the school. He had raised that boy as if he were his own son, and so the cat better not abandon its child either. Back in the butler's dormitory, Leela, still processing, asked if his constitution was due to the medicine. She added that she'd read a secret text from the Northern Kingdom which said he was born this way, created by the gods. The butler inquired if she was referring to the book, young lady, dismissing it as a fabrication by the people of the Southern Kingdom. He added that, naturally, she wouldn't have believed him back then. Leela, her eye glowing yellow as she touched her face, recalled the book also said they were cursed by a serpent demon, destined to go mad and harm others eventually. People of the Southern Kingdom feared monsters like him being born. So, under the guise of divine will, the Southern Kingdom was destroyed. The butler apologized, acknowledging it must be a painful memory. Leela, looking downcast, wondered about his family if they all. He told her there was no need to apologize. He didn't care about that. He admitted he'd forgotten many things from before he was brought to the villa. He only remembered his parents both hated him. They thought it'd be better if he died sooner, or someone could replace him. Leela, moved to tears, exclaimed how pitiful, stating that indeed, every pervert with a twisted personality has a tragic family. She then quickly clarified she used pervert as a figure of speech, not referring to him, and wildly rubbed his head in sympathy. He, however, thought the situation was quite the opposite of being loathed for having a twisted personality. He internally mused that it was that simple to gain her attention. If he had known, he would have made his story even more tragic. Leela, holding up a small vial, realized that no wonder he was skilled at alchemy. The color-changing potion was also mixed by him. Suddenly, the vial slipped from her grasp and shattered on the floor, the blue liquid spilling everywhere. Achibai Leela wailed an apology. The butler, smiling kindly, reassured her it was okay as long as she wasn't hurt. He added that luckily, today was the examination day, and she didn't have classes or need to go out. Indeed, it was the special admission swordsmanship examination day. During the written exam, Leela found the written exam easy, confidently guessing all the right answers. With a flourish, she finished. She heard it was on-site grading and wondered who she should hand her paper to. An instructor announced that civilian students who had completed the written test should pass their papers to the noble students on their side for grading, reminding them to be polite. Leela stood on a desk, protesting loudly, questioning how, for such an important test, they could let fellow students grade it. A noble student nearby smirked, thinking that skills to oppress commoners should be practiced from a young age. His teacher, looking embarrassed, mumbled that he just blurted it out. The haughty noble girl from the training ground approached Leela, grabbing her paper, and declared with a sneer that she would be the one to grade Leela's performance. Leela noted her thought. So she's the master of swordsmanship instruction. The noble girl glanced at Leela's paper and contemptuously declared everything was wrong, tearing it up, stating that keeping such an answer sheet was an eyesore. Other students whispered about how excessive that was and wondered if Leela had offended the noblewoman. Leela, though dismayed, thought that now, without the written test scores, she must get a perfect score on the practical. But how could that be possible? She turned to the noble girl, asking if she would also be her examiner for the practical test, her voice laced with challenge, vowing to beat her so badly. The noble girl laughed hilariously, mocking Leela as a poor commoner who probably couldn't even afford swordsmanship lessons, let alone the private coaches they all had. Leela stood her ground, declaring with steely determination that the noble girl shouldn't think she could beat her with that broken sword. As the noble girl lunged, the floor beneath her inexplicably rose, causing her to trip and fall. Then, just as inexplicably, a piece of the ceiling collapsed, hitting her as she tried to get up. The teacher rushed over, asking if she was okay and wondering what happened, as school buildings were regularly renovated. Other nobles snickered at her misfortune. Leela, extending a hand, remarked that while luck is part of strength, she certainly didn't want to win like this, and asked if the girl wanted help up. The noble girl, enraged, slapped Leela's hand away, shouting she would not lose, and launched a sneak attack. Leela swiftly pressed her own dagger to the noble girl's neck, the sharp pain evident on her opponent's shocked face. The butler's voice echoed in her memory, asking if she wanted him to coach her individually. His words replayed, her sword didn't suit her. If you underestimate your opponent, it can cost you your life. His spectral image appeared behind her. Leela stood victorious. One of the onlookers commented on her strength. Another reminded the fallen noble to get up quickly, stating that if an opponent is down for 10 seconds, it's considered a win. Leela recalled the butler's advice. During the exam, keep your sword in a conspicuous place. Some people judge opponents by sword quality. If they know your stuff, they won't challenge you. She admired her great sword. The butler had also told her many people like exquisite, luxurious swords, even if impractical. He advised her to focus on training specifically against foil swords. Leela realized her opponent was the only one using an unsuitable foil sword. Was she a leftover driven by the snake, or deliberately attracted by it? Leela turned to the teacher, asking if time was up and if her exam had passed. The teacher hesitated, looking uncertain. The teacher then chuckled, feigning ignorance about a 10-second rule, asking if everyone remembered wrong. Leela and the other commoners were aghast. The nobles found it hilarious. The noble girl, back on her feet and smirking, declared she couldn't stop laughing. They were the ones who set the rules. For instance, she snapped her fingers, declaring the match would now be changed to doubles, and Leela would only win if she beat her servant. Her large male servant then struck Leela from behind. Leela clutched her shoulder in pain. Other commoners whispered that this was crossing the line and that one shouldn't mess with noble students. That guy was so scary. The noble girl proudly introduced the man as her personal fencing coach. She had planned to have him spar with their noble class's fencing instructor, but this was perfect for their doubles assessment. Leela seethed at how much the school favored nobles. Leela burst out, calling them shameless for changing rules and bringing in reinforcements. The noble girl retorted that he used to be a student there, a senior, so it didn't count as outside help. She added Leela could also find a classmate or senior. Then the senior commented on how he'd never seen such a beautiful commoner student before, pitying he graduated too early. Leela looked towards her fellow commoners for help, but they averted their gazes, clearly not wanting to stir up trouble. Leela sighed, thinking this was how they wanted to do it. Some personal coach and senior, if the butler were here, he'd send them all flying. For the first time, she really wanted to rely on violence. A sudden, sickening realization hit her. She remembered breaking the butler's medicine. He couldn't make it in time. The noble girl mocked Leela, still claiming to be from a famous manor when she couldn't find any details about it. She thought Leela was so formidable. The teacher told the noble girl to go on but not to break Leela, as they still needed to show some compassion for commoners. The servant advanced. The servant greeted Leela as junior sister with a leer, suggesting if she came to him and made him happy, he might consider being gentle. Leela's expression was one of pure disgust. He snarled that she better not come crying to him for mercy then, and lunged. Smoke suddenly filled the air as another piece of ceiling fell. The noble girl exclaimed in surprise, while others coughed, unable to see clearly. Leela, smirking, thought to herself that he asked for it. The servant, holding a heavy, dark sword, remarked that, as expected, a sword forged by a noble family was high quality. If he hadn't blocked, he could have been smashed to death, but he still preferred to fight with his fists. Leela coughed. Leela felt her luck might be used up. Nausea washed over her. Why did she have to deal with this? The teacher stepped in, saying it was all right, let's not cause a death. He stated that although Leela was a commoner, she was still his student. Leela clutched her head, recognizing her homeroom teacher. A sharp pain shot through Leela's eye, and her head began to ache intensely. In a daze, it was as if she saw the scene where Muhan got stabbed again. But this time, the attacker was a distorted, glitching figure. The murderer turned his head back, and panicking, seemed to speak to her. The voice, laced with terror, asked if she saw it too, exclaiming how scary it was and what the hell that thing was. A terrifying, glowing red eye appeared in the darkness. Leela snapped back to her senses, finding the teacher knocked out cold on the floor. A small ghost-like figure floated beside him. The servant declared the match still had to be fair. He swung his massive sword, saying if she got slashed first, it was too late to surrender. With a clang, Leela blocked his massive sword with her small dagger, a feat that surprised him. He complimented her block. He taunted that her strength wasn't enough. Thanks to the falling ceiling and dust, no one would see or know if he hurt her. He dislodged her dagger. Just as the servant's sword was about to strike, the butler appeared, shielding Leela and deflecting the blow with his own dagger, the impact creating a shockwave. The servant screamed in pain, his hand injured, demanding to know who the butler was and when he had appeared so silently. The butler apologized to Leela, explaining he planned to come after refining the medicine but didn't make it in time. Leela, shocked at his arrival, worried his eyes would be discovered. The butler, covering her eyes, reassured her it was okay, using his cloak to shield them. He uttered with chilling intent that they just needed to blind the servant, and they would be fine. His own eyes glowed a menacing yellow. The noble girl, hearing her servant's terrifying scream, wondered why it was him screaming. Her companions wanted to leave, forgetting the exam. The smoke was too thick to see. The noble girl, relieved to see her servant seemingly unharmed, asked him if he hadn't killed Leela in a panic and screamed. He tried to reassure her, but then went limp. As he collapsed, the noble girl boasted that her family could take care of everything. Her confidence shattered as she saw her servant unconscious, trembling as she realized the worthless commoner student, or her ally, was responsible. The butler, holding his dagger to the noble girl's throat from behind, asked if she had looked, and was now going to hand over her eyes to him. The noble girl shrieked in terror, apologizing, begging for mercy, surrendering, and calling for the teacher. The butler silenced her, pushing her head down towards her unconscious servant, stating that now was the perfect opportunity to teach. He pointed to a spot behind the servant's elbow. He explained that if you chop there, it's easy to sever the tendon, demonstrating with a swift stab. His yellow eyes gleamed. He then coldly remarked that, unfortunately, she didn't even remember to change her sword. He called her a useless student, her face a mask of terror. The butler then roughly shook her, telling her to wake up as she hadn't apologized to the miss yet. He turned to Leela, asking if she wasn't satisfied, offering to dispose of the noble girl right now. Leela, overwhelmed, quickly said no, that was enough, he did great. She couldn't bear to look. Leela noticed the butler was hurt. He explained the smoke was too thick, he wasn't cautious, and got injured by that servant. He fretted over how deep the cut was, questioning if his physique could be healed with normal medicine. Leela, worried, confessed she never considered the possibility he could get hurt. Leela gently took his injured hand, telling him to worry about himself before her. He quietly agreed. He was thankful she was mostly unharmed, wishing he could have gotten there sooner. Leela looked at his glowing eyes. He wondered if his eyes, his power, really were a curse. Leela, after a moment of silence, gently told him it was all right. They should go back so she could check his injuries again. As they walked away, leaving the defeated noble girl on the ground, Leela thought that this nonsensical exam was finally over. She mused that the school really did provide special training for nobles. No wonder so many attended. Weren't they afraid of being caught by the monster of the snowy night and disappearing? She sighed. If only the villa hadn't gone bankrupt. She couldn't even pass this special exam now, with the teacher out cold and no witnesses, after all that preparation. Suddenly, the butler presented her with something, a token. It was the swordsmanship qualification reward, the red stone medal, a symbol of bravery. The butler stated that with no one to judge and the subject teacher unable to assess, the outcome of her duel was clear. He congratulated her on passing the swordsmanship exam, regardless of her status. He looked at her intensely, telling her she was his pride. Leela's heart thumped wildly. Was it the suspension bridge effect, this sudden rush of emotion? The butler, turning, said that with such a commotion, the school and nobility would start paying attention to them. He added that someone would come to help them. It should be almost time. Leela, puzzled, asked who, and almost time for what. She worried the butler needed to leave soon, otherwise, if he saw the butler's eyes. Just then, the door creaked open, and the young astrologer burst in with the school doctor, asking Leela if she was all right and what on earth was going on. Leela, in a panic to hide the butler's glowing eyes, pulled his head down into an embrace, shouting at the newcomers not to dare look this way. The astrologer, blushing furiously, exclaimed it was clear the miss did something to the butler, and demanded to know what she was doing to miss. Leela, trying to cover the butler, hissed that this was a private matter, and questioned if he was just going to stand there and watch. Internally, Leela was screaming. She'd gone this far, why wouldn't they leave? She just wanted them to go. The butler's voice, muffled against her, gently told her she wasn't good at these kinds of things, and advised her not to force herself. He then swiftly picked her up, apologizing, effectively ending her awkward attempt at distraction. His yellow eyes narrowed, as he coolly asked the astrologer and school doctor if they could please not make a scene. The school doctor gasped, her eyes wide with shock, recognizing the green eyes. She stammered, "You are." The astrologer, recovering his composure with a smile, addressed the school doctor, stating he would discuss the school's plan to dismiss her later, and asked if she could pretend she'd seen nothing and leave now. The school doctor, after a moment, simply said she understood. She turned away, stating for the record, "Special Student Swordsmanship Assessment, Venue B, no casualties. Let's just report it like this." Leela, still in the butler's arms, thought with a hint of bitterness about people lying all over the ground, and yet no casualties. Was this what privilege was? She whispered to the butler, asking if it was all right that the school doctor saw his eyes. He looked down at her, his intense yellow eye meeting hers, and simply said it was all right. Leela internally freaked out. She'd already gone all out, and suddenly hugging him was so abrupt. She recalled that the young master's family was the most powerful in the north, second only to the royal family. The butler, a confident smirk on his face, assured her that whether it was the school doctor or the noble students lying over there, he believed she would handle them properly. Leela's eyes turned into comedic swirls. Why was he hugging her even tighter? The astrologer watched them, a knowing, slightly annoyed expression on his face. He recognized the butler was choosing the most blatant method to provoke his anger. The butler, still holding Leela, smiled contentedly. He was definitely showing off. Claude bursts in, flustered, announcing he just got a letter this morning. He clutches the paper, explaining it was a summons in the miss's name for him to examine her swordsmanship, but he was swamped and only just saw it, rushing over in a panic. Just then, the school doctor arrives, apparently having heard about the accident. Claude breathes a sigh of relief at the timely appearance. Claude's hand presents the letter. He needed confirmation from the butler that it was indeed prepared. The butler, Muhan, with a knowing look, remarks on the noble's tendency to act outrageously towards commoners here. He implies that because Claude wasn't around, he had to take matters into his own hands to protect the miss. Claude, a bit smugly, informs Muhan that the miss was merely putting on an act to shield Muhan's true identity. He advises the butler to release her quickly and not get any funny ideas, subtly hinting at Muhan's northerner origins. Muhan, still supporting Luo Meng, questions Claude's meaning, asserting his duty as a servant to aid the injured Miss Luo Meng, ever observant, wonders if Claude is a tad jealous, noting his parting shot about the northerner seemed to be his real point. Luo Meng's Mr. Ex-fiancé comment hits Claude like a ton of bricks. He stammers, utterly floored, questioning if his past connection even matters anymore. The words ex-fiancé echo in his shocked mind. Still reeling and now furious, Claude snaps at Muhan that he doesn't care. He practically yells, reminding Muhan that the miss is useless to their family now, challenging what right Muhan thinks he has to intervene. Claude immediately panics, his anger deflating. He stammers an addendum. He's also pretty useless to his own family, so, birds of a feather. Muhan, with a mysterious smile, brings up the treasure. He coolly offers that if Claude desires it, it's his for the taking. Continuing his calm revelation, Muhan states he knows where Luo Meng's father, the master, has fled, and the treasure is with him. The master took it and vanished. He then asks if this information is a satisfactory bargaining chip. Luo Meng is stunned. Her father, his escape and the treasure are all connected. The sudden exposure of her real father's situation leaves her reeling, desperately wondering what this treasure truly is. She claps a hand over her mouth, a horrified realization dawning. She just accidentally blurted out that she no longer knows anything about the treasure. Muhan watches her with that unreadable, knowing smirk. Muhan, carrying the dazed Luo Meng, coolly informs Claude that the miss, as he can see, genuinely knows nothing at all. Claude's eyes blaze with pink fury. That master, he's been duping them all along. He rages about the lie that only the miss remembered the prescription, even though she'd lost her memory. Luo Meng's hand flies to her face, the horrifying truth sinking in. It was all a manipulative scheme by her father to make her bear all the risks. The treasure, the prescription, is it medicine? And did she, in this script world, also lose her memories? The word prescription triggers an agonizing headache. Luo Meng clutches her head, pain shooting through her as she desperately questions why this is happening. Claude, his anger still burning, fumes about the sheer cruelty of making a mere child's shoulder such a burden, hunted since her early years. A strange memory flickers in Luo Meng's mind. How can she be seeing Muhan as a child? She's certain she only met him in college. What is this vision? Muhan, holding a distressed Luo Meng, asks if she's all right. She murmurs, feeling unwell, suspecting she might have hit her head. Muhan suggests they postpone their discussion, deeming the campus too public. Claude, his gaze fixed on Luo Meng's visible injuries, reluctantly agrees. Claude turns away, his expression firm. He declares he will take care of matters here. The scene shifts, introducing the captain, a recurring visitor who occasionally sneaks into the academy, specifically to see the butler. Claude, looking resolute, requests the butler to meet him at the student council office later. He has something important to discuss. The view transitions to the quiet, opulent interior of the butler's dormitory. Muhan gently offers Luo Meng a cup of tea, explaining he's added sedative herbs and that she should drink it while it's still warm. Luo Meng holds the steaming cup, a small comfort, noting the warmth seeping into her hands. She looks directly at Muhan, her voice quiet but firm. She asks if he's known all this time that she was clueless about the treasure. Muhan confirms her suspicion. He explains that ever since he arrived at the villa, her childhood memories have remained elusive. He approaches her, his voice low. Apart from the few times she claimed she'd help him find the treasure, he's never observed any genuine reaction from her regarding it. Fear flickers in Luo Meng's eyes. She panics internally, realizing she can't possibly admit she was pretending all along. Her inner turmoil continues. The only reason she kept him around was out of sheer terror that he might kill her. Muhan gently strokes her hair, his voice softening. He assures her it's all right, claiming he's no longer interested in the treasure. His only desire now, he says, is to take care of her. Luo Meng eyes him skeptically. She's noticed a tell. Whenever he lies against his true feelings, he squints and averts his gaze. Does he really just want to? His eyes, intense and close, seem to hold a hidden meaning. Take care of her forever. Her unspoken question hangs in the air. He leans closer, his breath warm against her ear, whispering with a hint of something more. Can't she tell what he truly wants? The mood shifts to a cute, comedic beat. Muhan declares his desire to continue hearing the Mrs. stories, unwilling to miss the ending. Luo Meng is baffled, thinking she hasn't said a word. Ah, so that's it, Muhan exclaims with a sudden, playful understanding. Muhan quickly makes his exit, advising the miss to sleep after drinking the tea for better effect. Luo Meng decides to let it cool a bit first. Pausing at the door, Muhan turns back with a small, reassuring smile. This time, miss, the tea is perfectly fine. Luo Meng sips the warm tea, her mind racing. Is this the suspension bridge effect making her heart flutter, or did that cunning viper actually poison her before? She muses internally on his uncharacteristically serious expression moments ago. The atmosphere had been surprisingly pleasant, but then he just left. Sitting on her bed, Luo Meng shakes her head, trying to dispel her confusing thoughts. Right, the treasure clues from her dream. She needs to check those immediately. She reaches for a rolled-up scroll. Even if she doesn't need the butler anymore, a persistent feeling tells her that this treasure, this prescription, is incredibly important. Unseen, outside her room, Muhan is lost in thought. That peculiar feeling surfaces again. He knows her preferred body wash, her fragrance, but that's not the point, is it? A memory, or perhaps a vivid imagining, flashes in Muhan's mind. Luo Meng, vulnerable and small, and his own intense, almost predatory gaze fixed upon her. An unnameable emotion, amplified to an overwhelming degree. He recalls the sensation from earlier, when he drew close to her again. That same potent feeling, mingled with her scent, had washed over him. His hand clenches, a phantom urge to crush. He should have just strangled her then, without a moment's hesitation. Tusk, he dismisses the dark thought. What is this unsettling emotion? The captain appears out of the shadows, a teasing glint in his eye. Well, where did this pure-hearted big dog come from? He mocks Muhan's uncharacteristic expression, finding it utterly terrifying. It must be really awkward, the captain continues, thoroughly amused, trying to act like a normal person for the first time. An irritated vein throbs on Muhan's temple. The captain reminisces, mentioning he noticed long ago that this snake, Muhan, had a habit of retreating into the trees when feeling shy, a callback to a past encounter. The captain admits Muhan's earlier expression genuinely scared him for a moment, but he felt the need to break the tension somehow. He bursts into laughter. Truly terrifying, he exclaims, a cold-blooded animal actually blushing. Muhan, regaining his composure, retorts dryly that this must be the biggest laugh the captain has enjoyed all year. The captain rubs his jaw, feigning agony and complaining about Muhan's lack of respect for his elders. He quickly insists he was just checking in, no ulterior motives. Muhan dryly observes the captain's agility, noting he's the only one capable of sneaking up on him. Muhan's eyes narrow, a dangerous glint within them. Whatever the captain is scheming, he warns him to stay away at night. This is his territory. The captain finds Mu Han's territorial nature rather unsporting, especially when caught in an embarrassing moment. He then pokes further. So, what made you blush? How did it feel? Mu Han, with a deadpan chibai expression, replies bluntly, kind of disgusting. The captain, taken aback, blurts out, Hey, isn't that the miss you're talking about? Referencing Mu Han's earlier flustered state. Mu Han is momentarily nonplussed. Your reaction is quite honest, though, the captain observes, as Mu Han's expression turns utterly blank. With a swift movement, Mu Han twists the captain's finger. The captain yelps, a comical squeal of pain. Mu Han smiles, a chillingly pleasant expression, promising there's no rush, he'll get to the other fingers too. The captain, though in pain, continues his psychological jab. Mu Han has always been an unloved child, he states, his very nature destined to ruin everything. My point is, the captain continues, his voice strained but intent. Maybe one day, you'll destroy something you actually want to love. The words hang heavy in the night air. Mu Han, dagger glinting under the moonlight, his face a mask of fury, snarls at the captain to shut up. Such a day will never come, he vows. The scene transitions to the bright light of the next morning, showing the academy's grand facade. Luo Meng awakens, a sense of unease settling in. It's odd, the butler hasn't appeared yet. On a typical morning he'd be here. Could there be an emergency? Suddenly, Tu Luo bursts in, triumphant. Finally found you, miss, she exclaims, mentioning Luo Meng's old residence in the teacher's housing. Luo Meng is startled, wondering how Tu Luo knew where she lived. Tu Luo carries an air of cheerful arrogance. What's wrong? What's got you so worked up? Luo Meng asks as Tu Luo throws her arms around her, stammering excitedly about today. Tu Luo's eyes are wide and sparkling. They're giving out money, she shouts, her voice filled with glee. Scholarship. The scene shifts, showing the less grand but still respectable ordinary school district. It's the scholarship results release day for special students. Tu Luo gazes at the report card, awestruck. Wow, miss, your grades are so high. Tu Luo beams, declaring that, as expected, the special student's exam was a breeze for the miss. Did you get a lot of prize money? She asks eagerly. Luo Meng inwardly admits it was anything but easy. Luo Meng stares at the sum, astounded. She's never seen so much money in her life. There's also a cafeteria voucher. For the ordinary cafeteria, true, but Tu Luo's eyes light up, mentioning an auntie there whose cakes are legendary, cakes she's always dreamed of trying. Luo Meng gently asks Tu Luo if she'd like to try it, offering the voucher and wondering if she herself would be used to such fare. Tu Luo lets out a small, wistful sigh. But then, hearing Tu Luo's enthusiasm, Luo Meng admits she's quite tempted herself. Let's go eat together, she suggests, a smile playing on her lips. Tu Luo's face lights up with pure joy. Okay, she agrees instantly, her heart soaring. She's always wanted this. Tu Luo, bubbling with excitement, practically drags Luo Meng along, correcting her on the path to the cafeteria. The narrator notes Tu Luo's eagerness to share her favorite things with the miss. Seated in the cafeteria, Tu Luo takes a blissful bite of cake. Ah, yum, so tasty. This new flavor is simply amazing, she gushes, while Luo Meng watches with a thoughtful expression. The sight of the cake stirs something in Luo Meng. It's just like one from her fragmented memories, a cake someone, her sister Meng, from her real life, had planned to give her. A wave of bittersweet nostalgia washes over her. Luo Meng offers another piece to her new friend. Tu Luo, she says, a soft smile gracing her lips as she uses her name. Tu Luo is overwhelmed, tears welling up. The miss knew her name. Overcome with emotion, she playfully pretends she didn't hear, asking Luo Meng to repeat it. Luo Meng deadpans, you obviously heard. Still giddy, Tu Luo clings to Luo Meng, peppering her with miss, and eager pleas to go again. Luo Meng looks slightly flustered by the enthusiastic display. Luo Meng, holding a strawberry from her cake, considers. My nickname, she begins, then tells Tu Luo, you can call me Luo. Tu Luo blushes a deep crimson, stammering, Luo. The thought is exhilarating and terrifying. Can she truly call the miss by her nickname? She's never even dared to use her full name. Luo Meng gives a slight nod. Tu Luo, still flustered, then asks about the name Luo Meng. It doesn't matter, Luo Meng says gently, patting Tu Luo's head. I don't have many friends here either. Her words are a quiet offering of camaraderie. Luo Meng smiles warmly, a genuine, open expression. From now on, please take care of me, she requests, a new bond forming. Tu Luo is ecstatic, her loyalty absolute. I'll definitely take arrows, bullets, and brave fire and water for the miss, without hesitation, she declares, a fervent cry of friends, escaping her lips. Luo Meng thinks perhaps that's a bit excessive. A thought crystallizes in Luo Meng's mind, just as she suspected. In this world, an NPC who shares a player's real name holds the actual truth. Tu Luo, now addressing Luo Meng as Sister Luo, asks about her plans for later. She explains the Noble District is hosting a ball, diverting most school resources, which means their own classes are sparse. Noticing Luo Meng is deeply absorbed in something, Tu Luo calls out, Sister Luo, Miss, what are you so engrossed in? Luo Meng is staring intently at the treasure map from her dream. It appears to be a blueprint of a building. She recalls her plan to search the library for a map of the Southern Kingdom, never imagining the target area would be so specific. Whose map is this? She wonders. A villa's. Does this mean she has to return to that dreadful place? Tu Luo lets out a sigh, then asks, Miss, why do you have a map of the Noble School District? This isn't a map of the Noble District, Luo Meng corrects. Tu Luo then reveals she has a Noble District student handbook, picked up from someone earlier, which contains a map. Look, she says, comparing them, isn't it exactly the same? Luo Meng is dumbfounded. The paper, the layout, they match. Dream, what are you doing? She thinks in a panic. Did I hit a bug and get the wrong mission item? Her eyes scan her map again. But I wonder what the room marked with a red dot on my map is. Tu Luo looks on, puzzled. That I don't know, Tu Luo admits. I haven't really been there much. Hey miss, didn't you used to take classes there? I have forgotten, Luo Meng replies. Tu Luo sighs, remembering the miss's terrible sense of direction. What should we do then? Does the miss really want to go there? Maybe ask a Noble District student. Luo Meng realizes the flaw in that plan. We don't know any Noble students. A thought bubble of a clueless Claude appears. Tu Luo nods in agreement. Suddenly, a figure appears, clasping Luo Meng's shoulder. It's the astrologer. You want to go back to the Noble School District? He asks with a knowing smile. Let me help you. Luo Meng jumps, startled. Astrologer, since when have you been eavesdropping? She bats his hand away, indignantly questioning what right a noble has to wander into the commoner's district. Tu Luo glares protectively. Do I have any normal people around me? Luo Meng wonders in exasperation. Tu Luo, meanwhile, brandishes her ever-present scissors, muttering about how he bumped the miss's shoulder and should be dealt with. Luo Meng sighs and asks the astrologer, What do you want from me? There's indeed a rather troublesome matter, the astrologer begins, a hint of disdain in his voice as he refers to the commoner's district as destitute. Otherwise, I wouldn't specifically come here. Recently, the nobles are planning a ball, right? I need your help, and it just so happens that you wanted to visit the Noble School District, isn't it? A ball, Luo Meng muses. I seem to have heard about it. Tu Luo confirms. That's what I just mentioned to you. They hold a dance every year on their side. The pair that receives the most attention will get a reward from the school. A flicker of something more distant sparks in Luo Meng's memory. No, she feels like she's heard about it even earlier. Ah. A faded memory surfaces. The Southern Kingdom's Noble School is hosting a ball. The couple that stands out the most at the ball will receive an award from the headmaster. It's during the first act. So how can I help with the nobles' dance? Luo Meng asks the astrologer skeptically. You aren't short on help in the club and need me as a last resort, are you? The astrologer reassures her. Well, I'm aware of how strong Miss is, don't worry about that. The astrologer smiles charmingly. Me, actually, I'm here to invite you. He extends a hand. Be my dance partner, Miss Luo Luo. The perspective shifts dramatically. We are outside the world of the script, in a place called the Script Shop of Dream. Dream, the mysterious cat-like being, confirms to itself the character input is complete. Digital interfaces shimmer around it. I hope nothing's wrong, Dream muses, a hint of anticipation in its glowing eyes. I'm still looking forward to it. Meanwhile, back in the script world, in the woods outside the butler's dormitory, the captain kneels beside an unconscious Mu-Han. Hey, why did you suddenly pass out? What happened? He asks, holding Mu-Han's cape. I've waited for you all night, and you didn't wake up. What's going on? The captain mutters, concerned. He gently drapes the cape over Mu-Han's still form. A disembodied voice, or perhaps a premonition, whispers, On the day when you two meet again. An ornate invitation appears, detailing the rules of the upcoming ball. Only for nobility, masks permitted. Luo Meng is envisioned dancing gracefully with the astrologer. The invitation continues. The ball's timing is unpredictable, but usually, after the ball, the academy will welcome a great snow. The academy is shown under a blood-red, ominous sky. Back with Luo Meng and the astrologer, she questions him, Why did you invite me to be your dance partner? And how do you know my name? He grins. Didn't I just follow you all the way here? I heard all of your conversations. You wouldn't mind if I called you that too, right, Luo Luo? He presses. We've known each other since we were kids. Luo Meng thinks irritably. He never let me call him that, how sad. Tu Luo suddenly shoves the astrologer away from Luo Meng, her eyes blazing. You mustn't call the miss by that name, she declares fiercely. Internally, Tu Luo seethes. Even I haven't. I wouldn't dare to lightly call her by that name. Her devotion is absolute. Huh, who are you to be actually getting angry? The astrologer scoffs, annoyed. Luo Meng quickly tries to intervene. It's not like that. It's not like that. Luo Meng's mind races. Player school. If the script corresponds with reality, then this academy would be the equivalent of the university she attends. And that terrible incident, where Mu Han was stabbed in real life. Could a similar event happen here, in this scripted world? A chilling image of an injured Mu Han flashes before her eyes. It seems she can't afford to miss anything, she concludes grimly. Turning back to the astrologer, she asks, inviting me to the ball. You have another purpose, right? I'm not a noble now. It's because I like you, the astrologer declares with a smirk, then immediately deflates it with, kidding. Luo Meng and Tu Luo stare, momentarily stunned. Then I'll tell you, he continues, his expression turning serious. Since I presume I could no longer keep it a secret, I have a premonition that something terrible might happen at this ball, and for some reasons I must attend. So I wanted to invite you to join me, he explains, to borrow the Mrs. Luck to help me avert misfortune. Luo Meng raises an eyebrow. Like the ceiling falling and me getting crushed to death instead of you, so it's about borrowing luck. The astrologer, completely missing the sarcasm, wonders aloud. Ah, the ceiling could fall. Luo Meng considers. If she refuses, how can she sneak into the nobles' district to search for those treasure clues? She might just have to go to this ball. The ball, a faint memory surfaces. A younger Luo Meng asking the butler if he can dance. She remembers now. In the first act of this script, she invited the butler to the ball. Be my dance partner for the ball, she had asked him in that hazy memory. What happened after that? The details are frustratingly blank. Mu Lao, Luo Meng asks Tu Luo, do you still remember who I danced with at the ball a few years ago? Tu Luo looks surprised. What, miss, you haven't attended the ball these past few years. Ah, you want to ask about the butler, right? The astrologer interjects smoothly. 1 year you invited him to dance. A noble inviting their own servant, that really shocked me. And then, Luo Meng presses, wondering how he knows all this. Then, the astrologer continues, that servant did often practice on his own, but until he graduated, you never went to the ball. He smiles a little too brightly. Right, if he wants to attend now, he could only attend the teacher's ball. Give it up. His words are a clear dismissal. The scene shifts back to the quiet solemnity of the butler's quarters. Mu Han slowly wakes, his eyes blinking against the light. It's already daytime, he murmurs, disoriented. Confusion clouds his face. Strange, how did I end up back in my room? He touches the unfamiliar weight of the cape around his shoulders. His last clear memory is preparing to kill that guy, the captain. What happened after that confrontation? It's a blur. A wave of discomfort washes over him. Hiss, I feel uncomfortable all over. Do I have a fever? He wonders, a shiver running through him. Just then the door creaks open. Butler, have you come back? Luo Meng calls out, peering into the room. Luo Meng's face is etched with worry. Where have you been? I couldn't find you at the office or the practice field either. They all said he hasn't come today. She spots him on the couch, covered by the cape. So he's fallen asleep, she concludes softly. Mu Han's mind races. I have to get out immediately. It wouldn't be good if she caught something from me. Panic sets in. Luo Meng muses aloud, a touch of sympathy in her voice. That's true. How can a normal person sleep well in a tree every night during winter? She rests her head against the doorframe, a wistful memory surfacing. She recalls that time, wanting to embarrass him by dragging him onto the dance floor at the ball. I can't dance, he had said, but then he'd gone to practice on his own. I will teach you, she had offered with youthful confidence. A pang of guilt hits her. I'm sorry, she whispers to the sleeping form. You've always been taking care of me. In the end, I couldn't even manage to attend the ball. The script continued according to her setup, she reflects. She'd even been telling him stories constantly, so why was her promise about the ball overlooked, forgotten? No, back then, she probably didn't take it seriously at all. A sharp pain of realization. She only remembered to keep telling him stories to save her own life. Miss, a weak voice. Muhan is awake, his eyes focusing on her. Originally, he begins. I didn't care about those things, he finishes, his voice strained. Luo Meng looks up, startled. He suddenly pulls her into a tight embrace. I don't care, he rasps. It's all a muddle now, Luo Meng gasps, feeling the heat radiating from him. Ouch, that's hot. Are you having a fever? If you're also feverish, let's get treated together. A close-up of their intertwined hands. Butler, she whispers, her concern palpable. Ah, you have a fever. Luo Meng cries out, truly alarmed now. Muhan, his strength waning, admits, unfortunately, being sick, even my strength has diminished. I need to take care of this quickly, Luo Meng declares, her voice filled with urgency. Muhan struggles to focus, a silent mantra in his head. Calm down, calm down. Luo Meng returns with a cup. I'm sorry for troubling you, miss, and for making you take care of me, she says, her voice soft with apology. It's okay, Muhan replies. It's my fault for talking to myself and not noticing you had a fever. His words are a little muddled. Were you talking about a dance party from years ago just now? He asks, his gaze distant. Miss, please don't worry about it. Fulfilling the tasks you arrange is the butler's duty. Luo Meng holds her own cup, her expression thoughtful. It's already great being able to interact with you, she says quietly, more to herself than to him. A wave of melancholy washes over her. In this life, in this scripted world, their interactions have been so few. There is no shared story that truly belongs to both of them here. Is there anything I can do to make it up to you? Luo Meng asks, genuine concern in her eyes. Don't you truly want anything? Muhan looks at her, his gaze intense despite his fever. Miss, what I said before, I really want to stay by your side and take care of you. Haven't you already given me a salary? He asks, a desperate edge to his voice. Please continue to keep me. That money, Luo Meng thinks with a pang, it can't even cover the rent here. The inadequacy of her gesture stings. Butler, Luo Meng begins hesitantly. May I call you by your name? My lady, Muhan looks surprised. Luo Meng, a cute chibi-cat-eared version of herself appearing for a moment, explains, because anyway, we're not at the villa anymore, there's no need to be so formal. A blush creeps up her neck. You can also call me by my name, she offers, her gaze earnest. A mischievous glint appears in Luo Meng's eyes. Ah, that's right. If Tu Luo calls me this way in the future and he hears it, she might be in danger. An accidental death. The butler would also be unhappy. Just right, tell him this time. And I also want to confirm the butler's name, she thinks. What if he's not an NPC? Perhaps because of the fever, he's let down his guard. This is her chance. A soft, rare smile touches Muhan's lips. Luo, he says, his voice gentle. That smile, it looks so familiar. A fleeting image of another Muhan, the one from her world, smiling that same way, murmuring her name. Luo. Her hand flies to her mouth, her eyes wide with a dawning, shocking realization. Then, your name is. Bang, a sudden, violent pounding on the door shatters the moment. Luo Meng jumps, startled and annoyed. What crazy thing is pounding on the door again? A chilling vision, the astrologer's sinister, smiling face. His voice echoes a dire warning. After the heavy snow, you will disappear, taken away by a creature with no legs. Luo Meng clutches her head, fear gripping her. The ghost from the school rumors. Muhan pulls her close, his arm a protective barrier. Don't be afraid, miss, he murmurs, his voice a low reassurance against her ear. There are no ghosts in this world, he states firmly, holding her steady. He offers a small, confident smile. See, I told you. But then his eyes fall upon dark stains seeping across the carpet near the door. Blood. Ghosts don't bleed, he says, his voice flat and dangerous. Luo Meng stares at the blood, her eyes wide with dawning horror. So it seems someone is deliberately playing tricks to target me. They both look towards the door. Who was that at the door just now? Luo Meng whispers. Muhan's eyes narrow. But where did they go? They vanished in an instant. Luo Meng touches Muhan's forehead again, her worry intensifying. Why is this fever getting worse? Did the medicine I took earlier not work? A chilling thought occurs to her. If the butler were in his usual, formidable state, the intruder might already be dead. No wonder she only managed to injure them. He's severely weakened. No choice then, Luo Meng murmurs, a decision forming. She whispers into the air, dream, dream, where are you? Can you fix the NPC's abnormal status? She pleads to the unresponsive system. A tear escapes her eye. It's strange. It's been so long since she's been able to contact Dream. A sense of isolation deepens. She glances nervously towards the door. I don't know if that person outside is still there. the air feels thick with unseen threats. A cascade of unsettling memories and rumors floods her mind. The new girl seeing a dead driver, the creepy knocking sounds plaguing the dorms, whispers of students vanishing without a trace. It feels as if all these ominous events are converging, all targeting her. Could there be a connection? A cold dread creeps up her spine. Miss, Muhan's voice is hoarse, raspy. Something is wrong. There's a problem with this fever. With my constitution, I shouldn't be burning up like this. I can hardly speak. His words are a stark confirmation of her fears. I can't worry about this now, Luo Meng says, her voice tight with resolve. I need to go check. She turns to leave, but Muhan reaches out. Don't go, he pleads, his hand weakly trying to grasp hers. Miss, his voice is a faint whisper, full of desperation. The scene shifts abruptly to the infirmary, its sterile atmosphere a stark contrast to the tension in the butler's room. Tu Luo winces as more blood is drawn from her arm. Ouch, how much more blood do I need to give? She complains. What exactly is the illness the physical report says I have? The masked medical staffer offers a tentative diagnosis. I hear your family raises rabbits. It might be a disease transmitted by rabbits. Nearby, another student gasps. What? It can infect humans too. That I don't know. We need to keep observing, the staffer replies evasively. We'll notify you when the results come in to schedule your hospitalization. Tu Luo's face falls. Hospitalized, but I have no money. Don't worry, the staffer says kindly, offering Tu Luo a shiny red apple. The school has always taken care of its commoner students. All medical expenses are free for commoner students. Tu Luo is visibly touched by the gesture. As she takes the apple, she remembers Luo Meng. Oh, by the way, I have a friend who recently transferred to the commoner section and hasn't received a free checkup yet. Could you maybe help her next time? Slap, the apple flies from Tu Luo's hand, struck by another, sterner-looking medical officer. It hurts. Tu Luo cries out, clutching her stinging hand. Once your blood is drawn, get out quickly, the imposing head of medical services commands. Don't pollute the infirmary's air. Tu Luo stares, shocked and indignant. You. The head of medical services turns on the kinder staffer. Those are for the noble students. Why are you giving her fruit? The chastised staffer can only stammer, I'm sorry, team leader. With a disdainful kick, the head of medical services sends the fallen apple rolling across the floor. It is so dirty, she sneers. The head of medical services then interrogates the junior staffer about a drawing. Oh, head of medical services, which noble student sent you this drawing as a gift? Tu Luo glares daggers at her back, internally fuming, stinking woman. The junior staffer tries to gently guide Tu Luo out. Hey, classmate, you're done with today's exam, you should head back now. The head of medical services then shifts topics, asking the junior staffer, oh right, have you picked your dance partner for the ball? I'm sure a number of teachers have invited you. Yes, the junior staffer replies, a slight blush on her cheeks. The new guy from the senior group, that swordsmanship instructor, the head of medical services clarifies with a knowing smile. Tu Luo, overhearing this from the doorway, looks up in stunned surprise. Huh. Back in the butler's dormitory, a faint rustle breaks the silence. Luo Meng whirls around, startled. Muhan is standing, swaying slightly. Butler, she exclaims. Why did you get up all of a sudden? Go back and rest. He looks at her, his eyes clearer now, a faint, familiar smile playing on his lips. Luo, he says, his voice surprisingly steady. Yeah, it's me. Luo Meng stares, her breath catching in her throat. Her eyes widen as recognition and disbelief dawn. Mu, Han, she whispers. He meets her gaze, that same gentle smile confirming her impossible thought. This isn't the butler. This is her Mu-Han. A cascade of memories begins, her real-world memories of Mu-Han. Mu-Han as she knew him. Outwardly cool, yet warm beneath the surface, a gentle and cultivated soul. A fleeting memory, accidentally bumping into someone in a crowded hallway, a quick apology. The painful truth of his existence, physically weak, often sickly, even coughing blood. The constant medical expenses were why he'd agreed to tutor her. Yet he was dearly loved by his family, a soft image of his parents, their faces kind. His parents, she recalled, worked in medical tech, always searching, always hoping for a cure for their son. Her father's disapproving voice echoes in her memory. What on earth do you see in that sickly guy? I can find you a good-looking, smart man anytime. He'd disliked Mu-Han from their very first meeting. Even then, her father hadn't known the full extent of Mu-Han's illness. Dad, do you believe in love at first sight? She had asked. The first time I saw him, I felt an instant connection, as if we were lovers in a past life. Her father had scoffed, playfully shaking her. Seems like you'd need to get your eyes washed out at the hospital too, Ning. So you want me to be a scriptwriter and ignore him? She challenged. Her father's reaction was swift and adamant. This is even more out of the question. Her dad's hang-ups were so strange, she mused. He never allowed her to delve into anything requiring imagination or deep memory. Fleeting keywords drift through her mind. Apple, playground, childhood sweetheart, fragments of a forgotten past. What did you say? Her father's shocked voice, a memory from long ago, triggered by those words. My brain always pops up with bits and pieces of stories, she had told him. Really? He'd replied. No matter how you look at it, she'd insisted. I seem to have the talent for being a novelist or a scriptwriter. But then you won't let me delve deeper into my thoughts, she'd lamented. I can only entrust my wishes to someone else to realize. A look of sadness had crossed her face. Yes, Mu-Han can always turn the keywords I say into complete stories, she'd explained. Although it's not quite the same as the vague stories I imagined. Rather than stuff he studies, he's more like an AI, she'd thought, watching him transform her fragmented ideas into narratives, a younger version of herself looking on. Okay, fine, her father had finally conceded with a sigh. Anyway, it's still uncertain how much longer he can live. His words had been a heavy weight, yet she had faced them with a calm smile. Snapping back to the present in the butler's room, Luo Meng's voice is urgent. Mu-Han, is that really you? Were you stabbed and in the hospital? He tries to speak, but a violent cough racks his body and blood spills from his lips. Aargh. Luo Meng screams, terrified. Luo, wait for me to get cleaned up before I go back out, he manages, turning to the wash basin. After a moment, he faces her, toweling his face. Sorry to have kept you waiting at the door. I've already waited for you for so long. A little longer doesn't matter, Luo Meng says, her earlier fear giving way to a determined resolve. Now I do have quite a few questions to ask. You better come clean. A flicker of her old fighting spirit returns. Geez, I've always thought about punching him the next time I see him, she thinks, a mix of excitement and exasperation bubbling up. Forget it, considering he's coughed up blood. Haha, got it, miss, Mu-Han says, a tired but genuine smile on his face as he dabs his lips with the towel. I'll answer everything you ask. Then, Luo Meng begins, her first question ready. You logged into the butler's body. Where has the butler gone now? Her concern for the NPC is evident. Mu-Han looks genuinely surprised, pausing with the towel. Your first question was actually about him. Well, Luo Meng explains, a cute chibi version of herself appearing momentarily. He was just talking to me a second ago. And then suddenly, the realization hits her with full force. But then, in that case, the butler isn't really Mu-Han, he's just an NPC in this game. The words feel hollow. He's fine, Mu-Han reassures her, turning slightly away. It's just that his consciousness data is temporarily shut down. When I log out, he explains, his eyes shadowed, he'll wake back up. Luo Meng closes her eyes in profound relief. Thank goodness he wasn't directly deleted. The thought had been terrifying. Her gaze sharpens again. So right now, are you in a real hospital? Yes, Mu-Han confirms, his steps steady as he moves. I let Dream remotely connect to the portable device I have at the hospital. But for now, he adds, his voice firm, I don't want anyone visiting me at the hospital. The scene fades to an image of a dark, empty hospital room, underscoring his isolation. Mu-Han, a chilling smile playing on his lips, reminded her that the identity of his stabber was still a secret. Luo, her brow furrowed in concentration, recalled the primary motive. Someone was desperate to steal Dream's data. Agitated, Luo directly questioned Mu-Han, demanding to know what truly transpired and why she'd lost 4 years, only to live inside Dream. Mu-Han, calm as ever, reassured Luo, promising to unveil the entire, unvarnished truth. But before his grand revelation, Mu-Han admitted he had a few questions of his own. He turned to Luo, his gaze intense, asking if she had seen the assailant's face. Luo, her expression clouded, confessed her memory of the event was frustratingly hazy. She only recalled someone stabbing Mu-Han from the front, but the attacker's face remained a blur, lost in a red, violent haze. Mu-Han pressed further, confirming she saw him stabbed from the front. His eyes, now sharp and piercing, questioned if she truly didn't see the assailant's face. Mu-Han then confessed his own memory lapse, stating he couldn't recall the events of that fateful day either. Luo found this odd. She clearly remembered the assailant muttering something while looking at Mu-Han, a terrifying detail that chilled her to the bone. Mu-Han's eye glinted. He internally questioned why, despite being the one wounded, he felt a surge of terror. Muhan then dropped a bombshell, asking Luo if she was aware that her physical body, outside the script, was also trapped in Dream's virtual world. Luo, surprisingly, acknowledged she knew. He continued, explaining that in reality, she was a university senior. They had just completed Dream's production and were on the verge of its release. Then disaster struck. Just days before the launch, Muhan was stabbed by someone attempting to steal Dream. Luo witnessed the horrifying attack. The shock of witnessing such brutality caused Luo to faint. Her doctor explained she had fallen into a deep sleep, her mind overwhelmed by a reality it couldn't comprehend. Consequently, Muhan explained, they used Dream on her, hoping to gently guide her towards confronting the truth. However, in the primary script world, the actual world from 4 years ago, any attempt to have Research Institute members reveal their hidden secrets to Luo would trigger a system bug, a critical error. This bug manifested as various physical ailments for Luo: aversion to food, fear of the dark, fever. Severe episodes could even plunge her back into a deep sleep, just like her original state. Luo finally understood. Her crippling fear of the dark and her inability to eat, it was all because of this system bug. That, Muhan elaborated, was why they devised the script story. By using a different worldview and role play, they hoped to soften the blow when she eventually faced the truth again. Luo, processing this, argued that if it was about facing the truth, there was no need for all Institute members to role-play in Dream. They could just tell her the secrets directly. Muhan explained that the members had many things they found hard to say under normal circumstances. They were all gathered there because of Dream, and while it was his initiative, their assistance, especially the tutor's support, was crucial. The script Luo was in, he revealed, was intended as a free experience for players during Dream's market launch. The plot, according to Dream's calculations, would mirror the player's real-life situation. He even admitted to writing the character designs himself, and everyone was eager to see the drama unfold. Luo was a bit shocked that the aloof god actually enjoyed writing about a malicious miss. Luo, her voice barely a whisper, questioned if creating this script and making her the first player was merely a coincidence. Her eyes, filled with a dawning understanding, fixed on him. She needed to know his true reasons for creating Dream. Muhan, with a slight, almost evasive look, suggested it was because virtual worlds were popular. He then cheekily added that he was short on money, a claim that made Luo's eyes narrow in disbelief. Muhan then revealed another critical reason for bringing the Research Institute members into Dream. The assailant who stabbed him was among them, and he hoped the virtual world would make their disguise slip. He continued, his voice grim, stating that the murderer had also invaded the system, influencing the script's direction. The butler character originally provided for Luo was no longer under his control. It was now a hostile entity. Muhan confessed appearing like this was strenuous, and he'd soon have to disconnect. He looked at Luo, concern etched on his face, admitting he was genuinely worried she couldn't handle the situation alone. With a determined gaze, Muhan expressed his hope that Luo could thoroughly charm the butler, lower his guard, so they could eventually eliminate the maniac. Suddenly, Muhan seemed disoriented, wondering aloud how he ended up at the door and what had just occurred. Luo, equally startled, called out for the butler. He instantly replied, asking what was the matter. Overwhelmed and emotional, Luo simply welcomed him back. The butler mused internally that he rarely got sick, and even wounds healed quickly. But the recent fever was peculiar, causing temporary memory loss. When he came to, he was already at the door. He then recalled, with a touch of chibi-style embarrassment, that the miss had said he was fever-confused and wanted to wash his face in the pool. Speaking of the miss, he noted internally that she'd been acting a bit off. Luo, in a playful, childish manner, complained about the lack of classes making things boring. She pestered the butler, asking what he did by himself and demanding he take her out for fun. The butler internally reviewed his daily life, when not teaching, laundry and cooking during the day, and patrolling at night to kill. Standard butler duties, obviously. Luo, sensing his hesitation, pressed him, her eyes wide, asking if he was unwilling. Lost in a trance, captivated by her cuteness, the butler found himself agreeing to take the miss out to have fun. He even told her not to hide. The scene shifted, hinting at things the butler finds interesting, showing a bloodied hand. Dark. This included seeing an opponent struggle in their dying moments and tracking assassins targeting the miss' cheerful hobbies. The butler explained to a wide-eyed, cat-eared Luo that he didn't want her to see too much gore, so he just knocked them out. Luo nervously denied taking any pleasure in his happy fighting face. Suddenly, the butler declared he knew where to go and urged her to come with him, taking her hand. Their date activities when she's short on money began with a free cookie-making experience at the baking club. Luo proudly presented her special delicious cookies, which looked suspiciously unique. Next on the agenda, feeding swans at the academy lake with the extra cookies, those poor, unsuspecting swans. The butler remarked that activities not costing money could be quite interesting. Luo, consulting a secret entertainment guide, wondered where else they could go. She was clearly having the most fun. He then suggested that the sunset from the school tower was reputed to be quite beautiful. He took her hand, a sense of déjà vu washing over him. He'd seen such a scene in his dreams. In those dreams, the miss had dragged him to play in mysterious places all day, including a wild ride. He recalled that in those dreams, the miss always called him Muhan. Luo, full of energy, snapped him out of his reverie, urging him to stop daydreaming and come on. The butler wondered if this dream was perhaps turning into a good reality as they ran, hand in hand. They arrived at the academy tower to watch the sunset, but the butler felt a strange numbness. Suddenly, it started to rain. Luo, bewildered, wondered why it was raining and why her day was so unlucky, as the butler gently shielded her head. The butler, with a gentle smile, suggested it might just be his bad luck and proposed they head back. He then expressed a hope that the next time she went to her desired place, seeking what she wanted, everything would go smoothly. His eyes narrowed slightly. He knew she was lying again and obviously didn't want to go back. Luo, her eyes wide and determined, declared she wouldn't let him escape this time. She challenged him, asking if he couldn't see what she truly wanted. She confronted him directly, gripping his cloak, asking if he didn't like her. The butler, his expression unreadable, internally questioned if he was in a dream. The question hung in the air, or did he just not like her? He leaned in, his voice a low whisper against her ear, asking how he could possibly not like her. Luo, surprised by his response, asked why he was laughing. A few days later, the scene shifted to the school infirmary. The school doctor, a woman with reddish hair, noted the butler hadn't been to work for days and wondered if he was getting medicine and what had happened. She then mused that she might as well take this opportunity, dismissing thoughts of him. She approached him, remarking she thought he had quit, as it must be hard for a northerner. She then reminded him of her previous invitation to the ball. The butler, looking unwell, bluntly asked for medicine for cuts. The doctor, momentarily flustered, agreed to get it. She internally observed that he was always smiling, but seemed to be in a perpetually bad mood, and she had initially thought he was angry with her. She offered the medicine, asking where he was hurt, and if he needed help applying it. The butler tersely replied it wasn't him who was hurt and declined assistance. As he turned to leave, the doctor quickly asked about the ball again, confidently stating she could win the group championship. She then softly asked why he would invite her. She continued, revealing she knew his predecessor, the previous fencing instructor, and acknowledged it was a hard job at their school, as nobles usually had their own family instructors. The school's fencing instructor, she explained, was more like a punching bag, usually hired only by commoners. She added that his predecessor was seriously injured by a noble student, and she hadn't known how to treat him. She empathetically stated that for a northerner to come to the school, care for a bankrupt miss, and be a fencing instructor must be tough. With a seductive look, her eyes glowing, she confessed she had fallen in love with him at first sight, from the very day he joined the school. The butler, his expression dark, found her story strange. He knew the previous instructor she mentioned. He clarified the instructor wasn't hurt by a noble student. With a chilling grin, he confessed that he was the one who had beaten the instructor, as he too was a student at the school back then. He casually added that he was the one who supported the injured instructor to come to her for treatment. The doctor was aghast. She stammered, pointing out he couldn't have seen her for the first time then, questioning why he hadn't fallen for her at that point if his current claim was true. The butler, with a predatory smile, remarked he'd heard the school nurse was only interested in school elites. He grabbed a syringe from her tray, reminding her he was a northerner, not even as good as a commoner in her eyes. He advanced on her, needle in hand, questioning her intentions for approaching him repeatedly. The doctor, terrified, backed away, calling him a lunatic and a murderer, Convinced anyone taking that asterisk kind of medicine couldn't be normal, she dropped a vial labeled medicine. The butler coolly stated he had no interest in killing her, regardless of her intentions. He put the tray down, informing her that if she wanted to invite him, she'd have to ask his master first. He then called out for the mist to come out, revealing he knew she'd been silently following him for days. Luo appeared, and the butler explained he knew she was nearby because he had prepared her perfume. The doctor was stunned, wondering when Luo had arrived. Luo, feigning indignation, accused the butler of avoiding her while he claimed she was secretly following him. She grabbed his tie, declaring that taking advantage of her and nearly strangling her was far from over. He simply agreed. The butler then addressed the stunned doctor, stating he had taken some medicine and would now apply some to Luo's neck wound, effectively dismissing the doctor. The doctor, watching them, felt a pang of confusion and resentment, wondering if she was just a pawn in their strange play. Later, the butler tended to Luo's coughed-up blood. He asked if it hurt a lot. She defiantly replied it didn't, telling him not to underestimate her. The butler let out an amused aha. Luo, puzzled, asked what was so funny. He explained he found it interesting when her competitive spirit emerged. Luo, flustered, retorted that she'd always been like this. The butler, a knowing smile on his face, affirmed that this was her true self, the proud and slightly willful. He observed that she usually kept a deliberate distance from him and wondered if she was finally letting her guard down. Luo pondered this, remembering how she used to tremble with fear, constantly trying to curry favor. The butler, however, admitted he preferred her current, more genuine demeanor. Luo, with sudden intensity, told him to stay away from her. His smile faltered. He turned away, his voice laced with disappointment, asking if that was all she wanted to say. Luo, enraged by his apparent indifference, grabbed him, demanding if he was kidding her. The butler, his expression shifting, wondered about that kiss. Luo, leaning close, her voice a dangerous whisper, asked if the kiss was something he liked. His eyes, now glowing with an unsettling light, revealed a dark truth. He hated his own eyes, so he liked collecting other people's. He confessed that when working, he aimed for the eyes first. He'd been protecting the mist since he was a kid and had collected many, many eyes. He described his basement, already not big, filled with her portraits, dolls she once loved and discarded, and her loyal servants who refused to leave the manor, all kept in that collection. That cramped, dark, filthy space was almost too full, his heart thumping with a strange possessiveness as he embraced her. But something, he admitted, had always been missing there. He gently touched her face, his gaze fixed on her beautiful amber eyes. He'd thought that once he got them, the filthy space would finally be illuminated. But it wasn't, the emptiness remained. Luo again asked why he was laughing, his smile now chillingly sincere. He mused on his smile, not one of lying, nor one of threats. What he felt, he confessed, covering his face in the rain, was a truly ecstatic joy. His love for the miss was true, he declared, so much that he wanted all of her, even her life. He admitted the desire to strangle her was also true, such a romantic. He recalled a warning. Someday, you will hurt the one you care about. He confessed he could only think about swallowing her up too. He likened her neck to a fragile vial. Life, he demonstrated by crushing the imaginary vial, is fragile. Luo, trembling, reminded him he said he would explain. He gently took her hand, warning that a person like him would always follow her, entangling her. If she tried to run, he would break her legs. Standard courtship. He declared his love for the miss again, offering her one last chance before things got even more yandir. Luo, clutching a pillow, whispered his title, butler, as he vanished from the window. He was gone. Ever since that day, the butler had vanished. Luo didn't know if he would return, but she corrected herself. He must come back. Her stomach rumbled. With no one cooking and her fear of going out, she was so hungry. She got out of bed, reasoning there was no way she would run away. After all, there was nowhere for her to escape. And besides, she hadn't fulfilled her promise to him yet. She remembered his ominous words about what he meant. Opening her door, she found Mew, looking utterly famished, practically a ghost of hunger. Mew thanked Luo profusely, explaining he had no money for food and was nearly starving. Luo, surprised, asked if he hadn't received a scholarship recently. Mew explained he'd had a medical checkup, involving blood draws and medicine, which left him weak. Though commoners' medical fees were usually waived, the clinic head insisted he pay, leaving him broke. Luo questioned another checkup, recalling they already took his blood at the term's start. Mew didn't know the illness, only that the school cited health problems requiring multiple blood draws and medication. Mew complained that while the school treated commoners well, the clinic head always discriminated against them, despite being a commoner herself. He even mentioned a life-size portrait of her in the clinic, supposedly a gift from a noble male student. He seethed, remarking she really knew how to cling to the right people. The disgust among green teas was palpable. Luo, listening, recalled the day in the clinic with the butler. The clinic head's reaction then seemed a bit strange now. She remembered the scene, the butler revealing he knew Luo was there because he'd prepared her perfume. Luo had playfully grabbed his tie, accusing him of avoiding her and nearly choking her, to which he'd calmly agreed. The butler had then smoothly taken over, telling the clinic head he'd treat Luo's wound. Luo now questioned if the doctor had asked the butler to dance, and if he turned her down because Luo was present. The butler had replied that even without his input, the answer would have been the same. Luo, satisfied with his loyalty, had declared that although he behaved well enough, she'd barely trust him. The clinic head had overheard Luo's comment, "You are my butler after all." Luo then pointed out another huge portrait of the school doctor in a corner, wondering aloud if the doctor was narcissistic. The doctor had then hissed that a master and servant could never be together, causing Luo to react with a confused "what?" The doctor, her face contorted in rage, had screamed at them to get out. Luo wondered if the doctor seemed to cry then. Did she have a backstory? Could she also be a player in this game? Luo mused that, speaking of incidents, none had happened so far. She then had a chilling thought. Could it be that Mew actually wanted her dead? Mew, oblivious, cheerfully remarked that even a commoner's cafeteria had its benefits, spotting Luo at a glance. Luo sighed, asking what he wanted this time. Mew, affronted, claimed he'd been waiting for her and demanded to know if she'd chosen her dance partner for the ball. Luo admitted she hadn't thought about it yet. Mew, with a knowing smile, advised her she'd better think fast. He leaned in, predicting it was going to snow heavily soon. He then offered a solution. If she didn't want to stay there forever, she should pick him. He could help her leave. The scene changed to the student council room. A voice invited someone to come in. Two figures in medical masks announced they were there to deliver medicine to the student council president, a white-haired young man. The president, surprised, stated he hadn't asked the school clinic to deliver any. The female medic explained it was a new sedative developed by the school to suppress hallucinations after the heavy snow. The school administration hoped he, as president, would promote it to all students. She stressed the importance of doing so before the upcoming heavy snow. The president's eye reflected the offered vial. He mused that someone was going to disappear again, taken by a ghost. Of course, he didn't believe in ghosts. The administration always believed missing students were scared into hallucinations and ran away. He coolly told them to put the medicine on the desk. The female medic then added that to prevent other students from worrying about side effects, he, as president, should lead by example. She produced a syringe, suggesting a small injection to try it out. She pleaded with him not to make her task difficult, as she would be punished if she failed, insisting it was for the student's own good. Her male companion moved to close the door, preparing to ensure compliance. Suddenly, a sound startled the female medic. A new voice announced the timely arrival of a school doctor. The butler appeared, calmly stating there was an injured person needing treatment, too late to send to the school hospital. The female medic, flustered, wondered what happened to her companion, who was fine moments ago. The student council president, addressing the butler, remarked that while he didn't know his purpose, he was bold for not even hiding his distinctive eye color. The butler, with a smirk, admitted he hadn't known the president had guests and had to knock out the male school doctor before he could be clearly seen. The president acknowledged it was a coincidence, but it seemed the butler had done him a favor. He then asked why they were threatening him. The president confessed he didn't know, just found it strange. The school never required noble students to do anything, they did as they pleased. The butler listened, as the president explained they suddenly wanted nobles to take the same medicine as commoners, and tasked him with administering it. The butler's eye glinted. He questioned if this was the so-called medicine that could cure delusions. The president, exasperated, asked what on earth the butler was there for. The butler replied that since he helped the president out of a tight spot, the president should now help him. The butler, his expression serious, stated he wanted to ask a favor. His gaze was intense and unwavering. Internal thought, "Forgive me, miss, for involving you in this." Luo, having heard Mew's earlier offer to help her leave, felt a strange premonition that leaving this place could mean leaving the script itself. Mew cheerfully explained that since she could be caught by monsters, she should hurry and graduate before the heavy snow fell. Luo was taken aback. Mew continued, asking if she wasn't just staying at the school for the diploma, which was valuable for commoners and nobles alike. He painted a picture of her future, getting a good job in the capital, paying back her family's bankruptcy debts. He then lamented why they had to get tangled up in the script too. Mew then revealed a crucial piece of information. Winning the dance party championship would allow her to ask the principal for a wish, her chance to graduate early. Luo wondered how he was so confident, suspecting he was a connected individual. Luo, puzzled by Mew's earnestness, questioned why he always reacted this way. Mew was momentarily stunned. Mew burst into laughter. Luo and her other friend, both in chibi form, demanded to know what was so funny, calling him Missy Missy. Her friend whispered to Luo, reminding her that Mew was the principal's son. The student council president, his expression terrifying, interrupted Mew, asking what he really wanted. Mew, intimidated, stepped back. The butler's rational side told him to speak out. But his instincts screamed at him to shut up, his eyes glowing with anger. He decided to first prepare more for the miss. The butler confronted the student council president, noting his long stay at the villa and asking if the master, Mew Han, treated him well. The president defensively confirmed he was treated very well, asking what business it was of the butler's. The butler, transforming into a cheeky chibi, pointed out the president never paid for his stay, and their bankruptcy was partly his doing. He then brazenly asked for money. The president, sighing in resignation, agreed to give him the money, internally lamenting being controlled by that maniac again. As the butler turned, his attention was caught by a doll, a strange familiarity washing over him. The butler, still in chibi form, demanded one of those dolls too. The president, flustered, protested that it was his childhood doll. The president, blushing, admitted the doll was custom-made by a royal tailor. He then struck a bargain. If the butler wanted it, he'd have to do something for him. The butler asked what. The president, his expression serious, revealed his request, investigating the school's secrets. As the new president, he'd reviewed lists of past missing students and found strange connections. They were all incredibly lucky commoners. The president gravely stated that the person who best fit this profile now was someone they both knew, the miss. The butler's eyes widened in alarm, a single, sharp word escaping him. He immediately questioned if the miss was in danger. Evening fell, casting long shadows in the butler's quarters. Luo paced, her reflection mirroring her anxiety. Snow would fall soon, meaning the case was about to happen, yet she was still unsure who the other players were. She wished Dream were there to provide character backgrounds. She hadn't been able to contact Dream for a long time. She summoned the taskbar. She tried Dream's emergency contact number, but it was utterly useless. She wondered if Dream had been invaded by. Her thought trailed off as she noticed something. She realized she hadn't used her reward for creating her own script, but it seemed useless now anyway. First act completion reward. Create your own script X2. Speaking of which, she remembered the astrologer had given her a painting. She recalled the astrologer's words. The ball is dark, everyone wears gowns, making it impossible to tell who's who, but the champion could be chosen by observing special moves, like in the picture he drew for her. She looked at the childlike stick figure drawing, a token of his sincerity. She sighed, wondering who could possibly understand such a drawing. She slumped to the floor, deciding to forget it. She wasn't interested in any champion title. A wave of despair washed over her. If the ball was her last event before death, she truly still wanted to be with him. Would she be afraid if she saw him again? Suddenly, the butler appeared, startling her. He took her hand, asking where she was taking him. He stated that since she wouldn't leave, he had no choice but to drive her away. The young master would arrange an escort from the school. Luo, shocked and confused, asked what he meant by leaving her with him, the young master. The butler explained that the young master's family estate was so secure, even he would need a long time to infiltrate it. She would be safest there, unharmed by him or any school monster. Luo pulled her hand away, defiantly stating she wouldn't go. She still wanted to attend the ball. The butler's eye glinted. He reminded her of their childhood promise to dance together. She insisted he must remember, that he clearly remembered everything about her. He gently held her face, explaining this was his last year at school, his last chance for the ball. He urged her to listen well. She leaned back, a triumphant smile on her face, announcing she was going to dance with someone else. The butler lost control, his eyes blazing yellow as he hoarsely asked, "With whom?" Luo, still smiling, taunted him, asking if he wasn't supposed to hand her over to someone else. She caressed his face, telling her little doggy to stop pretending. A dog wouldn't abandon its owner, and only she had the right to abandon him. He pulled her close, reminding her he had warned her before. His voice was pained as he asked if she couldn't see what kind of person he was. He confessed his nature wouldn't change. Crossing boundaries made it hard for him to stay sane. Losing her, however, would hurt him just the same. He simply couldn't be involved with her. He pleaded for her to, one day when he wasn't looking, just throw him away. Luo hugged him tightly, calling him a good dog. As the master, she declared, she naturally had her ways of discipline. Snowflakes appeared in the reflection of her eye. She looked up, startled, asking if it was snowing. The butler closed the window, remarking that the snow would keep getting heavier. He turned to Luo, who was now wrapped in a white hooded cloak, asking if she was okay. Luo trembled, feeling she'd lost face comforting him. Now she couldn't control her fear. She wondered if she'd be captured by the monster and disappear. Would she die? The butler, looking out the window, noted the snow had come quickly, making it impossible to leave. The student council president, elsewhere, decided that even though it might scare her, it was better to inform the miss of the intelligence for her safety. Luo, still shaken, called out to the butler, saying she had something to tell him. She stammered, then shared the astrologer's prophetic intelligence. There might be danger. The butler understood. That explained why the miss was so sensitive to the sound of knocking. He then relayed information from the young master, student council president. The disappeared students were lucky commoners, and he suspected the miss might be next. Luo realized the student disappearances followed a pattern in this world. The butler gently reassured her, stating there were no ghosts in this world. He added with a smile that if there really were monsters and ghosts, he would have been dragged to hell by them long ago. He repeatedly emphasized that the most terrifying thing in this world was human. That's right, it was a human. He explained that even though the script was tampered with, the game's rules wouldn't change. If it wasn't a crime of passion, whoever could kill a player must be another player, or a script character a player could manipulate. Luo suddenly remembered her promise to Mew. She slyly asked if the butler went to find the young master, would he promise to take her to him and nothing else? The butler returned, presenting a bag of money to Luo, while the beaten-up student council president looked on. Luo praised him. What a good job indeed. The butler gazed out at the newly falling snow, a flicker of unease in his eyes. He mused internally that it was probably nothing serious, then advised the miss against venturing out to investigate, prioritizing her safety. He turned to her, his expression resolute, offering reassurance and vowing to protect her completely, no matter what transpired. The butler instructed the miss to turn around and get some sleep first, intending to handle the situation himself. The miss, however, erupted with childish frustration, questioning how he could possibly protect her if he wasn't even close by. Her tiny form practically vibrated with indignation. Calming slightly, she patted the space beside her on the bed, a clear invitation for him to come closer. The miss looked up at him, a hint of challenge or perhaps playful anticipation in her eyes as she considered his presence, implying things might get interesting if he stayed. The butler leaned closer, a dangerous glint in his yellow eyes and a smirk playing on his lips. He warned her, with a hint of dark amusement, that in such proximity, he might be more perilous than any monster. He then secured shackles on her wrists, his grip firm. With a chilling undertone, he murmured that he would take good care of his dog. The miss, surprisingly, smiled. She, in turn, seemed to be inviting him into her own game, mentally urging him to don shackles too, as she prepared to tell him a story. A game-like prompt materialized, asking whether to create a script without clearing memories, promising a truth that would overturn one's understanding of this world. Suddenly, the butler was whispering close to her ear, a startlingly mundane suggestion about covering herself with a blanket if she planned to sleep, his breath tickling her skin. She stretched, realizing with a jolt that she'd actually dozed off. She quickly denied sleeping, claiming she was merely pondering her next words. Classic. He gently pushed her back down, his hand near her neck, urging her to sleep and promising to cure her supposed illness with unsettling calm. Her hand reached for his face, He admitted enjoying her stories but stated grimly that what she had wasn't an illness and had no cure, delivering a chilling prophecy: she would die by his hands. She smiled, a confident, almost knowing look on her face, refuting his claim and asserting that she wouldn't die by his hands, beginning to explain why. He pressed her, his curiosity piqued, demanding to know the reason for her certainty. She embraced him from behind, her voice a soft murmur against his neck, choosing to be enigmatic and telling him he'd find out soon enough. A wave of unexpected drowsiness washed over the butler. He felt his eyelids grow heavy, confusion flickering in his gaze. As he succumbed to sleep, she peered over his shoulder, framing his face with her fingers, promising to reveal her secret. The game-like interface returned, announcing a truth. Act 1 was complete, the reward, 2 original scripts. Her finger hovered over the notification. The screen detailed the Miss's original script, identifying the female lead as herself, Zai Meng, while the male character remained a tantalizing question mark. The story she wove began, depicting a grand, somewhat somber institution, a supposed paradise for the terminally ill. Within its walls was a young boy, a patient abandoned by his family due to a severe illness that made him dangerously volatile. The doctor's daughter, a young girl with familiar white hair, often visited him, and they became childhood friends. The young girl harbored a fierce determination. She dreamed of growing up to find a cure for the boy's debilitating condition. As they grew, their bond deepened into a vow to share their lives. But tragically, the boy's illness intensified, making him ever more uncontrollable. The struggle was immense, and during one such episode, the boy's strength eventually failed him. A shift occurred, after a decisive moment where the girl asserted dominance, almost sporting demonic horns. The boy transformed into an obedient servant, utterly subject to her will. A congratulations message flashed. Together, they resolved to steal the forbidden fruit of paradise, a perilous undertaking. Back in the present, the adult butler, reacting to this dream story, mentally questioned its bizarre turn. The miss, pulling him from the dream, simply uttered a questioning "ah." The butler, flustered, mentioned his own lost childhood memories due to medication, insisting he wouldn't harm her unless severely provoked, clearly disturbed by her story. The miss, however, appeared to be critiquing her own narrative, internally dismissing the dream story as too fabricated, too much like a contrived script. And just like that, another game-like notification. The script was interrupted due to factual inconsistencies. Apparently, even dreams have standards. She comically lamented that he'd criticized her script even in his sleep, admitting she might have made it too outrageous. The interruption clearly vexed her. A moment of quiet reflection for the miss. She mused that things were, in essence, just as they had always been. Fragments of thoughts, apple, paradise, childhood sweetheart, drifted through her mind. She acknowledged that a story cobbled together from such unreliable, unconscious memories was inherently flawed. She pondered her creative tendencies, how story fragments constantly surfaced. She half-joked about her talent as a novelist, yet a genuine question lingered. What was the true origin of these persistent memories? She decided on a new tactic: confront him directly with the idea that their world was fake. The scene then shifted, offering a glimpse into the script shop of Dream. Inside this surreal shop, a dapper fox-like figure observed a critical warning about a script design conflict involving the miss and butler, its alarming similarity to the real world despite inconsistencies causing concern. A smaller, trembling assistant looked on. The Fox boss seemed amused, commenting on designing scripts and dreaming within them, regretting his lack of clearance to view her dream content. The boss condescendingly addressed the smaller figure, Dream, speculating the miss was following Han's advice. Dream, in panic, realized the boss had infiltrated using a virtual avatar, through which Dream perceived his true form. Dream's fear turned to furious accusation, identifying the boss as the true intruder who had betrayed trust, stabbed Han, hospitalized the miss, and now aimed to tamper with Han's script to eliminate her as a witness. The boss chuckled, dismissing Dream's interpretation, suggesting the miss's trauma was more complex, and taunting Dream for also being ignorant of the real truth. This guy clearly enjoys the chaos. Dream was taken aback, confusion and dawning horror in his glowing eye, stammering for an explanation. The boss, his silhouette menacing, clarified he hadn't tampered with the script, and denied responsibility for turning the miss into the prophecy's missing person. He revealed his current ability was merely to influence characters, His grander plan: Miss kills the butler, gets a treasure, granting him full control over Dream and escape from their false world. Dream desperately thought the villainous boss needed stopping. The boss, however, announced his return to the script, stating the second act was still his story and he'd continue playing along. The boss mused over various identities, looking at images of different individuals, questioning his own nature within the script. The question intensified, morphing into an ominous query: was he, or the entity he represented, perhaps a collective them? The butler's eyes fluttered open. He felt as though he was emerging from a bizarre and unsettling dream. Seeing the miss in her nightgown and his own unfamiliar casual attire, he wondered if he was, in fact, still dreaming. The miss simply smiled at him, a picture of innocence, as he presumably questioned her outfit. He then noticed his own strange, modern clothes, completely out of place. A sense of déjà vu washed over him. This uncanny situation felt familiar. She looked at him, her expression serious yet gentle, declaring her intention to finally tell him the truth. Her hands reached for his, framing his face. She began her confession, admitting that she originally had someone else she liked. Her words struck him. She revealed her initial reason for getting close to him was his striking resemblance to this other person. Ouch. The name Muhan escaped her lips. The butler, hearing it, reacted with surprise, questioning how she knew that name. The butler was internally reeling. He knew there were more pressing questions, yet the name Muhan, a name she often muttered, resonated powerfully within him. She confirmed Muhan's identity. He was her senior. A flashback illuminated her past. Muhan, a computer science prodigy. As a freshman, she had asked him to be her tutor. Their first significant interaction, she recalled, was in a relaxed, almost idyllic outdoor setting. She explained that during his university years, Muhan had developed Dream, a virtual immersion game that achieved nationwide popularity. A figure named Mulan had approached her, an online novelist, to write a script. Driven by her desire to be near Muhan, she had invested in their laboratory. As she recounted these memories, a sense of clarity washed over her. She realized she was beginning to remember significant details from her past. The memories took a dark turn. The day Dream was completed, someone in the lab brutally stabbed Muhan to monopolize the game's data. The butler's or her own recalled question echoed. Did she witness this? She confirmed she had seen it all. The trauma plunged her into a deep coma due to profound shock and fear. Her thoughts drifted to the scripted game world. In that original narrative, the butler and the shining miss were destined never to truly connect. Everything, she mused, was orchestrated just like in fictional tales, a pre-written destiny. But then came a turning point, an embrace. In that moment, it felt as if the story's protagonist had shifted to her asterisk, and the entire narrative began to change. The butler's eyes glowed. He reflected on his apparent misfortune, a life where happiness seemed invariably linked to a heavy price, the name Muhan resonating with this pain. He had tried to dismiss Muhan as a figment of her imagination, but now, doubt gnawed at him. Did Muhan truly exist? His demeanor shifted, becoming menacing. He challenged her, questioning if she was prepared to face his uncontrollable grasp now that she dared speak of another man. Yet a flicker of vulnerability emerged. He seemed to battle internal conflict, pressing her for her next move and demanding Muhan's true identity. His tone softened. He insisted he had watched her grow up, and there had never been anyone named Muhan in her life, sharply contradicting her memories. She explained her predicament. Lab members, attempting to awaken her from her coma, had immersed her in the virtual world of Dream, this very scripted reality. She looked at him with sudden, eager hope. Was he one of the lab members? Did he belong to her world? Did he remember reality? The butler was utterly bewildered. He understood only that she claimed not to belong to this world. His concern was palpable. Her pleading eyes met his continued confusion. He reiterated his lack of understanding. A wave of disappointment washed over her. His inability to comprehend was a heavy blow. The painful truth dawned. Someone from the real world should show recognition. She concluded with despair that he was just an NPC, merely code. Her disappointment hardening, or perhaps as a test, she issued a command: kneel down. She gestured to her modern attire, explaining it was from the real world, reminding him his uncontrollable actions were programmed game settings. Her hand seemed to glow with a digital aura. She asserted that within this dream, she retained power to modify his settings. Power move. She pleaded with him not to leave, reminding him he couldn't truly harm her as it was a game script, and she, unlike him, was a player. She walked towards a grand door, resolute, believing this complex manipulation was the only way to maintain their intersection. Suddenly, knocking sounds echoed. Her eyes widened in alarm. The script was progressing. Was the monster of the snowy night coming? She looked at the incapacitated butler, grimly revealing Han's attacker was also in the script, aiming to control the butler for Dream. She acknowledged how unreal it sounded, urging strength. The miss bolted upright, resolved. They had to discover what lay behind that door. The butler, awake and handcuffed, focused on the key. The miss looked comically shocked. The butler, ignoring her, stated he had two questions. After a brief query about the key, he asked, did she genuinely like him? And then the bombshell. His second statement, delivered with grave certainty, he was Han. A flicker of her scriptwriter persona surfaced as she mused on her storytelling talent, then her gaze drifted upwards, seeking answers. She seemed to be formulating a response strategy, as if guided by an unseen director, acknowledging a watchful presence. She turned to him, smiling brightly, explaining an injury or intruder caused his game memory loss. Then, with conviction, of course, he was Han. Meanwhile, at the door, the astrologer peeked in cautiously, calling out, his timing, as always, suspiciously convenient. The miss, startled, grabbed a vase. The astrologer, coughing dramatically, pleaded for entry, claiming his life was in danger. Oh, the drama. The butler had the astrologer by the collar, demanding his purpose. The astrologer, with comically exaggerated tears, cheekily confessed to using eye drops for dramatic effect. The miss, calmly sipping tea while the butler draped a shawl over her, questioned the astrologer's nocturnal visit. The astrologer, inexplicably chained and upside down but still smiling, announced good news. The prophecy had unexpectedly changed. He revealed the new prophecy. On a snowy night, the monster would kill those alone. The miss appeared spectral, eyes glowing ominously. The astrologer elaborated. The school warned everyone to lock doors, and for those alone to gather at the reception pavilion with candles. He explained, seeking her out, remembering her isolated location in the unoccupied teacher's apartment, as few others would be alone. The miss, eyes icy, ordered the butler, dispose of the astrologer by throwing him into the snow to freeze. The butler calmly assented. The astrologer panicked, insisting he was there to help. The miss angrily accused the astrologer of lying about the conveniently changing prophecies. He pleaded innocence. She internally chided herself for being swayed. She mused she initially thought he held key clues, then reminded him, with a predatory smile, of his previous disastrous visit where he'd been shot, asking if his wounds had healed. The astrologer, flabbergasted, denied any previous visit, then blurted out his status as headmaster's son and shock at guns in school, his house. The miss, ignoring him for a moment, announced she was going to the bathroom to change, receiving a nod from the butler. As she left, the astrologer seemingly taunted the butler. The butler, lighting a lighter with a dangerous glint, responded with a chillingly polite "excuse me." Sometime later, the miss emerged, dazed, wondering if she'd fallen asleep while changing and why she felt dizzy, now in a different, elaborate dress. She noticed the astrologer's absence. The butler reported letting him go unharmed, adding cryptically that the previous knocker hadn't been him. The butler internally justified his actions, not wanting Miss to see an unclothed man. Miss concluded they couldn't unravel the school's mysteries yet, mentally telling herself to pack. She observed the butler's distress, empathizing with the shock of learning one's world is fake, considering she might need to comfort him. She gently addressed him, acknowledging the script game concept might be hard to accept, offering an open ear if he needed to talk. The camera zoomed in on the butler's eyes, the eye drops, effect wearing off, one eye returning to normal, the other retaining a serpentine hint. A faint, melancholic smile touched his lips, a tear from his monocle. He confessed he'd never felt as happy as in that moment. He spoke of his true self, not a fugitive, without snake-like eyes by nature, taking no joy in slaughter, and far more than just her butler. His true self, he continued, wasn't bound by a script forcing him to watch her from afar or harbor murderous intent. He gently held her hand, as if erasing the butler role. He envisioned a reality where the real him could offer simple comforts. She realized his scripted life, though code, was full of contradictions and pain for him. His greatest desire, to be an ordinary person with his own name free. They stood holding hands, a fragile connection forming. Despite the pain evident in his eyes and internally admitted sorrow, He thanked her for the truth. Her own expression was somber. His demeanor shifted, eyes blazing, a chilling smile. He declared his intent to leave the script, asking, "Kill everyone or end his own game existence." She quickly vetoed his drastic measures. They still needed the intruder. She deduced a gathering of players often preceded a murder. The intruder was likely among those heading to the other mansion. She firmly instructed her now adorably chibified, cat-eared butler, holding a knife, that his role was protection, not a killing spree. He meekly agreed. Elsewhere, the young master, student council president, was engrossed in solitary research, poring over school records by candlelight. Another student, the commoner girl, was shown furtively snatching leftovers in the deserted canteen. The school doctor practiced dance, moves alone in the infirmary, her reflection hinting at a hidden depth, and the head teacher was caught in a moment of solitary contemplation, smoking in front of the dormitory. All these disparate characters seemed united by the falling snow. A sense of foreboding hung, who would be claimed by the heavy snowfall. The scene focused on the reception pavilion. This was the heart of the mystery, the terrifying school where students vanished during every heavy snow. Whispers of a legless monster dragging students fueled fear. The horror's origin, an attack on the school by northern bandits years ago, on a similarly snowy night. During that attack, a student vanished, faceless, nameless. The only certainty, the head count was short by one. The prevailing theory, this missing student had transformed into the monster, returning on snowy nights to claim more victims. And so, on this blizzard-swept night, the pavilion became a sanctuary for all those alone, a motley crew of students and staff. The astrologer, ever dramatic, declared that, according to prophecy, the monster would indeed claim one of them from this very gathering. Dun dun dun. He suggested they remain together for days and proposed self-introductions, because what's a monster hunt without awkward icebreakers? The astrologer began, grandly presenting himself as the infallible predictor, the principal's son, adding he enjoyed observing the miss and any fun. The young master introduced himself as student council president, adding pointedly he was once the Mrs. Fiancé. Awkward. The commoner girl identified herself as from the hunting town, a simple student, and the Mrs.'s best friend. The school doctor stated her role and passed as a private physician, curtly adding she was unfamiliar with any miss, deliberately obtuse. The class teacher introduced himself as a school counselor, former hospital doctor, and currently the Mrs. class advisor. The butler presented himself as a school alumnus, part-time swordsmanship instructor, and professionally, the Mrs. Butler. The miss listened with growing bewilderment, wondering why everyone's introduction seemed to revolve around her. Main character perks. Finally, her turn. She identified herself as the former lady of the now bankrupt mansion, currently a commoner student. The school doctor then directly addressed the butler, commenting on their danger and the folly of secrets, pointedly referring to him as an assassin, from the north with serpent eyes. This revelation shocked the others. The astrologer, particularly, seemed stunned, questioning if the doctor meant their butler. The butler's eyes flashed yellow. He calmly reiterated his titles, then added a chilling amendment. Skilled at murder, if anyone wished miss harm, he'd make them a corpse first. The astrologer, terrified, shrieked if he was the northern snake demon. Then, as future school owner, theatrically revoked the butler's teaching credentials, demanding his departure. The class teacher nervously interjected that they were all trapped, trailing off about who the most dangerous person truly was. Amidst the tension, the butler's voice cut through, requesting the miss's hand. She reached out to him. Holding his hand, she turned to the apprehensive group, trying to reassure them in a cute, chibified moment that the butler wouldn't harm anyone. The astrologer despaired about survival. The class teacher tried to calm him, acknowledging the past attack but suggesting the missing student monster might be rumor. The teacher rationalized. Disappearances could be students fleeing or coincidence. The monster a fear-induced hallucination the school was developing medication for. The young master interjected. While agreeing with the hallucination theory, his research showed every vanished student was a commoner. He challenged the astrologer if that wasn't odd. His suspicion hardening, the young master grabbed the astrologer, accusing him of fabricating rumors and prophecies, demanding his or the school's true agenda. The astrologer's demeanor shifted, eye glowing blue. He feigned surprise, mockingly asking if the young master thought his prophecies fake, or worse, that he was the killer. He pushed the young master away, claiming his obsession was finding the prophesied monster to prove his skeptical father wrong, insisting his prophecies were never mistaken, and disassociating from school authorities. With a huff, the astrologer declared he was going to wash his hands as the miss approached. The miss voiced suspicion. The snow started suddenly. How were they all notified to gather so quickly? The young master and the girl hesitantly explained they heard an announcement over the school's PA system. A sudden realization struck the young master. The voice on the broadcast hadn't been official, it had been the astrologer's. He pieced it together. The astrologer's status as principal's son deflected suspicion, but his use of the PA system was highly irregular if he wasn't involved with authorities. The young master rushed to the door, finding it locked. From the other side, the astrologer's triumphant chuckle echoed. He'd trapped them. The astrologer, revealing fangs and a sinister smile, clutched a red box, gloating internally that no one was leaving. His awaited day had arrived. The miss, peering nervously from behind the masked butler, wondered in terror what the box contained, realizing they'd all been fooled and questioning his plan. Then a comical twist. The astrologer tripped, spilling not weapons but gold coins. His sinister demeanor vanished, replaced by a desperate plea for help. Regaining composure, the astrologer explained the school's border town history, once accepting Northern Kingdom children. He elaborated, the Southern Kingdom prioritized alchemy, this school housed the nation's largest lab, and his father hoped he'd pursue it and find a panacea. However, the astrologer confessed his true passion lay not in alchemy, but in divination. He revealed his father dismissed paranormal incidents and the monster as fake, wanting to medicate students for collective hysteria. Yet the astrologer insisted strange events and disappearances were real, passionately questioning if they didn't also see something was wrong. He defended his prophecies, claiming they accurately predicted victims, proving the monster's existence. If his father ignored it, he'd eradicate the threat himself. The young master privately sided with the astrologer's pragmatic father. The astrologer, sensing skepticism, exclaimed in frustration that they clearly didn't believe him. The young master confronted the astrologer with a past failure. A year ago, when Miss was kidnapped, the astrologer's divination was wrong, nearly costing his life. The story flashed back to that day, a year prior, at the Mrs. Still Prosperous mansion. A younger, beaming astrologer arrived, congratulating Miss on supposedly dumping the young master, offering her favorite snowfield chrysanthemums. The astrologer reflected on their childhood, a trio where he always felt like the third wheel, hoping to finally become central to her story. Upon arrival, maids recognized him. When he inquired after Miss, they informed him she wasn't present. He pressed for her whereabouts. The maids delivered shocking news. Kidnapped. Sarcastic narration noted this was almost daily when the butler was absent, despite his warnings to hapless servants. Maids nonchalantly rationalized their negligence, confident the butler would handle it. An image of the butler's furious Chibai apparition loomed, promising future reckoning. The astrologer, aghast, declared that if no one else would, he would save the miss. Pressed for time, he decided on a quick divination, his gaze falling upon the chrysanthemums he carried. He considered plucking petals, a common and straightforward divination method. He looked at the snowfield chrysanthemums, a sudden realization or memory striking him. A memory surfaced of the younger Miss, cherishing these simple roadside wildflowers. She recalled the first time the young master had given her these flowers, a cherished memory. She remembered plucking their petals. He loves me not style, wondering about the young master's feelings, each flower filled with hope. The astrologer remembered her longing to receive those specific flowers from the young master again. He hesitated to use these asterisk flowers for his divination to find her, knowing their sentimental value to her regarding the young master. He dismissed his hesitation, recalling the snowfield chrysanthemum always had a fixed number of petals, and that Miss specifically counted 11. Later that evening, the Miss returned to the mansion, surprisingly on her own. Maids expressed surprise. She nonchalantly explained her kidnapper tripped into a ravine, negating any rescue need. Convenient. One maid remarked on her good fortune, while another curiously asked if the astrologer's divination had led to her rescue. Back in the present, Miss clutched her head as the full memory of that day, including the astrologer's involvement, replayed. She finally understood. She confronted the astrologer, only 2 paths from the forest. He had used chrysanthemum petals to divine her location. The young master interjected, Astrologer's divination failed catastrophically. He took the wrong path, fell into a ravine, and nearly froze. Miss was on the other path. The young master pressed. If the divination was true, then astrologer deliberately gave the wrong direction, causing trouble. The astrologer frantically denied the accusation, insisting that wasn't what happened. He looked at them, a desperate plea in his eyes, his only hope for them to believe him. The miss considered his words, his insistence that his failed divination hadn't been intentional. A strange recognition flickered. His words, his appearance, resonated with a faint, forgotten image from deep within her memories. Meanwhile, the Chibai butler, radiating a dark, possessive aura holding Mrs. Hands, struggled with patience, especially with the astrologer vying for her belief. The scene shifted, astrologer continuing his backstory about a prestigious research lab at a top academic institution, gathering influential figures. He described Muhan, cool, aloof campus heartthrob, computer science genius, a young prodigy professor researching virtual reality from an early age. Supporting this venture were three powerful investors, one being the Miss, flanked by the young master and another figure. He mentioned these investors were childhood friends, wealthy scions, one backed by school authorities. He himself looked different in this past. He confessed his own lack of interest in virtual worlds, joining only for his friend, likely Miss, self-deprecatingly describing himself as unassertive and slow. His only real skill, he admitted, was fortune-telling and divination, learned from his grandfather. He often seemed in Mrs. Shadow. He hinted at disapproval or control from his father, the principal, and a benefactor, who likely didn't value his talents. A red thread of control bound him. Divination was his sole expertise. He desperately wanted to prove its worth to his father, even if no one else believed. The Miss, however, had offered encouragement, believing in him even if he'd predicted his family's bankruptcy, reassuring him. He had lamented she couldn't understand his struggles, blessed with good fate, and pleaded she not tell his father about his fortune-telling. He recalled their friendship's origins, but one particular day deeply impressed him about her character. On that day, Miss was divining her romantic future with Muhan's 110th flower, impulsively pulling him for a reading. He recounted his caution, as his misfortune predictions often led to blame. She had cheerfully prescribed good deeds for good fortune with Muhan. He had thought her solution deceptively simple. He had smiled bitterly, retorting it seemed simple because she was lucky, confessing he sometimes wished to see her experience misfortune. He believed she hadn't taken his divination seriously, yet just as foreseen or wished, misfortune struck Miss that day. When Muhan found her, slightly injured but cheerful, she recounted her abductor being struck by lightning and a policewoman giving her a cute band-aid. Outrageous luck. Following her own advice, Miss then encountered a woman being stalked and agreed to accompany her. This seemingly kind college student was not what she appeared. Luckily, a servant from the young master's household witnessed the interaction. When Miss went missing with this woman, astrologer tried to use divination to guide lab members, but no one believed him. They eventually found Miss, but the group confronted astrologer. Someone, likely Muhan, noted his chosen path was wrong. Following him would have prevented her rescue. The accuser suggested astrologer's mistake might have been intentional, born of jealousy. He had tried to protest. He now narrated he had lied back then and always wanted to tell Miss the truth about that lie. Ironically, he couldn't remember the exact lie or why it impacted her so profoundly. His memory was blank. Back in the present pavilion, astrologer looked at Miss earnestly, reiterating his hope she could believe him now. He slumped, dejected, lamenting his incompetence, confessing he genuinely believed his miscalculation was an error despite wanting to save her. A sharp pain shot through his head. He abruptly dismissed his monster hunting talk, asking them to forget it. Miss prompted him to reconsider. His demeanor shifted, sly smile returning. He reiterated his prophecy about the monster led him to gather them. His true, eccentric intention revealed. He wanted to use this gathering to commune with the Snow Night monster. He proposed that appeasing the monster's vengeful spirit might save them, gesturing with a small figurine resembling the school doctor. The school doctor looked utterly unamused. Astrologer casually added that even if his attempt failed, they had little to lose. The head teacher, finding it preposterous, left to inform authorities. The young master warned astrologer, hoping he wasn't orchestrating the chaos. Astrologer turned beseechingly to Miss, asking if she at least could believe him, addressing her as my lady. A crucial realization dawned on Miss. The astrologer wasn't an NPC, he too was a player. She identified him, Xian Yu, from the real-world laboratory. His current persona and past self merged. As Xian Yu moved towards Miss, the butler instantly stepped protectively before her, growling a warning not to touch her. The butler stood his ground. Xian Yu stepped back. The butler began to summarize the situation, his tone ominous. The class teacher, holding Xian Yu's coin box, surmised his plan, prove his divination to gain cooperation for his communion. The butler voiced deep suspicion. Xian Yu's past flower divination mistake might have been intentional, even gathering victims here. Xian Yu, flustered, reiterated his claim that the previous incident was merely a divination mistake. The butler calmly contradicted him, stating with certainty that Xian Yu hadn't actually made a predictive error back then. The butler examined the Yunai mountain chrysanthemum Xian Yu had used, declaring he understood why the divination went astray. The miss was puzzled by Butler's assertion and recalled his earlier wariness towards Xian Yu. The butler accused Xian Yu of not even truly participating in the divination. Xian Yu, cornered, challenged Butler to explain how he could have avoided a mistake. Butler explained, "The snowfield chrysanthemum has 12 petals." He then revealed Mrs. Habit. She always stops her count at the *11th petal. He elaborated she did this because, regardless of the sequence, ending on 11 always gave her the desired answer or avoided an unwanted one. Therefore, Butler concluded, Xian Yu, knowing the flower's significance to her, likely hadn't wanted to destroy it, and in his haste, used an incorrect number for divination. Understanding finally dawned on the miss. The butler's explanation made a strange kind of sense. Miss looked at Xian Yu, understanding his past failure wasn't deliberate malice, but perhaps a misguided attempt leading to error. A memory surfaced for Miss, cheerfully placing her cute band-aid on Xian Yu's cheek after one of his misadventures. Xian Yu, touched, recalled her earlier advice about good deeds. Miss, smiling gently, suggested that perhaps understanding and believing in him was the good deed needed that day. The astrologer, a faint smirk on his face despite the band-aid, acknowledged that the Miss's divination hadn't been incorrect after all. He bowed his head, hand to his face in a gesture of reluctant confession, admitting it was his own mistake, as he'd wanted to avoid any misunderstanding that he was purposely framing her. Suddenly, a wild laugh escaped him. With manic glee, the astrologer then declared he had never, not for a moment, believed his own divinations to be flawed. Turning towards the miss, his demeanor shifted to one of pathetic dependence. He lamented that no one cared for him, yet she, at least, believed in his words. He leaned in, their foreheads nearly touching, hands clasped. The astrologer then revealed another chilling prediction from his divination. One of them was fated to die the very next day. His gaze, intense and worried, fixed on the miss, he fervently expressed his desperate hope that she would not be the one to meet that grim fate. Before he could continue, the butler's arm snaked around his neck from behind, cutting off his breath. The astrologer choked out a yelp, then quickly suggested they begin the seance. The young master stepped forward, addressing the tense gathering with authority, demanding everyone's cooperation. The homeroom teacher, ever the sycophant, questioned who had permitted the astrologer to get so uncomfortably close to the miss. The young master pondered for a moment. Beside the stoic butler, the miss stated that if she placed her trust in the astrologer, she would participate, and then decisively suggested they commence the seance. The astrologer threw his arms wide, beaming with delight. He announced that the matter was settled. The seance would be held at midnight. However, he first needed to prepare some props, advising everyone to go and rest. With a sweep of his hand, the astrologer indicated the nearby rooms. He explained they were numerous, each well soundproofed and possessing sturdy doors, and for safety, they would be occupied by 2 people per room. The astrologer pointed, assigning the young master and the homeroom teacher to share a room. The young master's expression soured instantly at the pairing. His finger then moved to the girl and the school doctor, pairing them together. The girl immediately protested, her voice shrill with displeasure at the thought of rooming with the doctor. Finally, the astrologer's accusing finger landed on the butler, whose eyes briefly flashed an eerie yellow. He declared the butler far too dangerous and decreed that he would sleep alone in the hall. The young master, incensed, grabbed the astrologer by his robe. The astrologer coughed, having just cheekily suggested the miss share a room with him. The young master furiously stated they would each stay in their own rooms, branding the astrologer a shameless monster, and adding that if a monster was indeed among them, one death was more than enough, not two. The young master then turned his gaze to the butler, surprisingly concurring with the astrologer's earlier judgment. The butler should indeed stay in the hall. The butler merely acknowledged the decision. The miss turned to her butler, a pressing question in her eyes. She asked him how he remembered with such clarity that the flower he'd mentioned previously had exactly 12 petals. In the background, the homeroom teacher mentioned needing items for the divination, offering their help to prepare. The butler, a slight, enigmatic smile playing on his lips as he adjusted his monocle, questioned if her query found it strange. He then simply stated that he had watched her grow up. A memory surfaced. A younger miss, holding a delicate flower, cherished it as the first gift from the young master, wistfully wondering when he might give her another. From a shadowy doorway, the butler observed her quietly. The butler, still in the doorway of her memory, gently informed the young miss that the young master was not one to bestow flowers frequently. Back in the present, the butler took the miss's hand. She questioned his sudden action, her mind replaying the astrologer's recent, clumsy bump into her. Her eyes widened, a blush rising to her cheeks. Internally, she reeled, telling herself to hold on, as too many significant and unsettling things were happening all at once. The butler, his profile sharp against the light, offered a grim explanation. Even if other players were behind them in this strange scenario, their consciousness was likely blocked. Or perhaps, the very game data itself had been tampered with. He looked at the miss, a hint of longing in his eyes. He spoke of catching the intruder, which would end this scripted reality, bringing him closer to returning to his own. He then softly asked her to tell him about the flowers she truly liked, once they were back. The miss, visibly touched by his words, replied with heartfelt sincerity that she wanted to give those flowers to him in person. The butler gently urged her to rest, assuring her he would keep a vigilant eye on her situation from the hall. Yet, a chilling narrative overlay spoke of a distant, unattainable day, a promise that would never come. As the butler began to walk away, the miss cried out for him to stop. She confronted him with a painful truth. This place, this reality they were in, would never become real. She looked him steadily in the eyes, her voice firm. She declared herself his master and implored him not to listen to the others who were ostracizing him. The miss, her face flushed and words slurred from drink, covered her mouth. She insisted he was merely dreaming, and then, in a moment of drunken vulnerability, asked him to come and sleep with her that night. The grand hall stood empty and silent. It was around 8 o'clock in the evening, 2 hours having passed since everyone had retired to their assigned rooms. The homeroom teacher appeared at the butler's door, a syringe glinting in his hand, offering a deceptively pleasant good evening. The butler, his shirt partially open and tie loosened, was being pulled by an unseen hand, his eyes glowing with a dangerous light. He coolly inquired what the matter was. The homeroom teacher stood in the room, where the miss lay sleeping on the bed. He announced it was almost midnight and offered to help prepare materials for the seance, noting ominously that it required some blood. A close-up on the homeroom teacher's eye revealed his cunning thought. He had considered asking the boys to assist in drawing the necessary blood, his gaze flicking over. Suddenly, the butler had a knife pressed to the homeroom teacher's throat. With chilling calm, he asked if the teacher required eyes for the seance, offering to help remove them. The terrified teacher stammered an apology, insisting he'd seen nothing and only wanted to draw a little blood. The homeroom teacher, pale with fear, hastily told the butler there was no need for such drastic measures. He urged the butler to simply take what he needed and leave immediately. The miss thrashed weakly in the butler's arms as he tried to make her drink some hangover medicine. She managed a faint, "Ah, no," in protest. Her eyes fluttered open, confusion clouding her gaze. She groggily wondered how on earth she had ended up in this situation, in his room. Still dazed, the miss touched her face, thinking to herself that she seemed to have been drinking quite a bit. She looked at the butler with wide, horrified eyes, a dreadful thought crossing her mind. Had she actually done something inappropriate with him? He quickly reassured her that she hadn't. He explained that she had vomited on her clothes, and after he'd washed her up, he had temporarily covered her with his own. The miss, however, pointed an accusing finger at the butler's undone collar. Her suspicion reignited. If nothing had happened, she demanded, then why was his collar in such disarray? A flashback showed a thoroughly intoxicated miss, petulantly complaining that her clothes were dirty. She whined for her maid, demanding to be changed immediately, while the butler stood patiently behind her. The flashback continued, the miss leaning heavily against the butler, complaining of a dizzy spell, her reliance on him clear even in her inebriated state. The flashback ended. The butler calmly explained that he had given her the hangover medicine and had simply held her for a bit. The miss, now sporting cute, imaginary cat ears, felt the alcohol surge anew. A wave of indignation washed over her. The atmosphere had been so charged. Why hadn't he made a move? Was she not attractive enough? Rational thought was swiftly overpowered by anger. She wrapped her arms around the butler from behind, her voice a low warning. If he had truly tried anything, she would have strangled him. She then reminded him, and perhaps herself, that this was all just a game. Her real self would not die here. Gazing at the butler, the miss mused aloud about the consequences of dying in this game world, speculating about a rollback in time. The butler, meanwhile, had a chilling internal thought. Indeed, she wouldn't truly die here, which meant he was free to do whatever he wished. The butler leaned close, his voice a mere whisper by her ear, asking if she truly wanted to stay in this place. The miss looked up, surprised by his question. His expression hardened with a fierce determination. He questioned if she was mocking him. His inner thoughts, however, revealed a deep, possessive attachment. This place, these memories, belonged to her and to him, and he would not lose them for a second. The butler pulled the miss into a tight embrace, his eyes glowing with an intense light. She murmured that he had to trust her too. His mind, however, was set on a deadly course. He would definitely kill him. Standing by the window with the butler, the miss's attention was suddenly caught by a movement outside in the snowy darkness. She stepped out onto the balcony, peering into the night. She wondered aloud if that fleeting figure had been the school nurse, and what she could possibly be doing outside so late. The butler inquired if anything was amiss. The miss quickly dismissed it as nothing, then changed the subject, asking how much longer they had to wait until the seance began. The butler gently drew her back from the railing, his arms protectively around her. He informed her there were still about 3 to 4 hours left and advised her against getting too close to the window, as the night air was bitterly cold. A blush crept up the miss's face as she realized the implication. She would have to remain alone with him, in this somewhat compromised state, for several more hours. The thought was unsettlingly intimate. As the butler leaned his weary head against her, the miss found his behavior curious. It was rare to see him look so exhausted. She wondered if he, too, had been drinking, and if his tolerance for alcohol was as laughably low as her own. The butler gently laid himself down on the bed. The miss, after a moment's hesitation, settled beside him, the silence of the room charged with unspoken tension. The clock in the grand hall chimed, its hands pointing to midnight. The appointed hour for the seance had arrived. The young master and the girl walked down the dimly lit corridor towards the hall. The girl shivered, pulling her makeshift shawl tighter, remarking that it was surprisingly cold inside the building as well. The astrologer, already in the seance room, greeted the homeroom teacher and the school doctor, who were seated grimly at the table, awaiting the proceedings. Holding a flickering candle, the astrologer, now cloaked for his role, invited the newcomers to sit wherever they pleased, announcing that the seance would commence shortly. The girl, taking a seat, couldn't help but comment on the oppressive darkness of the room, a nervous tremor in her voice. The butler carefully led the miss into the room. She was now wearing a different, more elaborate gown, a stark contrast to her earlier attire. He called out her name softly. A small note indicated she'd unfortunately thrown up and had to change into spare clothes. The girl, her eyes sparkling with adoration for the miss's new look, gushed about how cute she was and readily agreed to start the seance. The school doctor, in contrast, looked thoroughly unimpressed. The miss's eyes widened in alarm as she observed the ritualistic circle on the table. The strange liquid within it had begun to flow, ominously, towards the butler. The astrologer, a self-satisfied smile on his face, announced that the monster had made its choice. It would possess the butler. He instructed them to prepare their questions, which the possessed butler would answer with a simple yes or no. The girl internally scoffed at the theatrics. This was just like a Ouija board, she thought, utterly fake and completely random, so much for serious divination. The miss looked at the butler, whose face was partially obscured by unsettling shadows. She tentatively asked if he was feeling any discomfort, now that he was supposedly possessed. The young master interjected, stating that to ensure authenticity, they would ask questions directly related to the ongoing case, as the ghost should be familiar with school affairs. The homeroom teacher, seizing the opportunity, then posed a pointed question. Was the young master the student council president solely due to his family's connections? The young master visibly flinched as the enchanted quill began to write, forming the word no. He was inwardly stunned. The ghost actually knew the truth. Most people just assumed his family's influence was the sole reason for his position. A barrage of questions followed. Were the eerie cries in the woods at midnight merely bird calls? Yes. Were the missing exam papers from the final exam stolen? Yes. Then, the girl, with a hopeful blush, asked if the miss would ever marry her. A resounding no was written, much to the amusement and exasperation of the young master and homeroom teacher. The astrologer leaned forward intently, his voice low and serious, addressing the spirit purportedly inhabiting the butler. He asked if it had come to this school with the explicit intention of seeking revenge. The quill scratched out a yes. The astrologer pressed further, his voice tinged with fear. Would it kill any of them here tonight? The girl suddenly pointed towards the school doctor, who had been unnervingly still. She questioned why the doctor hadn't reacted at all to the chilling proceedings. A collective gasp filled the room as the horrifying truth dawned on them. The school doctor wasn't just still, she was dead. The girl cried out in disbelief. No way she. A flashback began, narrated by the homeroom teacher's shaken voice. He described a horrifying scene, an unseen assailant continuously carving into Mew hands, the butler's head with a knife, muttering incoherently, as if attempting to crack open his skull. The homeroom teacher's narration continued, his voice strained with remembered terror. Then, it seemed as if those present saw something truly terrifying manifest on Mew Han. Frantically, upon opening the door and witnessing the scene, they had turned to him and desperately asked if he, too, had seen it. They questioned in horror what in the world that terrifying, monstrous eye-like apparition could have been. The astrologer, his face contorted with rage and accusation, lunged towards the butler. He screamed that the butler was the killer, a despicable monster, and undeniably the one who had murdered the school doctor. The young master spoke, his tone grave. While he didn't truly believe in spirit possession, he admitted the butler's behavior had been highly suspicious. He had acted as if possessed, even pinpointing the school doctor, making him look exactly like her murderer. Behind him, the homeroom teacher shivered, muttering that perhaps ghosts were real after all. The miss quickly intervened, urging them to calm down. She questioned their logic. Were they seriously suggesting the butler had killed the school doctor through thin air, right in the middle of the ceremony? The butler, standing beside her, coolly stated that the doctor must have died before the ritual even began. The butler elaborated, explaining that the school doctor had likely been dead for some time. The cold temperature of the room and the strong scent of her perfume could have easily masked the initial signs of death. The miss looked at the butler, a new understanding dawning in her eyes as she recalled his peculiar constitution and heightened sensitivity to smells. She asked him directly if he hadn't been possessed at all. He confirmed, his gaze steady, that he had not. A thought struck the miss. The butler had indeed seemed unusually preoccupied and distant when he was chosen by the spirit during the earlier part of the ceremony. The astrologer, however, refused to yield. He vehemently insisted that the butler was the murderer, the prophesied monster of the snowy night. His divination, he cried, could not be wrong. He then furiously demanded how else the butler could have provided all those correct answers during the seance. The young master offered a more rational, albeit cynical, perspective. Perhaps the astrologer had simply failed in his spirit summoning, he suggested, and the answers had been mere guesses. Or, more insidiously, perhaps the butler himself was the snake lurking in the shadows. He added thoughtfully that all of them, connected as they were to the miss and the strange incidents plaguing the school. A chilling close-up of the butler's glowing yellow eyes punctuated the young master's unspoken thought. Might have been under his watchful, predatory gaze all along. The miss felt a knot of uncertainty tighten within her. Was it truly a monster that had killed the school doctor, or had one of them seized the chaotic opportunity to muddy the waters and commit murder? The girl, suddenly emboldened, whirled around and pointed an accusing finger at the astrologer. No, she declared, he was the killer. He was the last person known to have had close contact with the school doctor. She acknowledged the doctor's poor reputation and her own dislike for her, admitting no one paid much attention to the deceased. However, she found it suspicious that the astrologer was the first to arrive in the hall. The astrologer sputtered, denying any close contact. It was just a dance, he insisted. The miss, meanwhile, found herself contemplating the true nature of the relationship between the flustered astrologer and the now-deceased school doctor. The astrologer continued his defense, claiming he had only just arrived himself, even helpfully bringing the necessary potions and blood for the ritual. With such a strong, cloying scent emanating from his supplies, he argued, he wouldn't have noticed the smell of death either. The girl, growing increasingly agitated, threw her hands up. She demanded that everyone share exactly what they had been doing during the 6 hours leading up to the ceremony, and bravely volunteered to begin her account first. The narrative rewound, taking them back to 6 o'clock in the evening, the time when everyone had dispersed to their respective rooms. An image of a lavish dessert cart flashed by, laden with untouched sweets. It turned out the girl had remained in the main hall to eat. She'd observed with satisfaction that nobody had touched the entire cart of sweets before they left, and decided she wouldn't hold back from indulging. While enjoying her treats, the girl noticed that the astrologer hadn't left the hall either. She curiously wondered what kind of book he was so engrossed in reading. Indeed, the astrologer had also remained in the hall, diligently poring over an ancient-looking tome, evidently researching the necessary information for setting up the seance. The girl was then surprised to see the school doctor enter the hall, having changed into an elegant dress. She couldn't help but wonder what the doctor was up to, dressed so formally. The school doctor approached the astrologer, holding out a small, framed portrait. She informed him that she had brought the portrait he had given her, adding that she genuinely liked his gift. The astrologer, barely looking up from his book, simply replied that it was good to hear she liked it, his tone dismissive. The school doctor then reminded him of his own dire prediction, that one of them was going to die. She posed a chilling question. What if the one fated to die was either him or her? Her eyes, shown in close-up, glinted with a strange, resolute light. She stated firmly that since this was likely to be the end for one of them, she hoped to leave with no regrets. The school doctor then directly addressed the astrologer, asking if he remembered a promise they had made. With an air of finality, she told him to dance with her. The homeroom teacher, noticing the scene, approached the girl and inquired about the commotion. The girl, still munching on a pastry, casually replied that the astrologer and school doctor were dancing, and rather closely at that. She mused aloud if they could perhaps be lovers. The girl's eye widened in shock. She had overheard something the school doctor whispered to the astrologer during their dance, leaving her to wonder what on earth it could have been. Whatever the school doctor had said, it clearly terrified the astrologer, his face paling as he listened to her hushed words. The girl, her earlier observations now clicking into a damning theory, pointed an accusatory finger at the astrologer. This was it. He must have had some kind of hold over the school doctor, or vice versa, and that's why he killed her. She demanded to know the true nature of their relationship. The astrologer flatly denied killing her. The accusation hung heavy in the air, the girl relentlessly pressing the astrologer, convinced of his guilt in the school doctor's demise. The homeroom teacher then interjected, his tone laced with insinuation. He asked the astrologer directly if the school doctor had been his lover, mentioning widespread rumors that she had a noble student as her secret romantic partner. He then added that it all seemed very suspicious, and questioned if the doctor perhaps had some compromising information on the astrologer. The astrologer retorted sharply, dismissing the homeroom teacher as greedy trash and questioning his motives for butting in. He then reminded the teacher that he, too, had been a doctor at the school clinic and must have been quite close with the school nurse himself. The homeroom teacher looked visibly distressed as the astrologer continued his verbal assault. He brought up the rumor that the teacher was impoverished, having been fired after a severe mistake, and had been struggling financially ever since. The homeroom teacher panicked, vehemently denying any involvement in the school doctor's death and begging not to be suspected. He admitted he was desperate enough to do anything for money, but as she was a commoner, he wouldn't have coveted her meager wealth. The young master then dropped a bombshell. He revealed that the school had a dark secret. It had always conducted physical exams on students, and, under the guise of collective hysteria about ghosts, injected them with experimental drugs. The miss listened intently, her expression thoughtful as she processed this disturbing new information about the institution they attended. The young master continued his exposé, stating that the astrologer was, in fact, the principal's son. He now suspected that the astrologer was collaborating with the school, using his seemingly accurate prophecies to select and take students away for unknown purposes. A sinister image of the astrologer, surrounded by shadowy, monstrous figures, illustrated the young master's suspicion. Perhaps he was making others believe it was the work of monsters, thereby legitimizing their supposed existence, while actually using the physical exams to select suitable students for horrific experimentation. The astrologer furiously denied these accusations. He claimed he merely predicted which students would be captured by these alleged monsters and had kindly tried to warn them, but they had stubbornly refused to listen to his prophetic insights. The girl suddenly recalled a detail from her own experiences. She had, in fact, been repeatedly called in for blood tests by the school. The miss pondered the implications of drug manufacturing. If that were true, the school wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice students for its nefarious purposes. She then remembered the butler mentioning his skills in pharmaceuticals, and a chilling possibility began to form in her mind. The young master added another piece to the puzzle, recalling that their school was renowned for its pharmaceutical alchemy within the Southern Kingdom, and had always enjoyed the unwavering support of the kingdom's royalty. However, he clarified, many years ago, there was no such pharmaceutical craze in either the school or the entire Southern Kingdom. This obsession, he explained, had only emerged after the dramatic fall of the Northern Kingdom. The young master elaborated on the history. The Northern Kingdom, though small, was home to an incredibly powerful family of pharmacists who created miraculous drugs capable of curing all kinds of diseases. Many people from various lands flocked to them, and this family amassed a great fortune. The tale took a darker turn. It was said, he continued, that this family obtained their potent medicine from a serpent demon. Consequently, these concoctions were called serpent drugs and were believed to be cursed. Those who used them would either die violently soon after or transform into bloodthirsty, belligerent monsters with terrifying serpentine eyes. For a while, the Northern Kingdom was thrown into utter chaos. To prevent the devastating spread of the serpent demon's curse, the Southern Kingdom eventually took action, suppressing the rebellion and chaos in the Northern Kingdom, which ultimately led to its complete demise. The young master voiced his current suspicion. He believed the school was attempting to concoct that very kind of snake medicine. After all, a drug capable of curing all diseases would be an incredibly tempting prize. Behind him, the butler listened, his expression unreadable. The butler finally spoke, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light. He confirmed that it was indeed a unique, secret medicine of the fallen Northern Kingdom, the very kind of drug that had irrevocably changed his own constitution. He revealed his origins. He was a scion of that Northern Kingdom's pharmaceutical family, one of the few who could remain lucid even after using the potent drug. In fact, he had been a key figure in its production. However, after the kingdom's fall, he was taken in by the Mrs. family as a child, losing most of his memories from that tumultuous period. The homeroom teacher, still grappling with these revelations, questioned the wild history they'd heard about some individuals remaining sane only because they were bound by a contract. He wondered aloud what that contract could have been, speculating if it might be a formula for a perfect snake medicine, one devoid of any side effects. The miss listened intently as the old monster legend of the school was recounted. Years ago, a student was supposedly kidnapped by a snake-eyed brigand from the Northern Kingdom during a snowy night and subsequently went missing. Yet, frustratingly, a check of the student roster revealed no such missing person. The legend continued that this kidnapped student later transformed into a monster, who, on snowy nights, would kidnap other students from the school. Everything seemed to point towards a connection between the Northern and Southern Kingdoms, but the chilling question remained: how much of this lore was actually true? The miss, bringing the focus back to the present crisis, requested that they continue to share what each of them was doing in the hours leading up to the ill-fated ceremony. The young master cleared his throat, preparing to give his account of the events. He explained that he had returned to his room at 6 o'clock, where he spent his time organizing the investigative materials he had brought with him. Regarding the choice of rooms, he noticed they were all identical, so he simply waited for everyone else to choose first, and then took one of the remaining ones. He added a pertinent detail. Because of the sudden and unexpected snowstorm, everyone had hastily brought their most important belongings with them to the guest house on very short notice. Around 8:15, he recounted, he encountered the homeroom teacher, who was aggressively knocking on his door, ostensibly to collect blood for the seance. He admitted he was harassed by the teacher and genuinely disliked him, especially because he had pounded on the door so hard it had scared him. The young master then gave a rather unflattering, pantomimed imitation of the homeroom teacher's typically fawning behavior. He stated that the teacher had an unfortunate habit of ingratiating himself with those in power. After that unpleasant encounter, he claimed, he stayed with the homeroom teacher until midnight to attend the seance. The homeroom teacher, overhearing this, quickly interjected with an excuse. He claimed he had knocked so hard only because the soundproofing in the rooms was exceptionally good, and he had been afraid the young master wouldn't hear him otherwise. The young master merely looked annoyed by the explanation. The miss then questioned the young master, asking if he was indeed saying that all the rooms looked exactly the same. He confirmed her understanding, stating that they had all been given the freedom to choose their rooms, and upon his own quick inspection, he had found their interiors to be identical. He further described the uniform furnishings: simple wooden boards, wool blankets, and furniture also crafted from plain wood. Nothing distinguished one room from another. Suddenly, the young master and the homeroom teacher rushed over to where the girl was clinging tightly to the miss, clearly distressed. The young master urgently asked what was going on over there. He then instructed the girl to take the miss outside to rest for a bit, noting that she had just seen the dead body up close and was understandably shaken. He assured them they would continue the investigation and call for them later. The miss, observing the young master's newfound take-charge attitude, found herself thinking that he seemed much more responsible now than when he was younger. She wondered if his transformation was due to his role as the student council president. She mused further that he must be a player in reality, a significant figure, yet she still couldn't recall anything specific about him or his past. What kind of history did he have, she wondered. A somber narrative text appeared. That's probably a story that the miss can no longer know. A flashback began, transporting the scene to a snowy evening, deep within the confines of the student council office. A subordinate was presenting a report to the president, the young master, detailing recent unusual incidents that had occurred on campus, requesting him to deal with them. The young master accepted the bundle of papers, thanking the council member for their hard work and instructing them to hand over the documents. He began to read through the unsettling reports. Eerie cries heard from the school woods at midnight, despite an exorcism already having been performed. Final exam papers mysteriously stolen, even though he had personally paid out of pocket to beef up security, and even ingredients being pilfered from the school cafeteria at night. The young master, rubbing his temples in frustration over the petty thefts, decided he'd had enough. If someone was sneaking bites from the cafeteria, he resolved to forget relying on others and would stake out the place himself to catch the culprit. His thoughts drifted to his own position. As the heir to his rich and powerful family, he could theoretically do whatever he wanted at school. However, he had become the student council president through his own strenuous efforts, after 5 grueling elections, no less, and he genuinely tried to do the best he could in his role. He confessed, at least to himself, that his initial motive for becoming president was deeply personal. He had wanted a certain someone, the miss, his childhood friend to whom he was betrothed, to see him in a new, more capable light. He reminisced about their childhood. They used to be quite close, the best of playmates, practically inseparable. Yet somehow, he could never seem to outshine her in anything. She even received more pocket money than he did, a fact that irked him endlessly. Neither of them were particularly brilliant students, but he could never manage to beat her scores, even by a single point. Even his popularity with the opposite sex paled in comparison to hers. The scene shifted to the miss, as a child, happily introducing a new boy, the butler, whom her father had brought home. She announced that he would be their butler from now on, living with them permanently. The young master observed the miss, noting how pleased she seemed with this new boy who was going to live in the villa forever. Beside him, a younger, bespectacled astrologer whispered a taunting comment, clearly enjoying the young master's discomfort. The younger astrologer leaned in, his voice dripping with childish malice, telling the crestfallen young master that the miss wouldn't want to play with him any more now that she had a new companion. The young master then recalled meeting another girl, Zhu, the girl from the present. He remembered thinking she was incredibly cute, perhaps even experiencing love at first sight. He had been so eager to introduce her to the miss, he couldn't wait. The image showed him and Zhu holding hands, while the miss stood apart, looking undeniably sad and left out. The young master proudly announced to the miss that he would be with Zhu from now on, and they would play together, effectively replacing her. The miss was visibly stunned by this pronouncement, her situation mirroring how she had felt when she had first brought the butler into their lives, only for the roles to be reversed. Zhu, in those early days, was all sweetness and light, constantly praising the young master, telling him he was the best at everything, which naturally made him feel good about himself. The young master, reflecting on that time, admitted to himself that he must have really liked her back then, captivated by her charm and adoration. It was only later, he recalled with a grimace, that he discovered her true, less appealing nature. The scene shifted to the academy's cafeteria at night, his mood then mirroring the sour expression on his face in the present. He remembered angrily confronting Zhu Zhu in the deserted cafeteria, having discovered she was the thief stealing food. He accused her of looking at him with disgust, as if she were repulsed by his very presence. Zhu Zhu had defiantly retorted, questioning who he was calling a food thief. She claimed she had only been taking leftover dishes, a food that was meant to feed the horses anyway. What was wrong with taking some of that? He had been the one to arrange for her to enter the school, he recalled. She had betrayed his trust deeply, and in his anger, he had cut off her funding. Yet, as a commoner with no other recourse, she had incredibly strived to stay in the prestigious academy. Despite his anger, he had offered her his hand, telling her to get up from where she had fallen or was cowering. Zhu Zhu, however, had fiercely rejected his perceived charity, lashing out at him. She called him a narcissist full of vanity and a heartbreaker, declaring he had no right to talk about her in such a condescending manner. The young master, surprisingly gentle, had patted her head. He conceded that since she had managed to stay in school despite everything, it meant her grades must be good enough to meet the requirements. He then made her an offer. If she helped him study so he could finally beat the miss in academics, he would, in return, cover all her meals. And so, he explained, that was how he began his unexpected, tutoring life, hoping to simultaneously help the struggling Zhu Zhu and finally surpass the miss, effectively killing two birds with one stone. Zhu Zhu, however, proved to be a harsh tutor. Holding up one of his failed tests, covered in red X's, she had exasperatedly asked if his brain was made of mush, or if it was so filled with gold coins that he simply couldn't learn a single thing. The young master cringed at the memory. The contrast between her initial sweetness and her current, female devil, persona was jarring. Zhu Zhu, meanwhile, complained dramatically that she had been explaining concepts to him for half an hour and was dying of thirst, demanding he bring her his most expensive drink to compensate her. He had hesitantly asked if wine, likely his father's expensive wine, would do. She had considered for a moment, then deemed it acceptable and told him to hand it over. After taking a sip of the wine, the young master found himself blushing. Zhu Zhu immediately noticed, teasingly asking why he was blushing all of a sudden. Was he drunk already? He vehemently denied it, puffing out his chest and boasting that he could hold his liquor much better than the miss could. Zhu Zhu, with a knowing smirk and bunny ears in his perception, merely noted that his alcohol tolerance didn't seem particularly great either, and filed that information away. The young master, emboldened by the wine and his blush deepening, then awkwardly asked Zhu Zhu if she really liked the Miss Zhu Zhu, surprised by the question, internally pegged him as a rival in love. Zhu Zhu, feeling a bit dizzy herself, entered a trance-like state, wondering if she too was getting drunk from the atmosphere or the shared wine. Suddenly, the scene shifted. Zhu Zhu, now in a modern lab coat and glasses, looked bewildered, her hands raised in confusion. She wondered aloud why her consciousness, her real-world awareness, had suddenly been unlocked within the game. A sharp, agonizing pain shot through her head, and a flood of suppressed memories began to pour into her consciousness. The flashback conversation resumed. The young master, flustered, was admitting to Zhu Zhu that his family wasn't as wealthy as Luo's, the Mrs. family, so he couldn't compete in flaunting wealth. Furthermore, both their grades weren't great, but he still couldn't beat her. He confessed he had hoped to surpass her in the laboratory, but it turned out she was more capable and dedicated there as well. He had initially thought Luo was only shining in the lab and becoming popular because of Mu Han's, the butler's, assistants. However, he realized she didn't understand a thing about dream development initially, but had secretly worked very hard to conduct good experiments. He acknowledged that occasionally, his classmates would suggest he only got good positions through family connections, but that wasn't the case at all. A lot of what he had achieved was through his own strenuous efforts. Because of this, he now felt he understood her, the miss, a bit better. Zhu Zhu, ever persistent, pressed him again. So, young master, do you like the miss? He defensively told her not to keep nagging him. She continued her psychological probing, asking if it was perhaps because he couldn't surpass her in anything that the miss had become an obsession for him. The young master admitted, his voice softer now, that he truly didn't know. Maybe she was simply a childhood friend that he cared a great deal about. Yet, every time he saw her getting close to Mu Han and not playing with him as much, he felt an undeniable discomfort deep in his heart. So he confessed, He had decided to try and spur Luo on to make her jealous. He had bought expensive bags to bribe Zhu Zhu, the junior, to act out a play with him, hoping Luo might feel the same discomfort he did. He lamented that his plan had backfired spectacularly. Who would have known that the junior Zhu Zhu was actually stirring up trouble behind his back all along? As a result, Luo had ended up hating him completely. He despaired that whatever he said now, the miss wouldn't pay any attention to him. He could only hope that one day, somehow, she would learn the truth. Zhu Zhu then sharply reminded him how happy he had been when the junior herself had sweet-talked him to the skies, calling him a super immature, self-obsessed guy. The young master mumbled defensively that he just liked being praised, that's all. Zhu Zhu sighed, then offered a constructive suggestion. They should forget it for now. After all, it was still a dream. They should just look for Muhan to write her into the story in the future, and then find a chance to let the miss know the real truth. She also admitted she had her own secrets written into this dream construct. Considering the money he'd given her, she'd find a way for Muhan to give him a hand with the plot. The young master, looking small and teary-eyed, thanked her, calling her a really kind soul. Zhu Zhu, however, reverted to her big bad guy in the lab persona, complete with bunny ears, telling him to stay away from her, calling him a childish ghost. She stated she was only being nice and helping him make up classes because of the money. The young master, his expression earnest, said that even though the truth was still unknown, everyone had forgiven him on the surface. After spending so much time together, he no longer thought she was that kind of person and sincerely apologized for presuming she was bad before. Zhu Zhu, however, dismissed his apology coolly. It didn't matter anymore, she stated flatly. It was none of his business. How is it none of my business? The young master erupted, changing the subject abruptly. He pointed to a pink, beribboned box of chocolates on the table, demanding to know if that box wasn't made for him. He accused her of planning to give it to him for Valentine's Day. He then muttered that her brain seemed a bit off. Zhu Zhu, transforming into an angry bunny-eared chibai, snatched up the box. "This is for Miss," she declared with fierce determination. The young master deflated, a look of utter defeat on his face. Still, he couldn't compare. He was once again second best. The flashback abruptly ended. Zhu Zhu, back in her modern lab coat, clutched her head in distress. Oh no, she groaned. The true memory that Zhu Zhu, her game character, was going to give to Miss. How did it get into my asterisk device? She realized with dismay that this particular memory could only be triggered once within a game. She sighed in resignation. Forget it, I don't care anymore, she muttered, deciding it was just her bad luck for getting entangled with that silly white furball, the young master's game avatar. She resolved to continue to immerse herself, to go back to the script of the current scenario. Back in the game, the young master, still visibly drunk, turned to the girl Zhu Zhu's game avatar. He asked her, his voice slurring, what she used to think of him when they were together in the past. She blinked, trying to regain her focus. The scene was set, a separate, isolated pavilion on the school grounds, currently besieged by a heavy snowstorm. The temperature outside was extremely low, painting a grim and chilling atmosphere. A quick recap summarized the situation. The astrologer had predicted that a monster would kill one of them tonight. Consequently, they were all hiding in this pavilion, intending to conduct a seance to communicate with said monster. Before the ceremony, everyone had chosen a room to stay in. At 6 in the evening, everyone had dispersed from the main hall to prepare for the seance, which was scheduled for midnight in the hall. However, at midnight, the seance was horrifyingly interrupted when they realized the school doctor had been leaning motionlessly against her chair for quite some time, seemingly dead. It appeared her cause of death was a severe blow to the head. Because she had been covered with a blanket, they initially thought she was just cold. Furthermore, due to her poor reputation within the school, tragically, no one had noticed she had already passed away. Now, they had come to her assigned room and found a significant amount of blood on the floor. It seemed this was the actual location where she had died. The butler reported that he had searched the room thoroughly but didn't find anything resembling a weapon. The astrologer added that he couldn't find anything suspicious outside in the snow either. The murderer, he surmised, might have taken the weapon away. The group stood tensely in the blood-stained room, the investigation underway. The young master inquired who lived near this room and if they had heard any abnormal noises. The miss replied that her room was nearby, but the soundproofing in the guest house was quite good. One could hardly even hear noises from the hallway. The girl then asked for the locations of everyone's rooms, offering to draw a map to help visualize the layout. She began by stating that the room she had chosen was A diagram was presented, showing the approximate locations of everyone's rooms in relation to the corridor and the main hall, providing an elevation view of the guesthouse wing. The girl, upon entering the school doctor's room, remarked that it was quite warm, wasn't it? She had felt a wave of heat as soon as she entered. The homeroom teacher, ever ready with an explanation, suggested it was probably because the stove was being used for heating. The homeroom teacher then exclaimed that every room had a stove, questioning why the girl hadn't used hers earlier, as she had been complaining about being freezing. He pointed out that the school doctor's stove indeed showed traces of recent use. It seemed she had wanted to warm up. The miss, her voice calm and collected, suggested they continue their discussion about what everyone did before the seance. Afterward, she proposed they would check everyone's rooms for any unusual items, specifically looking for potential weapons. She began her own account. After returning to her room with the butler at 6, she had slept until around 8 o'clock. After that, she stated, the butler had stayed with her continuously until they went to the ceremony site at midnight, so their timelines should match perfectly. The homeroom teacher then confessed his own actions. He admitted he had wanted to get closer to the principal's son, the astrologer, so he had eagerly helped collect the ceremonial tools and had prepared to draw everyone's blood. The astrologer, overhearing this, scoffed, dismissing it as mere free labor, and telling the teacher not to expect any thanks. The homeroom teacher continued his narrative. He had intended to go back to his room at 6 o'clock to organize his old medical kit. However, upon seeing people dancing in the hall, he had been drawn in by the activity and joined them. After everyone else had eventually left the hall, he then went back to his own room to prepare his blood collection tools for the seance. Around 8 o'clock, he stated, he went to the miss's room, where he proceeded to draw the butler's blood for the ritual. Later, he went to the young master's room. He claimed that, as a gentleman, he only drinks blood from boys, a rather odd and suspicious statement. His professed motive was to get closer to the young master, so he had chatted with him until it was time for the midnight seance. The astrologer then gave his account. He stated that he had remained in the hall at 6 o'clock, dancing with the school doctor, as the girl had already mentioned. Afterward, he too had returned to his room to prepare. The astrologer, a provocative glint in his eyes, then turned to the miss. He questioned whether, while she was asleep, the butler had really been in her room the entire time. He then directed his gaze to the butler, asking him pointedly if that was indeed right. The miss, puzzled, asked the astrologer what he meant by his insinuation. The astrologer then revealed that the butler had come to his room around 7 o'clock for a brief visit, though he hadn't stayed long. The astrologer continued with a mocking tone, remarking that the butler was truly a professional killer. He hadn't even bothered using the main entrance, instead jumping directly from his own windowsill to the astrologer's, giving him quite a scare in the process. The butler calmly explained his actions. The miss, he stated, did not like the sound of knocking, so he never used the main door when approaching her or, by extension, others in her vicinity. The astrologer, clearly trying to provoke a reaction, pushed further. If the butler could jump directly to his windowsill, he taunted, then he could also jump to the school doctor's windowsill and enter her room, couldn't he? A chilling smirk spread across the butler's face. Of course, he confirmed. He then added, his voice dangerously soft, that he could also climb to the windows upstairs and break in to kill all of them if he so wished. The group recoiled in unison. The homeroom teacher was internally screaming at the astrologer, "Are you dumb? Can you stop provoking him?" The astrologer, however, seized on the butler's threat, shouting triumphantly that they all heard it. The butler must have killed the school nurse too. He was a monster. The miss, her gaze fixed on the butler, asked him directly, cutting through the accusations, what was the real reason he had gone to the astrologer's room. "Don't lie to me," she added, her voice firm, demanding the truth. The butler hesitated for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Finally, the butler, now depicted with adorable cat ears that belied the gravity of his words, admitted it. He had gone to the astrologer's room with the intention of killing him. However, he adamantly asserted that it wasn't him who had killed the school nurse. The young master processed this. He mused that the butler wouldn't attempt to kill the astrologer without a very good reason. He must have been acting with extreme caution regarding something specific. The astrologer, however, crowed in triumph. "Ha, you all heard it. He admitted it himself." He then boasted that if it weren't for his own quick wit, warning the miss that she was alone in her room and therefore in danger, he might have had a hole in his head by now, courtesy of the butler. The miss calmly interjected, stating that the astrologer's timeline was incorrect. The butler had gone to the astrologer's room around 7 o'clock, she reiterated. At that time, the school nurse wasn't dead yet. The astrologer, taken aback, demanded how she could possibly know that. She then revealed a crucial piece of information. Around 8 o'clock that evening, she had personally seen the school nurse running past her window. What? The astrologer exclaimed, utterly shocked. The young master acknowledged it was a crucial piece of information indeed. He then eyed the miss shrewdly, accusing her of deliberately waiting until everyone else had finished talking and presenting their alibis before revealing this vital detail. The young master considered this new timeline carefully, assuming that the miss hadn't been mistaken in what she saw. He consulted the detailed timeline he had been meticulously constructing throughout their discussion, cross-referencing everyone's stated movements. Based on this new information, the young master deduced that the only individuals who could have killed the school nurse after 8 o'clock, during the period when they were unaccounted for, were narrowed down to 2 suspects. Those 2 suspects, he declared, were the astrologer and the girl Zuju. The astrologer immediately turned his attention to the girl. He reminded her that she often had to go for physical exams, implying she must have run into the school doctor frequently and thus had ample opportunity. He pressed his accusation. The school doctor was notorious for being cruel to poor students. Couldn't the girl have harbored deep resentment and seen the current chaos as the perfect opportunity to kill her? The girl vehemently denied it, admitting she disliked the doctor, but insisting she wouldn't risk killing someone so brazenly in front of so many people. The astrologer scoffed, his expression chillingly smug. You wouldn't, he sneered. He then brought up a dark rumor. He had heard that she once killed her own sister in front of an entire town. He then pointedly labeled her a murderer. The miss stepped in, her voice firm, declaring that was enough. She suggested they go and check the other rooms first before jumping to more conclusions. The girl reached for her hand, seeking comfort. As they entered the deceased doctor's room again, the girl couldn't shake the feeling that something important was missing from the scene. The investigation of everyone's rooms commenced, a tense and methodical search for clues or incriminating evidence. In the room assigned to the miss and the butler, a check outside their window revealed no footprints in the fresh snow. Interestingly, there was a stone placed at a distance on each side of the window. Inside, they found spare clothes, luggage, and various medications. In the astrologer's room, similarly, no footprints were found outside his window. Inside, his belongings included what he claimed were herbs for communicating with spirits, a vial of blood, and most alarmingly, a bloody ox horn. In the young master's room, the search uncovered important student council documents and study materials diligently prepared for the next upcoming exam. The homeroom teacher's room yielded what appeared to be an old medical kit from his time as a doctor, with noticeable bloodstains on the blood collection equipment inside. A set of gentlemen's clothing was also found. In the girl's room, a medical checkup report was discovered. The report indicated that the school hospital had requested her to undergo further examination. However, it seemed to have been crossed out and ultimately rejected by the school doctor. The astrologer, seeing the focus on his bloody ox horn, began to panic. Ouch, just arrest me then, he cried theatrically. After all, he conceded, the only bloody thing found so far that could conceivably smash someone's head was his ox horn. He then hastily explained that he hadn't had time to clean the blood off completely because of the rush, and insisted the blood on it came from the homeroom teacher's collection, reiterating that it was normal for him to use such items for spirit communication. The girl held her rejected medical report, a thoughtful expression on her face. She recalled that it seemed someone high up in the hospital had taken a special interest in her case, even saying they wanted to completely cure her, free of charge. The blonde student, Tu Luo, recounted how the school nurse had rejected a consent form, tearing it up dismissively right before their eyes, while a bandaged student looked on in distress. Tu Luo clutched a piece of the torn paper, internalizing a deep resentment towards the school nurse, questioning her motives for constantly targeting underprivileged students with such reports. Ziyu, the astrologer, bluntly asked Tu Luo if they were responsible for the school nurse's death. Tu Luo, aghast, denied the accusation, claiming an urgent need for the bathroom due to a sudden stomachache after leaving the hall. A sudden realization hit Tu Luo. The hall, they remembered the school nurse had brought a portrait, and now it was gone. The young lady's eyes widened in understanding. She knew the portrait Tu Luo mentioned, a large painting of the school doctor dancing, a familiar sight to anyone who'd visited the school clinic. She mused that the school doctor had changed into the clothes from that very portrait for their dance at 6 o'clock, sparking a curious thought. She wondered if the figure she saw outside her window at 8 o'clock was not a person, but the school doctor's portrait itself, perhaps carried past or moved by some other means. The butler interjected, pointing out they hadn't found a murder weapon. He theorized that if a part of the portrait was cut, rolled into a cone, and frozen, it could indeed be used to attack someone. He continued, suggesting the portrait could have been burned afterwards, noting the oven in the school doctor's room had been in use. Seeing the intact portrait at 8 would mean the doctor died after that time. He also deduced that if a girl had done it, she wouldn't have brought up the missing portrait just then. Zayu found the discussion tedious, expressing disinterest in the school doctor's life or death, reminding them they were there to find a monster. He then provocatively questioned if he himself could be the killer, asserting he was well aware he wasn't the monster of the snowy night. The butler felt the school doctor's death mirrored the scene where Mu-Han was attacked by an invader. He reasoned that Mu-Han also had a head wound, just like the school doctor, suggesting the killer of the school doctor might be the same invader. He pondered why the doctor corresponded with Mu-Han and not himself. The young lady gently took the butler's hand, softly posing a question. Wasn't the butler actually Mu-Han? The butler acknowledged the uncertainty. If he inadvertently fell into danger, he could also die and reload the game. As players, they would only lose a piece of memory. She firmly rejected this idea. The butler, with a knowing smile, reminded the young lady of her promise. She affirmed the immense importance of their memories, stating she didn't want to forget them even for a second. Tu Luo, clutching their stomach, announced an urgent need to use the bathroom in their room, feeling embarrassed and hoping to sneak out unnoticed. Outside, the snow began to fall again, the wind and snow creating a loud, isolating sound. Tu Luo, seeing the others still engrossed in their discussion, thought it was a good chance to slip away without being noticed. A small, satisfied smile played on Tu Luo's lips as they anticipated treating themselves to good food later to make up for the current discomfort. Suddenly, Tu Luo sensed someone behind them, whipping around in alarm, demanding to know who was there. Consciousness was fading. A hand reached out, a last desperate thought flickering, at least at the end. With a final, desperate effort, Tu Luo smashed the lantern against the figure, determined that everyone must discover the attacker. Meanwhile, back in the hall, Zayu appeared to be deep in thought, pondering a question. He questioned what if the portrait wasn't the weapon, but merely a prop to confuse the actual time of death. He wondered if the school doctor had actually died before 8 o'clock. Zayu then asked where the portrait could be. He reasoned it could only have been burned in the stove in the school doctor's room. He found it illogical for the murderer to finish the deed and then wait until 8 o'clock to parade around with the portrait. He voiced his suspicion about the murderer walking past the young lady's window with the portrait. At exactly 8, the snow had stopped, yet no footprints were found outside, indicating no one was there. He concluded it must have been a ghost, as ghosts leave no footprints. Quite the logician, this one. The young lady corrected him, explaining the portrait didn't need to be carried. It could have been hung from above and slid past her window. She detailed a method. Freeze the portrait stiff, tie it with a rope, loop the other end around a horizontal rope. She continued, explaining the horizontal rope could be tied down with stones and secured to balcony railings. Once someone was confirmed below, the murderer upstairs could let the portrait slide past, then burn both the portrait and the ropes. This way, the murderer only needed to ensure they were on the second floor, regardless of who saw the portrait from the first. The butler, listening intently, had a spark of realization. He added that someone had indeed mentioned using the stove in their room. All eyes turned. Tu Luo, now revealed with a sinister smile, acknowledged being exposed. Tu Luo confessed to drugging the food the young lady ate at 6 o'clock in the hall, admitting an initial plan to watch her struggle for a bit more amusement. However, Tu Luo's plan was disrupted when the young lady caused a stir and got splashed in the face with scalding oil. Tu Luo's expression turned menacing, a stark contrast to their usual demeanor. Zayu, furious, identified Tu Luo as the murderer, demanding to know what they had done to the young lady, who was now trembling in the butler's arms. The butler, concerned, asked the young lady what was wrong. She looked terrified, stammering about Tu Luo. His face. Recognition dawned in her eyes. Oh yes, it was him. Panic sent memories flooding back like a tidal wave. That day when Mu-Han was stabbed. The image of Mu-Han being stabbed, the culprit stopping the attack momentarily. The culprit taunted Mu-Han, asking if he saw that terrifying thing. The culprit then questioned Mu-Han's lack of reaction, his complete stun. The culprit mused, wasn't it more shocking to see the normally gentle and cowardly professor commit murder than to see that thing? Professor Yi, or Tu Luo, apologized, stating that apart from being poor, everything else about him was an act. He confessed his long-standing desire to snatch Dream for himself, questioning why Mu-Han should make progress with it before him, and why he should be Mu-Han's assistant. He leaned in, whispering that psychological suggestion is very effective when people are frightened. He coldly suggested it would be best if she just passed out, lost her memories, and never woke up, saving him the trouble of killing another good kid. As the young lady found herself unable to move, Professor Yi reminded her of her previous inquiries about the scar on his face, how he'd lied about it being a burn from baking a cake, and how she'd believed him. He revealed the truth. The scar was from relatives of students he'd experimented on, causing brain damage. They had thrown oil at him. The news had been covered up with great effort. He stroked her face, calling her his favorite student. He elaborated, not very bright but very rich, trusting him a lot and supporting him unconditionally. Without her money, his laboratory would have bankrupted long ago. He admitted with a chilling smile that he liked her the most for this. Suddenly, the butler with the young lady pointed accusingly at Professor Yi, declaring him the intruder, the one who stabbed Mu-Han. Professor Yi feigned confusion, wondering what Mu-Han they were talking about. Ziyu interrupted, recalling a mad doctor in the old-school infirmary obsessed with concocting drugs, wanting to make a side-effect-free snake medicine from the Northern Kingdom. He had experimented on students, disabling them, and was fired. Ziyu realized it was Professor Yi. Ziyu demanded to know how Professor Yi managed to stay. Professor Yi explained he was reassigned by school authorities, then cryptically asked if Ziyu didn't want to know why he could always accurately predict who the monster would take. Zayu's eyes widened in dawning horror. Could it be? Professor Yi confirmed it was all arranged by Zayu's father, the Southern Kingdom. He explained the Northern Kingdom's plight. Small, burdened by snow disasters, its people often sick and frail, leading them to craft a snake medicine. This medicine seemed to cure all diseases but had significant side effects. Professor Yi, a renowned alchemist in the Southern Kingdom, also attempted to create a curative elixir but never succeeded. He admitted to using a student for experiments, causing disability, leading to his nominal dismissal. One day, the snake medicine appeared, and everyone began to covet the miraculous drug. Professor Yi, reading about it, felt an intense conviction that he should be the one to concoct it. It would only be proper. He revealed that the legend of the disappeared students was also maliciously fabricated by him. Believing Professor Yi was ruthless and capable of any dirty job, Zayu's father had arranged for him to perform charlatan tricks within the school, following the astrologer's predictions. Professor Yi knew of his divination methods and had led the astrologer to select people to come to the alternate residence. The school doctor, the nurse, had refused to obey orders to release the experimental students, one of whom was the girl. The young master, Ziyu, was investigating the school. The school intended to kill all these people. However, the young lady and the butler were accidents. Professor Yi hadn't led the astrologer to choose them. Perhaps Ziyu had divined it himself. Because two unexpected individuals were added, and the butler was discovered to be a snake medicine user who retained rationality, Professor Yi decided not to follow the school's plans any longer, especially since they also wanted him to kill Ziyu, clearly ready to discard him as a pawn. He had only intended to kill the doctor-nurse, who disagreed with his principles and wanted to expose the experiments. Then, he planned to acquire the butler's blood to create a perfect snake medicine, but seeing them so close to figuring it out, he decided he might as well kill all of them. Ziyu, shocked by the gun, asked since when Professor Yi had it hidden. Professor Yi revealed it was in a secret compartment in his top hat, and taunted them about not finding the murder weapon, a disappearing kind from detective stories, made of frozen food, more suitable than water hung on an umbrella to freeze. He complained the effort gave him frostbitten fingers, so he could only knock with a fist. Ziyu, clutching his head in disbelief, cried out that it was a lie. His divination couldn't be wrong. How could it all be fake? Professor Yi pitied Ziyu, stating his father didn't care about him due to his insistent pursuit of divination. He lamented Zayu's wasted fortune, wishing he could switch places. Then, Professor Yi wouldn't be broke and failing experiment after experiment. He wished Ziyu would become a pauper in his next life. Ziyu screamed for the young lady to run, calling Professor Yi a madwoman, a mistranslation, likely madman. Professor Yi, eyes blazing, urged all rich people to die. A shot rang out. Professor Yi turned his attention to the young lady, stating it was her turn. He acknowledged he could have sympathized with her over their student-teacher relationship and even her bankruptcy. But now he couldn't. He chillingly promised to be gentle in letting her die. Maybe, she thought, her eyes glowing with an unnatural light. The butler, holding Professor Yi at gunpoint from behind, remarked that he thought Professor Yi had some trump card, believing a gun meant control over everything. The butler then reminded Professor Yi that he had no idea about the power of snake venom. Professor Yi, struggling, called the butler a monster. The butler retorted it was because Professor Yi had never succeeded in his experiments. The butler contemptuously called Professor Yi a talentless failure. Blood splattered. The butler coolly wiped his mouth. The butler stood over the fallen Professor Yi, asking the young lady if she was all right. She turned away, her voice heavy with unspoken emotion, questioning why he didn't act sooner. She believed he could have saved them. The butler stated flatly that he had no obligation to save them. A game interface appeared. Congratulations on clearing the game. Clearing condition of killing the intruder has been met. Would you like to leave the script? The butler's eyes, sharp and reptilian, confirmed he had told the truth about clearing the game. He turned to the young lady, saying that the one who could have saved them was her. He then proposed they do it again. He revealed he'd found a way to keep their memories and respawn with her. They just needed to die at the same time. The system would judge it an error and not erase their memory. The young lady, standing over the bodies, pondered how it got cleared, recalling the condition was, forget it. Being surrounded by the bodies of companions was too much. Especially having remembered the past with them in reality. She couldn't stay calm anymore. She apologized to Mu Han, admitting she still couldn't face the truth. Such truth was too cruel. She pushed him away, stating that since the intruder was found, they should end the game there. The butler asked if she was leaving. She smiled, suggesting they meet in reality, hoping he'd be feeling better. Internally, she apologized profusely, wishing he truly were Mu Han. The butler, tears in his eyes, called her a liar, questioning if he was not Mu Han to her. The young lady, shocked, asked what the butler just said. He repeated that she chose to abandon him. He embraced her tightly, gun in hand, whispering for them to continue. Continue to stay in the script. He vowed he would never let her leave him. A shot. She felt a sharp pain, remarking how real it felt even for a game. She mused that the butler was cautious but had eventually believed her. Ziyu, recovering, realized the butler was a very important data point in the script game, capable of directly influencing Dream. A shadowy wolf-like figure, presumably the real invader or system entity, taunted the young lady that she still hadn't found the truth. Professor Yi, or rather the entity controlling Ziyu's form, smirked. He told her she hadn't even found the real invader him, let alone face the terrifying truth about Mu Han. Her freedom was restricted. She was truly caged, ribbons binding her wrists. The butler warned her to be careful. The villa was now filled with the bodies of dead robbers and thieving servants. He, being the only one left, would need a while to clean up. She stumbled. He held a chain attached to a collar around her neck, asking where she thought she was going. She recalled her initial thoughts of escaping, but each attempt led to her being caught and brought back. He tightened the collar, asking if she, dressed up to go out, was thinking of going to school. The butler reverted to his original appearance, his deception eroding his gentleness, vowed not to let her escape again. He told her to stay with him forever. He asked if she liked her new hairstyle, adding that even if she couldn't go out, he would still dress her up beautifully every day. He then asked, his voice low, how she knew he was not Mu Han. He dismissed it, stating what mattered was that he would make her completely forget that name. He chided her for getting blood on herself from touching a body, saying she needed to wash it off thoroughly. She winced as he pulled her along. His eyes glinted. From now on, he would also lock the room, regretting not doing so earlier. He told her that even if she looked at him with that expression, no matter how much she despised him, he would not let her go. She looked up at him, saying she didn't hate him. She tearfully asked why he was just an NPC in the script. Her sadness stemmed from him not being Mu Han. She blamed herself, believing if she'd had the courage to face the truth, things would be different. She wanted to escape back to reality. On the day Mu Han was stabbed, she must have seen something even more terrifying. But she couldn't remember it, nor did she want to recall what it was. She only remembered Mu Han staying in the dream script pavilion for weeks before the announcement, not leaving and allowing no disturbances. Also, if she. The butler cut her off, his voice firm, stating he didn't want to hear that name anymore. She whispered if she had the courage to be honest with him, she actually felt. A cloaked figure, caught by the butler, pleaded for mercy, terrified and promising not to steal again. The butler, holding the intruder, coldly asked if he knew the time, telling him to die quicker and not disturb the young lady's rest. The butler, looking down at the sleeping young lady, was glad she was still there. He brushed his hair back, a pained expression on his face, questioning why he wasn't Mu Han. He softly asked if he woke her, saying he'd be leaving soon. He explained he'd just finished dealing with something and hadn't calmed down yet, advising her to stay away for now. He suggested that if she couldn't calm down, just like before, he could tell her a bedtime story. She internally remarked that the stories she made up were still so absurd, entirely whimsical, not from any book. The butler, listening with a fond smile, found her stories outrageous and absurd, but always liked to arrange one. After telling the butler stories that night, she had been living a relatively peaceful life for the time being. The other servants were out shopping for food. She waved from the window. She mused that their food usually came from bad guys the butler looted after they ran into the villa, or he gathered it from the nearby forest. He didn't feel comfortable straying too far or too long from her. The butler returned, announcing venison for the day, a rare treat with the current weather, holding a bloody leg of deer. She sometimes worried, glad he didn't eat human flesh, but she feared he might start using the bad guys who kept showing up as food ingredients. How long could they stay in this villa? She knew even if she told him she'd wait patiently at the villa, he wouldn't believe her anymore. Though it was tough, the butler still tried his best to care for her, preparing a full table of exquisite meals daily, even with fruit. But why was it always apples? She felt aggrieved, having eaten them for over 10 days, wondering if only apple trees grew nearby. Realizing she'd spoken her thoughts aloud, she panicked, hoping he'd pretend he didn't hear anything. It felt like the time back, when she was cautiously trying to win over the butler. He recalled her saying she liked apples, then dismissed it as unimportant, asking if there was anything else she wanted. Her internal thought, his mood seems strangely better, perhaps because he senses I need him. She wondered if she had mentioned liking apples before. In dreams, she often dreamt of apples, paradise-like things. The butler pondered if it was a coincidence that the best preserved relic from his family happened to be an apple-shaped candle. He found it strange the candle was still in the cellar even after the house burnt down, sensing its importance. A relic from a fallen kingdom, she recognized it as the one he gave her before, even though it was just a candle. He gently touched her cheek, saying he would go find more food. He asked her to stay there and wait for him to come back. She agreed readily. She held the apple-shaped candle, wondering about the fragmented stories in her memory involving apples and paradise. She decided to find an opportunity to ask the butler in detail about this candle, placing it in her pocket. She was in the villa's grand hall. She found it a bit strange. He was usually vigilant, watching the window even when she was by his side, not needing to worry about her running off. What was he guarding against, exactly? An intruder, her tutor, was killed by him with ease. What on this world could he possibly need to guard against? Something felt wrong. She had a bad feeling, her hand resting on the arm of a sofa where the candle lay. She approached the butler, who was staring out the window, asking if something was worrying him, offering to help him think of a solution. He turned, reminding her that she had said this world was just a game in reality. He questioned why someone would fight to the death over this game. She explained that this was a powerful work capable of making someone famous and earning a lot of money. It was Mu Han's treasure, something he poured his entire heart into creating. The butler, looking away, asked if Mu Han really wanted to be famous and make money. She was stunned by the question. She denied it, saying Mu Han wasn't like that. In fact, she didn't even know why he would make dream. The butler mused that if it were a treasure, and if he were Mu Han, he wouldn't release this game. She was surprised. He continued, unless he died, then as his legacy, he would gift it to the most important person to him. He wouldn't share something so precious with anyone else. Except for her, her eye widened. He smiled faintly, confirming her unspoken thought. As expected, he was not Mu Han. There was no resemblance. She covered her mouth, a storm of questions in her mind. Butler, how did he know the method to load a save with memories? And how did he know he wasn't Mu Han? A knock at the door startled them. The butler wondered who would come to the villa at this time. The door creaked open. She was shocked, remembering the door was clearly locked. She cried out, asking who it was. The butler pulled her behind him. An astrologer. It was Zayu, looking ominous in the doorway. She was aghast. An astrologer? What was he doing at the villa? Was this also part of the script's plot? She then questioned the butler why he suddenly started shooting. Zayu, or rather the entity possessing him, remarked on the butler's decisiveness, not even giving him a chance to act out his part. She realized with horror that he was still alive. The possessed Zayu greeted them, then corrected himself, saying they'd already met in various ways many times over. He called her his favorite student, his wound healing quickly, a sinister smile on his face, the shadow of Professor Yi behind him. Her eyes, glowing intensely, identified him. "You are Professor Yi." She demanded to know when he took possession of the ancient astrologer. Professor Yi, through Zayu, stated it had been him ever since she met the astrologer. The astrologer she'd seen had always been him. She then asked about the head teacher. Professor Yi explained the head teacher was just an NPC created by his data, a clone of the real him raised in the script since childhood, just like the guy by her side. He gestured towards the butler. She understood now why she'd been feeling so out of place. The astrologer in her memory was a bit timid. But this astrologer was always quirky, complaining, and causing trouble for the head teacher. It turned out it was because he, Professor Yi, disliked himself and couldn't stand the head teacher. Professor Yi, as Zayu, explained that just seeing his impoverished face made him feel sick. It was better to be in the body of a rich person. The real Zayu student, the astrologer, was quite gullible, just a little coaxing, and he handed over control of his script's body. However, there were some mishaps. When she remembered him, the real Zayu briefly woke up and escaped his control. But it was okay. Professor Yi quickly took control back, clutching Zayu's head as if in pain. She asked if he invaded Zayu's mechanical system. Professor Yi casually replied that Zayu might end up brain-damaged like some students from his past experiments. She called him a lunatic. He thanked her for the compliment, adding she wasn't the first to figure out his true identity. 2 people knew before her. One of them was the school doctor nurse. After all, she was the astrologer's family doctor in the past and seemed to have had a somewhat ambiguous relationship with him. When they danced together that day, she had tried to test him, asking if he wasn't him, then who was he? And another person, he said, looking towards the butler. He then directly addressed the butler, asking if that wasn't right. The butler pushed Professor Yi as Zayu back hard, asking what he was doing. Even if he couldn't die because he'd changed the data, it still hurt. Professor Yi retorted that the butler shouldn't think he was the only one with brute strength. He could also change his body's stats. He called the butler impulsive, questioning if he was scared he might harm the young lady even though she had abandoned him, reminding the butler he was his partner. The butler refused his terms, stating no matter how many villains Professor Yi brought to cause trouble at the villa, he would kill them all, and Professor Yi too. The young lady, looking distressed, asked the butler if he remembered the day she almost burned his clothes. The butler recalled that at that time, he had openly revealed his identity to Professor Yi and told Professor Yi about his own, but sadly, Professor Yi did not believe him. It was then when his clothes caught fire. The butler recounted that at the guest villa, he had divined that Professor Yi, as Zayu, was a monster. Professor Yi, fearing exposure, had snuck into his room hoping for a quick kill. That's when the butler demonstrated his power, yet Professor Yi still didn't believe him, not until the butler said he wanted to borrow a bit of his authority to rewrite the clearance conditions to see the young lady's choice. The butler, holding Professor Yi by the wrist, stated that from beginning to end, he was completely transparent with Professor Yi, but Professor Yi never trusted him, until the one he had always trusted and defended turned their back on him in person. Professor Yi, struggling, argued that the butler clearly chose to reload the save to tie her down, which meant he decided to cooperate. By using her authority to turn the script into reality as recognized by the player, she'd never be able to return, yet the butler still refused him. The young lady, her eyes wide with shock and dawning horror, asked Professor Yi what exactly he wanted to do, if he still had expectations for her. She remembered many times, the butler approached her with a pleading tone. He would carefully inquire if they couldn't find the intruder. It would be dangerous to go back to the original world, asking if she wanted to stay there. From hoping to leave with her, he became so happy, claiming his real self was just an ordinary person, to eventually pleading with her to stay in the script, promising they could always stay, and he would always be with her. She dared not face the truth, nor the butler's identity. She just thankfully thought he didn't know his own identity. Time after time, she'd ignored it, telling him they'd meet in reality and hoping he'd feel better. Liar, he'd whispered. With what kind of feelings did he say those words of retention? He knew all along that he was a discarded dog, destined to be abandoned. A tear fell from his eye, black like his despair. She finally turned to him, asking if he'd always known. He confessed he once thought of leaving to avoid hurting her, and that's when she grabbed him. She had told him that as long as they left the script together, they could become normal people. He admitted he was really happy. Even when he found out she was lying to him, he was still hoping she might change her mind. She realized that even though he'd been told she might be deceiving him, he still wanted to believe in her, still wanted to hold on to her. She felt torn, wanting to escape, to leave right now, to return to reality to see her real companions. But she couldn't bear to leave him behind. She really wanted to take him back to reality with her. She confessed, "I like you." Professor Yi, walking away, mused that perhaps he should have been tougher from the start. His curiosity made him want to see how the cases in other pavilions would write his story. He had originally wanted to work peacefully, so why bother if authority wasn't voluntarily given to him? He told the butler he gave him a chance to keep the young lady in the script, but now it seemed he needed to learn the butler's methods. Professor Yi threatened to lock them both up, and then torture the young lady slowly in front of the butler, using his most skilled methods. Tongue pulling, eye gouging, letting her suffer a fate worse than death. Professor Yi grinned maniacally. The butler gently stroked the young lady's hair, asking if she remembered what he said. "Trust me." Professor Yi taunted the butler for wasting energy, reminding him he was invincible in the script. The butler noted Professor Yi had been avoiding the position of his heart. Was that his weak spot? The butler smirked. If he stabbed Professor Yi's heart, his data would collapse, right? After all, this was Han's script. He reminded Professor Yi that he wasn't omnipotent here, and the current requirement to clear the stage was to kill the intruder. Professor Yi screamed at him to think carefully. The sound of bones crushing. Professor Yi warned that if the butler opened the gate to clearance, she'd run away. The butler stabbed Professor Yi through the chest without hesitation. Professor Yi screamed in agony as the exit portal appeared behind them. The butler yelled for the young lady to run, to go back to where she belonged. He knew if Professor Yi succeeded here, everything was over. He smiled faintly, hoping if there was a next time, she would come back to see him. He repeated his warning to Professor Yi. If Professor Yi died and she left the script, Professor Yi would truly disappear. The butler admitted he didn't care. To be honest, he was already very tired. Him as a monster. Him who had killed countless people. Him just a string of data. To be able to lose this wretched life for the sake of protecting a loved one, he considered himself quite fortunate. Professor Yi coughed up blood, then laughed. "Fine, fine." He lunged, shouting, "Then just die." The butler's last thought was a wish for Han to be safe and sound, and to take good care of her for him. It was so dark, the young lady was scared, wondering where the exit was. She knew she had to hurry, catch the professor, and save the butler. A voice said, "Finally, you've arrived." She looked up at the tall figure, asking who he was. She questioned if it was the master who never appeared before, wondering how a character not in the play could be here. The man revealed it was him, her dear girl. He was also a player, something she knew. He explained that luckily, in this passageway, the flow of time in the outside world was very slow, so he'd waited for her for a long time. "Daddy," she exclaimed, utterly bewildered, asking what on earth was going on. Her father noted she seemed scared of the dark again. He told her not to worry about that for now. He would take her out of here. She clutched her dress, admitting she was scared, but the apple candle in her pocket suddenly lit up. "I want to face the truth," she declared, the light from the candle growing. She wondered aloud how the candle started burning on its own. Her father watched, a knowing look on his face. Her father then asked, "All right then, are you still seeing the school nurse?" He clarified that in reality, the school nurse, the red-haired woman, was the family doctor of the emperor's teacher, Zayu. Since she wasn't laboratory staff, naturally, she wasn't a player. He explained that the school nurse in the play was a virtual NPC, but in the incident at the other house, she correlated with the real-life Han who was stabbed. This led to the question, if the school nurse was fake, then what about Han? The memory of Han staying inside Dream for weeks before its announcement, not leaving the script house, and allowing no one to disturb him, resurfaced. Unable to resist, she had gone to find him the day before the announcement and encountered the professor stabbing Han. The image of Mu Han being stabbed in her memories became clearer. There was a virtual projection repeatedly saying, "Incorrect, error, please request administrator maintenance." The projection of Mu Han flickered and glitched. She covered her face in horror. It was just like the virtual projection of Dream she saw the first time. She asked her father if the person in the script house during those weeks was fake, then where was the real Mu Han? Why did he leave without saying goodbye? Her father gently asked if she knew that Mu Han was not well. He revealed that Mu Han was frail and ill. He wouldn't live long. His family, a well-known medical institution, had been trying to find a cure for him. "No, it can't be," she whispered, stepping back in denial. Her father explained that to spare her the pain of facing the truth after his death, Mu Han created Dream. He had thought that when he died, he would give this script, which only belonged to her, as a gift. Who would have known that she would witness a murder instead? The magical book of Dream materialized before her. Luo trembled, a chilling thought striking her. The Mu Han she saw stabbed might have been a mere virtual projection. She didn't know his true fate, fearing he might already be gone, having prepared for this outcome. For him, Dream was never about worldly gains like money or fame. It was something more profound. A voice revealed that what she was about to receive was, in fact, the last letter Mu Han had ever written for her. Her heart thumped. Her father explained his past actions. He'd sought others to create products similar to Dream, desperately hoping something, anything, could rouse her from her coma. He confessed his despair. His efforts had failed, and eventually he had given up on that approach. The professor recalled his reservations about Mu Han's methods, but ultimately decided to take action. He wanted to test Mu Han's dream, so he orchestrated events to send Luo to the script house. He gave the order to proceed, to launch the advertisement, noting the rising popularity of immersive script games over the past 2 years. Luo stood nearby, unaware of the machinations. While monitoring Dream, the professor noticed something peculiar. In the first act, data of a virtual Mu Han entered the script, driven by a primal instinct, briefly glimpsing Luo before vanishing. He gently asked Luo if she still remembered the day. She first went to the scriptorium, trying to jog her memory. Luo, clutching the golden apple, tearfully questioned her father. She thought he disliked Mu Han, so why did he possess such intimate knowledge about him? He looked at her with a sense of relief, acknowledging her newfound bravery. He felt he could finally be at ease. Lifting her head, Luo resolved that it was now her turn to be brave and face the complete truth, addressing him as Dad. Her father began to unveil the past, explaining that her earliest memory of the outside world, the day Mu Han came to tutor her, was a scene he had shown her. He continued, revealing that all her memories involving her lab companions occurred after asterisk, that initial, constructed memory. He prompted her to think, asking if she could recall any specific, detailed memories with Mu Han from before his tutoring began. A sudden realization dawned on Luo. Could it be that she and Mu Han had known each other even before he became her tutor? Her father confirmed her suspicion with a knowing look. Their first meeting wasn't when Mu Han started tutoring her. Their connection went further back. He admitted he'd always tried to stop her from dwelling on the story, fearing she would remember the truth he had hidden. The scene shifted to an imposing building, a place described as a paradise that welcomed the dying. This facility was identified as belonging to the Mu Han family, a place dedicated to medical care. The narrative delved into the past, introducing the Mu Han family as an alchemy family from the small southern kingdom. Here, a young Mu Han carried an equally young Luo. This pharmaceutical family in the southern kingdom was renowned for welcoming the terminally ill and for creating a legendary wish medicine capable of curing a multitude of diseases. A young girl, gravely ill, was brought to this place by her desperate parents. This girl was Luo. There she met the family's only son, a boy known for his terrible temper, yet blessed with perfect health. This was Mu Han. As the pharmacist's son, the boy was determined. He wanted to create a medicine specifically to cure the sick girl. In a rather blunt, almost childlike manner, young Mu Han would often ask an adult to check if the girl was still alive, a stark reminder of her fragile state. From a balcony, Mu Han's parents observed. His mother voiced her doubts, questioning if they truly wanted to commit to saving this child. She expressed concern that to cure such a severe illness quickly, they might need to resort to human trials, a morally questionable path. Mu Han's father acknowledged the risk. Using human subjects could spread the disease. Yet he also saw the potential. If they succeeded with her, their medicine could truly live up to its 100 disease cure reputation. The mother noted the girl's stable condition, allowed for slower, careful testing. She also pointed out a positive side effect. Their son's temperament had improved significantly since the girl's arrival. Observing them, Mu-Han's father conceded that they should indeed be thankful to the young girl for the positive change in their son. His mother agreed, marveling at how the girl managed it. All she saw was their son, raptly listening to the girl's stories day after day. Mu-Han's father mused, comparing the situation to the tale of Scheherazade, who saved lives with stories. He deemed such an event a miracle, if it were real, dismissing the original as mere fiction. His mother countered, questioning if their wish medicine itself wasn't already a miracle. Young Luo, meanwhile, continued her storytelling, a picture of innocent focus. Listening intently, a profound thought crossed young Mu-Han's mind. Perhaps they too were all living within a story. Later, Mu-Han presented Luo with a gift, a golden apple that was actually a candle. She curiously asked what it was. He explained his reasoning. He knew she wanted to sneak apples at night but was scared of the dark. So, he combined an apple and a candle, thinking she'd like his practical, thoughtful gift. Luo, however, was comically underwhelmed. A mere candle for her birthday, she protested, expecting something far more valuable like a treasure. Mu-Han responded with surprising gravity. He suggested the only thing more precious would be his possessions after his death. He argued that an object he'd consider giving her even then must be his most precious treasure. Luo was taken aback by his morbid turn. Visibly distressed by his words, Luo told him not to talk such nonsense. She didn't want him to die. But a sad reality hung over her. She looked at the apple candle, her own thoughts heavy with the feeling that she herself was close to death. Mu-Han firmly grasped her hand, reassuring her with unwavering conviction that he wouldn't let her die. He told her she couldn't die. She still had to keep telling him stories. Luo, having asked him to tell her a story for a change, was met with a firm refusal. Mu-Han stated he disliked making up stories, and humorlessly suggested she could consider his untold stories part of his possessions after he was gone. Luo inwardly grumbled, calling him a stingy old man. The narrative cautioned that the story to follow was not a perfect one, setting the scene in a dark cellar. In that cellar, the boy Mu-Han had secretly crafted a ring. His intention was clear. He was planning to use this ring, hidden within the apple candle perhaps, to express his feelings to the girl. But tragedy struck. The narrative jumped, showing a pained Mu-Han, and stated that after the boy's eventual death, the girl would not die. He had completed the wish medicine that ultimately cured her, but it came at a terrible cost. He had experimented on himself. Thanks to his sacrifice, the girl recovered fully. The wish medicine was perfected, with no side effects for her. She joyfully greeted her father, while in the background, a somber Mu-Han and his attendant looked on. Mu-Han, however, was clearly suffering, feeling unwell. His attendant worriedly asked if he was all right, questioning the wisdom of keeping his self-experimentation a secret from everyone. The attendant expressed how much Mu-Han had matured, no longer needing constant supervision. He confessed he would be deeply saddened if Mu-Han were to die suddenly. Mu-Han, ever stoic, simply told him to shut up. The attendant mused that he, too, could take the wish-granting medicine. However, they only had the imperfect, homemade version with side effects. The ingredients for the perfect cure were still elusive. He resolved to wait longer. Disaster loomed. News of the perfect wish-granting medicine reached the Northern Kingdom. Shortly thereafter, the Southern Kingdom was utterly destroyed. A sinister figure with glowing eyes read of these events. Before this cataclysm, Luo had invited Mu-Han to study at a school in the Southern Kingdom. A vision of fire and destruction filled the screen. His name was successfully registered for the school. But then, tragedy struck, and the Southern Kingdom fell before he could attend. Amidst the chaos and destruction, Mu-Han's name, now tied to dark rumors of a serpent demon's curse, vanished from the school records. As flames engulfed everything, and Luo was about to be taken to safety, Mu-Han urged her to escape. With a brave smile, even surrounded by fire, Mu-Han revealed he had hidden the treasure, the ring, inside the first gift he truly wanted to give her, the apple candle, back in the cellar. He desperately hoped it would survive. Back in the present, Luo held the miraculously preserved apple candle. Her father's voice gently probed, asking if she now remembered its significance. Luo, piecing things together, asked if this too was a true story. Did Mu-Han's physical body suffer because of her? And if so, why were the butler's and Mu-Han's personalities so different later? Her father explained that the butler had mysteriously lost his memory after the fire, forgetting their past. He added a crucial detail. The butler's initial, awful personality was also partly due to an invader's tampering. The butler, in essence, was like a Mu Han who had never truly met her, his memories erased. Luo pressed further. Why the memory loss? Why the conflicting stories from his family? Who implanted false memories? Her father admitted he wasn't entirely sure why Mu Han lost his memory. The father continued. The attendant also survived the fire. He administered the unperfected wish-granting medicine to the injured Mu Han. Mu Han, not recognizing him and suspicious, made the guard drink some first. The guard, misunderstanding, believed the treasure Mu Han had hidden for Luo was the formula for the perfect medicine. He relayed this incorrect information to the amnesiac Mu Han, leading them to search the villa for this supposed formula. The guard also feared the butler might seek revenge on the villa. To prevent this, he told Mu Han his family didn't need him. This web of misinformation tragically reached Northern Kingdom spies. The father revealed the guard's gamble paid off. Even with amnesia, Mu Han couldn't bring himself to harm Luo. Fearing Luo might trigger dangerous memories, the professor had instructed her to pretend she didn't recognize the butler. However, Luo then became entangled in someone else's story, developing feelings for the young master character. This created distance with the butler, and their relationship worsened. Her father revealed a critical piece of information. Luo's lab friends were awake in reality and were planning to capture him. Realizing his predicament, the professor had told Luo about the virtual Mu Han, hoping she'd stay in the script. Luo understood with fiery anger. The professor, with his admin access, could manipulate the script. She seethed at his unscrupulous methods, recalling he had even invaded the butler's system. Her father urged her not to let the butler's sacrifice, holding off the invader, be in vain. He told her it was time to go, but Luo was in denial, the apple candle seemingly melting, her mind screaming that Mu Han couldn't die. She realized Dream itself was Mu Han's will, a vessel for all the truths. Everyone had their story, but what was the specific message Mu Han yearned to convey? Her father insisted Mu Han's truth lay in that childhood memory, but Luo saw through it, retorting that this was what he asterisk. Her father wanted her to believe. A memory flashed the ring. She'd seen it before, held by a virtual Mu Han. A powerful realization hit her. Regardless of the script, however they met, he would always try to give her this ring. Tears welled as she understood. He must have something personal he desperately wanted to tell her. Her father's voice, filled with emotion, called out. Determined, Luo focused on the apple candle. She was willing to risk all her luck for just one more chance to see him, to understand. And then he was there, Mu Han, the butler, materializing, a gentle smile on his face. He began, acknowledging her consistently good luck. His hands covered hers, the ring now clearly visible within the golden glow. He tenderly chided her, saying she shouldn't treat herself so recklessly. A sudden headache struck Luo. It felt familiar, just like the last time she had triggered true, suppressed memories. Mu Han explained that seeing him like this meant she had completed the entire script. He apologized, knowing he couldn't convey everything now. Luo's mind raced. Butler. No, she was beginning to understand. He reminded her of a rule. Once the truth is triggered, both she and another player wanting to reveal that truth would recall the actual events. And then he presented the ring, sliding it onto her finger. This ring, he revealed, was his asterisk truth trigger. He looked at her, his voice earnest, explaining that regardless of whether it was in reality or the script, no matter which version of himself, he wanted to tell her one simple, profound truth: he really liked her. A radiant smile spread across Luo's face, tears of understanding in her eyes. As she suspected, the butler was indeed Mu Han. Mu Han smiled, a hint of his old possessiveness showing. He confessed that no matter how he changed, that aspect wouldn't. He wouldn't miss a chance to be with her, even at the end. He explained further. While convalescing, he had ensured his consciousness was connected to Dream before he succumbed to a coma. Mu Han's voice elaborated that when players enter roles, they lose prior memories. He pointed out that Luo, too, wouldn't remember her life before becoming Miss. His original plan was to simply watch over her from a distance. That way, even if he truly died, it wouldn't derail the main story, and her companions' narratives could proceed. This was a secret kept even from his backup virtual character and Dream. If they knew his conscious self was still present, they would rewrite the script. But even the best-laid plans go awry. Accidents happened, he lamented, and then the intruders appeared, complicating everything. Luo clung to him, relief washing over her. The butler, Mu Han, had held on. He was still alive, wasn't he? He confirmed, admitting the situation was better than he'd feared. He might wake up in reality in a few days, or it could take a very long time. He presented the bleakest possibility. Perhaps he would never wake up again. But Luo, her eyes filled with tears and resolve, declared simply that she would wait. As his form began to fade, Mu-Han held her close, confessing that now, before he truly disappeared, he wasn't afraid anymore. As he dematerialized, Luo called out her promise, her voice echoing with devotion. She would always be waiting for him in the script repository. Some time passed. Back in the real world, news reports confirmed the professor who stabbed the student had been captured. However, the student he stabbed, Mu-Han, was still missing. The captured invader, Professor Lin, cackled madly, insisting the student he stabbed didn't exist. He raved about his rights and his perceived ownership of Dream. Yu-Han stood by Zio Li, now in a wheelchair, remarking with relief that the devil was caught. Zio Li lamented his misplaced trust, never suspecting Lin was the murderer. Yu-Han sighed, wanting to move past it. They had arrived at the script repository. Excitement tinged her voice as she announced Dream was officially launching tomorrow. At the repository, Luo's blonde friend worried about Mu-Han's continued absence, fearing the worst. Her red-haired friend confirmed Mu-Han was in treatment, but no news led to grim speculation. The blonde friend tried to offer hope. Luo snapped with uncharacteristic irritation. The blonde then teased the red-haired guy about his past dislike for Mu-Han. Luo carried a towering stack of scripts. Her blonde friend offered to help, but Luo insisted she could manage. An observer noted the books were quite heavy, especially for Luo, who was clearly struggling. Our girl's been through a lot, but manual labor wasn't part of her mistraining. Preoccupied, Luo bumped right into someone, sending scripts flying. She exclaimed in surprise and apologized profusely. As hands reached for a fallen book, a familiar voice spoke, politely declining her offer to help pick them up. That voice. It was him. Mu-Han stood there, a gentle, teasing smile. He casually remarked on her circumference, playfully asking if she hadn't been eating properly. He then added, with a familiar glint, that such matters should still be left to her butler in the future. The audacity, and she loved it. Overcome, Luo threw her arms around him in a tight embrace. Mu-Han held her close, his voice soft as he simply said, "My miss." The long wait was finally over.